I'm talking. Can you hear me? I'm talking. Can you hear me? I'm talking, Rob. Rob, I'm talking. I'm talking. Can you hear me? Audio. I'm talking. The US presidential election. We are here in the SU 8. Blah blah blah. Testing the microphones. Testing the mic. Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? I'm testing the old microphones. Yellow? Has anyone got yellow on their mic thing?
So I guess that you're going to Birmingham next week.
Guys, who's got yellow on this? You haven't got a mic?
I have yellow. I'm yellow.
You're yellow? Yeah, okay, can you just talk randomly? Where's your mic? Oh, fine. You just talk randomly, just say words.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Clinton is a reptilian.
Hello, yes, hello.
Hello. Hello.
Good evening, everyone. For the next 7 to 8 hours, WTV and RAW, in collaboration with Warwick SU, will be here in the SU atrium presenting you with live coverage of the US election. Tonight, the American people will decide their next president in an historic election between the two least popular candidates of all time. The presidential battle is, of course, not the only election today, with positions in the Senate and House of Representatives and at a state level also to be filled. But tonight's main drama comes between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, the only two candidates with a real chance of being named leader of the free world tonight.
So we will be here in the SU atrium for the next 8 hours, taking you through all of the results as they come in and all of the news that is breaking throughout the night. Will also be, the structure of the evening will include various panel discussions. Our panel will be rotating every hour with new panelists. We'll also be talking to different societies, particularly political societies and their presidents. We'll also be talking to a few academics on their views on the election. And we also have a results analyst, and a couple of them, and they will be changing after every hour or couple of hours, talking through what is happening. Also tonight we will be focusing on the third party candidates, Gary Johnson of the Libertarian Party, Jill Stein of the Green Party, and Evan McMullen, who is an independent Conservative. So make sure you come down to the SU atrium. The terrace bar is open for a relaxed coverage of the election results as they come in. There's milkshakes available, there's hot dogs available, and have a great evening. Raul is now going to talk us through the result. Right, so we're going to go to our first panel discussion. We're going to talk broadly about the elections so far and the campaign that's taking place. We'll start with my first panellist on the left-hand side. What have you made of this election so far? Because it's been unlike anything we've seen before.
That's true. So far, the elections have been really messy, with Donald Trump, a completely absurd candidate, taking the Republican seat in order to be elected. Also, Hillary Clinton had a lot of obstacles to overcome on her way to get the nomination. She had an incredibly hard time getting over Bernie Sanders. Also, right now, she has WikiLeaks emails doing a lot of harm to her polls. And in the end, we still don't know who will be elected tonight.
So if I was going to ask you at this early stage what a prediction would be if you had to call it one way or the other, who would you say is going to win tonight and by what margin?
I think it's going to be Hillary Clinton, as most polls agree that this is going to be the result. Also, markets and investors really favor this candidate. Although, as we know from the Brexit vote, sometimes elections can get a wild turn.
And by how much is she going to win?
By a close margin.
By a close margin. What do you think of the campaign so far, Aisha?
So I absolutely agree, to be honest. This has been an incredible election campaign as of now. On one side, we have a xenophobic racist who has been, developing his campaign around the fact that there are specific white people that he needs to target and then get their votes. And then on the other side, we have an interventionist who is always, somebody that people have hated from the very core because of the kind of actions she has done, because of the kind of previous positions she has held. So essentially, as of now, we have two candidates who have been hated from different groups of people, and now we are in a campaign where they are going to be elected as the next president of the United States of America, which will essentially impact every single activity that is going to happen, be it economic, political, or even social, all around the world. So it's going to be a very, very close election for me, and this is something I've never seen before, to be honest.
So it's very close, but who's going to edge it?
I'd have to go with Hillary because of the kind of advantages she has held in different democratic states, be it say as of now Pennsylvania or even probably California, New York. These kind of states have given her a lot of power, and still is leaning towards Hillary as of now. So I think that will be a huge factor for her winning this election.
On that last RAW, what do you think about the whole election so far. Before I ask you who's going to win, what have you made of the campaign? Because it's been quite feisty and unlike anything we've seen before. Audio at the minute, but we will try and get that fixed in a minute because people back home can't hear you. But we will get that fixed as soon as we can. So I want to talk about firstly the primaries. Now this is a very big part of the US election process for those who don't know, and this essentially chooses who the candidate will be for the main parties. Now the Republican Party had quite a few more candidates than the Democrats. There was everyone from Bobby Jindal to Jim Gilmore. Ben Carson gained quite a lot of ground in the early primaries. What did you make of the whole Republican primary process? Was it clear that Trump was going to win from the beginning?
I think that it was a very strange election, mostly because some of the candidates were rather extreme, such as Donald Trump, Ben Carson, even Ted Cruz at moments, so that their views cannot be described otherwise as very controversial. In fact, as we know from WikiLeaks, Hillary Clinton favored those extreme politicians in hope that one of these kind of politicians, not really serious ones, is going to be elected by the Republicans so that she would have easier time defeating him. In fact, that is what happened. That is how Donald Trump ended where he is currently. So I think that on the Republican side, nobody expected such result. But on the other hand, other candidates were not really that much better than Donald Trump. They were not more convincing. They did not have better policies as to climate important issues in America, such as homelessness, climate change,
so Florida
or
will come up.
unemployment. These are all things that the candidates chose not to deal with. So most of Republican discussions were about the impact of the size of hands on the penis of the candidates and abortion laws. That is kind of like confetti policies.
So if Clinton loses to Donald Trump, as you say, one of the more extreme candidates, is she going to go down as one of the worst candidates in presidential history?
Might be, yes.
Could be. Fair
Yes.
enough. Aisha, what have you made of the primary process, in particular the Republicans? Did anyone stand out for you?
All right, so let's understand how the primaries are very important. Specifically, it's about mobilizing people to actually support your campaign and, leading that mobilization to actual presidential elections as well. Something that was very interesting during the primaries was the fact that different people were targeting different people, different groups, right? Essentially, Ted Cruz could have been targeting the Latinos. Rubio would be targeting the Latinos. Trump would be targeting the white people, right? So essentially, those sort of breakages in different communities essentially led to a very divergent sort of a primary election. Something which was very interesting for me because as of now, there was no other election wherein people have had such diverging views about different people. The very interesting fact about Donald Trump is a very simple premise that he's not the politician that everybody has been, thinking about the next president. He was the person that everybody had discarded from the very beginning. But something that Trump was able to do was the fact that he was able to mobilize people on a process which said that here I am not the conventional politician that you see all around. Here is your chance to actually bring some difference to the American politics, something that the Americans actually resonated with. Now that essentially became the very reason why he was actually able to win the primaries, and something that has also led him to come so close to the American presidential election.
Okay, what have you made, sorry we had those technical problems earlier, what have you made of the whole primary process and the Republicans? Did anyone stand out for you? Did it look like they were going to appoint someone moderate at John Kasich at any point?
More to the younger sort of population, which wanted change, which was tired of constant social inequality and rising income inequality, and wanted and they didn't see Clinton as someone who they could relate to.
Okay.
All these problems that she in fact kind of create.
Okay, Lucas, you mentioned there about how the Bernie Sanders sentiment was quite similar to that of Donald Trump. Did you see that as well?
Yes, that's very true. As we see now that most of the supporters of Bernie Sanders tend to either stay undecided or shift to Donald Trump, which is very ironic since most of the supporters of Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio turned to Clinton. In that way, that is also a very unusual election, and where Democrats take over groups that were previously mostly Republican, such as white, educated college graduates, who, even though they should favor more capitalistic, free market-oriented policies of Donald Trump, favor Clinton instead, because just Donald Trump uses such ridiculous rhetoric that they cannot stand it anymore.
Okay, so do you agree with that sentiment now?
I actually do, because all right, let's think about a situation wherein Bernie Sanders was the actual presidential candidate. In my opinion, it would have been easier for the Democrats to actually win the elections if it had been a Bernie Sanders versus Donald Trump elections. I'll tell you two reasons for that. Firstly, in this election, it's not about who's the better candidate, it's about who is not the worst candidate between the two of them, right? Essentially, when we talk about Hillary versus Trump competition, there are a lot of people who have a lot of hate for Hillary, right? Something that wasn't the case with Bernie. Bernie wasn't a sort of most dynamic candidate, but he was somebody who was more likable because of his, political inclinations. So if it had been a Trump versus Sanders competition by the end of it, I think it would have been easier for Sanders to actually mobilize people towards this campaign, because he was stable, somebody who has a very, attractive ideology, and somebody who was not the sort of politician that everyone had become tired of. So I think it would have been a very interesting campaign if, Hillary would have got defeated by Bernie.
But surely if Bernie Sanders joined against Trump, I mean, the US don't elect a socialist, do they?
To be fair, understand what Bernie Sanders was structuring his campaign around. He wanted equality, something that has been a resonating factor among a lot of Americans, because there is a lot of distressed population among their ecosystem. People as of now are worried that they're not growing economically, and what Bernie Sanders was offering to them was an equal opportunity, a level playing ground against everyone. Secondly, something that Bernie was absolutely against was the rise of these global banks and Wall Street corporations. Something that again after 2008 has been seen as one of the most impactful rhetoric between presidential elections. People hate banks. I don't. People do, and this again was one of the most structured campaigns for Bernie Sanders, and I think it would have resonated amongst people, even though he was a socialist. It would have been easier for people to get mobilized.
Just to let you know, we've had a couple of polls in already, and LBC have conducted one with people who are outside the polling booths in Florida, and 48% of people who were interviewed outside the polling booths in Florida say that the economy is the most important factor, whereas under 10% said immigration. Is that going to swing it in Clinton's favour? Florida is such a key state. What do we think? We'll start on the end with Mark.
I think obviously economy is one of the main issues, probably the most important issue of this election. Because one of the things that the people are most concerned about is that they're losing their jobs. Because incomes of the middle class and the lower class are not rising. That is what they're concerned about. They're concerned about the job security and the economy actually growing, not just for those at the top, but also for the middle class and the lower class as well.
Okay, what do we think, Aisha, about that particular poll in terms of LBC saying that the economy is much more important than immigration? Is that going to play in Clinton's favour?
As well, I'll start working on an assumption that these polls actually hold a lot of credibility. But again, even if we take that into factor, let's think about how Florida is one of the most, essential swing states for both Clinton and Trump. Considering that Trump has structured his campaign around the whole anti-immigration, anti-race sort of rhetoric, I think it would be easier for Clinton to actually take this state away, because people, if the polls suggest what the polls suggest are true, if Clinton can actually offer them an economic push, an economic growth, then Florida will go towards Clinton. Because if Trump's main specific rhetoric was anti-immigration and people don't care about it, I think it will be a huge factor in people actually going there and not voting for Trump, essentially.
Okay, more polls coming in, Lucas, and I'll ask you about this one now. In terms of the voters of the US, there's a short poll done in the US about who is the most honest candidate. Now, 65% of those said Donald Trump was the most honest candidate, whereas people who voted for Clinton, only 59% said she was an honest candidate.
I think this result is mostly affected by the email scandal and the fact that Donald Trump never hid his xenophobic, racist and disgusting views from the public. He was open about them all the time and basically built his media exposure not on the basis of merit, not on the basis of presenting himself as a sensible, rational candidate, but on controversy. So in that sense, people see that both of these candidates are really bad, but Trump admits it. That's why he's more honest than Clinton.
Just as well, by the way, you can tweet in today and have your tweets read out, and we will discuss them using the hashtag US. So if you want to tweet in or anything, use the hashtag WarwickUS. I want to go to something else now. I want to talk Alex Salmond. Now, many of you will know the ex-First Minister of Scotland has been watching the betting markets, and he says a lot of money has gone to Hillary, being put on Hillary in the last 5 or so minutes. What do we think about that? Is that going to show now that Hillary Clinton is going to win the presidency effectively?
Well, betting markets are always characterized by a high degree of risk.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't put too much emphasis on this. However, if I were to bet, I would bet Clinton.
Okay, what are your thoughts, Asha?
Let's understand how are these betting markets working. I think there's a lot of influence of the polls on these betting markets because of the latest polls, which essentially are telling that Hillary has a very, very strong chance of actually getting out there and defeating Trump. People will obviously try and make money out of this situation. And if every single poll which we have seen from the last 2 days are suggesting that Hillary is at a sort of brink of actually becoming the president, people will try to maximize the monetary benefit of that situation. I think the betting markets are actually reflecting that motion.
Barth, we're going to have to go to a very quick interview, but very quickly, tell me your thoughts on that money going on Hillary. If you could do it in about 20 seconds.
Right now, Hillary is up by about 3 or 4 percentage points. But before Brexit, the betting market said that Britain would remain. We all know how that worked out.
Okay, we're going to go to our other now, rather, Jack Abbey, who has an interview with a political society on campus.
Eleanor, what have you made of the candidates so far?
Interesting. I mean, they're not the people that, well, I mean, you would have expected, but I don't think Trump was anyone's bet, so it's made for an interesting election.
Would you have preferred to see Bernie Sanders instead of Hillary Clinton as the Democrat nominee, do you think?
Based purely on policy, I would have preferred Sanders because I think he has a lot more policies that can get a grassroots movement that actually appeals to people, that can fix a lot of the problems that are in the US, such as a lack of universal health care. But I still worry that he wouldn't have won, whereas I feel Clinton has the political stature and the recognition that maybe that will be what lets her win in the end, what people go for.
A lot of the criticism around Hillary Clinton has come from the fact that she's such an establishment inside figure, and obviously she's seen as sort of representative of the establishment in that way. Does her appeal in that, does she lose out from not being anti-establishment in the same way that Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump is, do you think?
My feeling is that at the end of the day, people are going to go for a candidate that they think can do the job, and I think personally, our best politicians have always been career politicians. Because of that will have to play into her favour. A lot of people worry about politics, and whilst they're like, oh, we don't trust politicians, at the end of the day, who would you rather have running the economy? Someone who's at least has experience in the area, or someone who's just like...
In terms of, that's what we've got time for, I'm afraid. We're going to move back to Henry.
Right, now, sorry about that. We're having a couple of technical difficulties. That doesn't detract from the US election, because at the end, one of these candidates, Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton, will be the next president. Now, although they are the two standout candidates, Gary Johnson and Jill Stein are two of the third party candidates. And I want to start firstly, I can hear some cheers in the audience, we clearly got some Greens in. Dr. Jill Stein is the Green Party candidate for this election. She was also the candidate in 2012. What have we made about Dr. Jill Stein in this particular election? We'll start at the end with Bath, rather. Sorry.
So Jill Stein's obviously been one of the third-party candidates, and historically, third-party candidates do not get as much of the support of the voter base. Most people probably don't have the same amount of funding as them, which also leads to another fact that how they impact these elections. Now, obviously, according to latest opinion polls, 20% of the people are planning to vote for a third-party candidate because they protest vote.
Okay.
So, obviously, the impact of the election, the swing states, especially
Yeah.
Florida, because if you vote for the third-party candidate,
It could affect the overall result.
she's favored to
Yeah, well, that, like exactly what happened in the 2000 election with Ralph Nader. Aisha, what do you think about this Jill Stein? Is she going to take the votes away from Hillary Clinton like Ralph Nader did to Gore in the 2000 election?
I think the only, experience that I have, I can draw a background on is the Al Gore versus Bush election. And I think Jill Stein, the only role that she's playing in this election is to take away the votes from Hillary Clinton, because it's a very simple fact that the people who are supporting Trump are very, very loyal to him, right? But the people who are supporting Clinton aren't as loyal, and therefore they are more susceptible to actually moving towards Stein, and therefore making it more probable for Trump to actually go out there and get elected. Something that is extremely vital for the Republican Party.
Lucas, how important are the Green Party going to be in this election? Can Jill Stein break that 1% bracket?
Not important at all. I don't think that they are going to make a substantial change in the elections, because I believe that the whole system of the United States elections, with PACs being main sources of funding for the politicians, is so dependent on huge corporations financing the candidates that it's impossible for third-party candidates to actually engage into any sort of fight with the two main parties. Moreover, I think that if there was a time for third-party candidates to break this dominance of two parties, it is these elections, as candidates are really bad. But Gary Johnson and Jill Stein, like Gary Johnson not knowing what NEPO is, and Jill Stein spraying her slogans on as a part of vandalism marketing, it's not something that can really impact the election.
Fair enough. Right, now we've had a quote from Hillary Clinton, who has just said it was the most humbling feeling to vote because there were so many people counting on the outcome of the election. What do you make of that, Aisha?
I think something that is extremely interesting is the fact that people are actually turning out to vote. I think a lot of minority groups are actually coming up and voting, specifically Latinos, black people, and these people play a very, very important role in actually keeping the Democratic Party afloat, right? So I think one of the most vital factors for Hillary Clinton to win would be to have the maximum people come out and vote, and specifically the minority group, something that we have been seeing the last 2 or 3 days during early elections, and something that I believe would be one of the most important factors for this election is to see how both parties have been able to mobilize people towards actually making a difference to this sort of presidential election.
Just to remind people as well, if you want to get in touch, I did mention this earlier, use the hashtag Warwick US and we'll read out your thoughts. Just very quickly, we're having a few problems with your mic, but if I could very quickly ask you, Hillary Clinton says it's the most humbling feeling to vote because so many people are counting on it. Are they?
Obviously, it's the US election, which is the largest country in the world. So obviously, the impact of the election will be felt not just in the US, but across all the country. Coming back to this point about large number of voters turning out to vote. I think Hillary Clinton depends on these minority groups. Obviously, Trump has somehow, with his racist, sexist, xenophobic rhetoric, managed to mobilize the working class, white male population. Now, Hillary Clinton, in order to win the election, and especially in the swing states, needs the vote of Latinos, blacks, and other minorities. So that is why I think that's why she said it.
I want to go back to Dr. Jill Stein now. As we said, she's the Green Party candidate for the US president. Now, Bernie Sanders, who was arguably similar in terms of ideology to Dr. Jill Stein, she hasn't really picked up his support that he had in the Democrat primaries, despite the fact that they might agree with her more than Hillary Clinton. Why do you think that is, Aisha?
I think it's a very simple problem, the fact that she is not being backed up by a very strong party. When you have the Green Party backing you up, there's not a lot of funding that you're getting, and you're not getting a lot of mobilization behind it.
Yeah.
Something that Democratic Party gave Bernie Sanders was the actual opportunity to go out there and reach out to people. When you actually have that those sort of resources behind you, it's more probable that people will relate to you more, people will understand you more, and will actually go out there and vote for you. Something that Green Party cannot offer to Jill Stein, and that is the reason that she has been paralyzed by this sort of American system of two-party politics. We can't do anything about it right now, but I think we need to understand American politics needs to evolve, and bring in more third parties so that people have more varied choice, and that choice can actually make a difference.
Fair enough. Lucas, what do you think? Why was Jill Stein not able to carry through Bernie Sanders' support, despite them being the same ideology?
I think there are two reasons. First is her lack of media exposure. She basically has no chance whatsoever to present her program to an average voter. Most of the people do not know her, do not know her policies, and do not see any chance of her actually winning the election. So they perceive voting for her as wasting a vote. Secondly, her policies are very unrealistic. For an average citizen of the United States, her views are so different from the rest, so different from the real-life policies, that basically Americans cannot accept her viewpoint as theirs.
So it's lack of media coverage more than
Yes.
anything else. Okay, right, now I want to talk also about those. We didn't really mention Ted Cruz too much. Now, he was quite close to being the Republican nominee, but he's arguably as extreme as Donald Trump is. Now, if he'd won the nomination and was the Republican candidate for president, would they have done any better, do you think? We'll start with Lucas.
I don't know if he would do any better against Hillary Clinton, but I know that after the term of this president, Republicans would be much better off. Because no matter what happens, no matter if Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton win this election, Republicans are nearly done. Firstly, because they are now associated with a very controversial, radical rhetoric that is xenophobic and cannot really be sustained for a longer period of time. And secondly, because they are associated with an individual persona of Donald Trump rather than whole party, a set of ideologies and ideas. So in that sense, I think that even if Ted Cruz would be worse presidential candidate, he would be a better representative of Republican Party.
Would he beat Hillary Clinton, though, do you think?
Could you repeat?
Do you think Ted Cruz would have beaten Hillary Clinton?
I think that yes, he would have more chances of doing so than Donald Trump.
Okay, right. I'm going to move on now to the other panellists, get their thoughts on this. So we'll start with you, Aisha. What do you think about what Lucas has just said there?
I actually disagree a bit, because I don't think Ted Cruz was bringing anything new to the table, something that Trump is. Trump is an extremely dynamic politician people are actually relating to. For me, Ted Cruz was a very conventional politician, a very conservative man, something that can only attract a specific group of people who are conservative, people who want a very rightist sort of a government in place. And that is not a lot of people in America right now. People, if they were looking for a liberal party candidate, they would have chosen Hillary Clinton. And Ted Cruz wasn't bringing anything dynamic to the table, something that would have made defeated Ted Cruz in any way whatsoever.
Bath, Ted Cruz, will he have beaten Hillary Clinton, do you think?
Well, I think primarily because of the reason that Ted Cruz isn't, according to people, he isn't as charismatic as Trump is. From what I've heard, that people in America, especially those who wouldn't like his sort of confrontation with swinging to the different side, they may not agree with everything he says, but they like it, the fact that he says it as it is.
So Jill Stein, who I know we've spoken about already, but she is obviously a third-party candidate. There was a poll by Gallup in the last couple of months that said effectively that the American people want a credible third party to vote for. 70% of them said they would consider voting for a third party if there was a chance they could win the election. Is there ever going to be a third party, though, under first past the post, do you think, Lucas?
Yes, of course. I think that there is a huge potential for third-party candidates to participate in the elections, but there are just two barriers that they need to overcome. Firstly, lack of infrastructure, lack of contacts, lack of media exposure, lack of funding that blocks them right now from ever expressing their views. And secondly, their huge radicalism in that way that Gary Johnson is very libertarian, Jill Stein is very green, so that their views cannot really be accepted by majority of the voters, and as such they exist only in a small niche within the whole electorate. That's why it's very hard for them to gain more support than Republicans and Democrats that are usually, not mentioning Donald Trump, more moderate.
And if we were to have a third party, do you think it would only come about because of the left, the Democrats electing someone like Bernie Sanders on the left, or because of someone like Donald Trump? Is there only going to be a third party because of a dichotomy or a split in one of the main parties, do you think? I mean, could someone like the Libertarians suddenly become big, do you think?
Currently, I don't think so. I don't think that they have enough means to push their ideas to the electorate, and I don't think that there is a social demand for such proposition, as the candidates chosen by both Republicans and Democrats usually reflect what the majority of the society thinks. So in that sense, even though on this occasion the system failed, it will have a higher chance of predicting what median voter, what most of the voters are going to support than third parties existing in niches. Yeah.
Fair enough. What do you think about, is there ever going to be a need for a third party? And if there is a third party, is it going to be someone like the Greens or the Libertarians gaining momentum? Or is it going to be a split in the Republicans or the Democrats?
I think there are specific critical junctures in every single political system, right? Be it George Washington's term, be it Abraham Lincoln's term. And I believe this would go on into the history as one of the critical junctures wherein the political system of America will change. I'll tell you why. As of now, there are people who are extremely distressed by the state of American politics, and the fact that neither the Republican candidate or the Democratic candidate can actually, mobilize people behind themselves. So I think that essentially creates a need for a specific third party people can actually relate to. And I believe as of now, after this election, people understand that if a third party comes up, if they can develop the structure, if they can develop the resources or the media exposure that, as he said, there's a very viable opportunity for them to actually develop mobilization behind them and actually develop a party which can create a difference in the American political system as opposed to the Green Party or the Libertarians. Again, I don't think the Libertarians or the Green Party has the sort of social attraction to bring in people that can actually lead them to a position as the president. But I believe there can be a split in the Democrats or the Republican parties, which can essentially lead to a third party, which can mobilize people towards themselves, and by the end of next 2 decades, bring a new party to the fore, which can essentially become the next president of the United States of America.
Now, Bath, I want to talk to you about something a bit different. There's been an exit poll coming out that says of the people that have voted in the certain swing states, only 42% voted for the candidate that they strongly favoured. So the rest of the people voted effectively because the person was the least worst option. Did we expect that?
People are still undecided about who to vote for because you that are predominantly Democratic and some predominantly Republican. This the exit poll that is shows that nothing for certain.
So this statistic is quite worrying for Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton, saying that only 42% of them, of the people who voted for them, only voted because they strongly favoured them. So the rest of people said they were the least worst option.
I think the problem here is the fact that these people are the ones that these presidents will be catering to after they become the presidents, right? Essentially, anybody who comes up as the next president of the United States of America is leading a group of people who probably hate them. Essentially, if Clinton comes up or Trump comes up, the people of their country are essentially having a feeling that this is not the worst candidate, but this is not the candidate that I wanted, right? So it's a very simple fact that every single president needs the people of his own country to, back him up to actually develop the economic policies which are required. And something they have a problem right now is the fact that neither Clinton or Trump might have that mobilization or motivation power for the people.
It's very finally, because we're going to have to move on to another interview. So this exit poll shows that the two main parties aren't popular. Is it to be expected?
Yes, I believe that most of the Americans think that generally the situation in the country is bad. They feel pessimistic about the elections, and as such disapproval of Trump and Clinton shows exactly this state of mind of Americans.
Okay, right, we're going to go now to another interview with a society on campus by Jack Abbey.
Do they just come on and then do they just swap on and off? Is that
No idea, ask Rob.
She fights for like so they really actually respect her. So she would be very useful in 20th century, and I think she should run. I think possibly even primary Hillary Clinton if she were in office, just to make sure that happened.
In terms of Republican candidates then, do you think that other candidates such as sort of Mitt Romney in 2012 would have done better this year than Donald Trump has done?
Yeah, definitely would have. I think many of the other Republicans in this race would have beaten Hillary Clinton. I think, to be honest, Donald Trump is one of the few candidates that Hillary Clinton could have beaten, given all the unpopularity she has.
And in terms of the Republicans again, where do you think that they go from here? Because they've got the problems with the Tea Party and with Donald Trump. Can they ever sort of regain their stance as a moderate party?
I'm not sure. I mean, they might just go into implode, to be honest with you. But I think that they'll just have to focus far more on being right-wing economically and slowly have to realise that being prejudiced won't play well.
What do you think of the third parties then? So Jill Stein of the Greens and Gary Johnson of the Libertarians. Do you think there's sort of much in them? And do you think a third party can ever really become big in American politics?
A third party probably won't become big in recent times because there's just not enough space for them because the other two parties are fairly broad. Jill Stein has said some controversial things, but her general plank is fairly good. Whereas the Libertarian Party don't believe in climate change and want to abolish corporate taxation, so I don't think they're particularly responsible.
Thank you, Felix. Back down to Henry now.
This one is from ABC News. Now, ABC plays such a key role in this election. They said that 75% of voters decided who they were going to vote for more than a month ago. Now, who is this going to favour, do we think? We'll start with Lucas.
I think this kind of statistics show that both of these candidates have strong supporters and strong opposers, in that sense that both of the candidates are really controversial, and in order to decide between them, voters did not really had to wait that much, because most of the people either love Trump and hate Clinton, or the other way around, or they stay undecided and just already know what one of the candidates is going to bring to the table. As such, there was not really a huge change in the social perception of both candidates. Clinton is still a status quo politician
Okay.
who represents hated establishment, and Trump is just like a huge middle finger from the society to the establishment.
Fair enough. Right, Aisha, what do we think about this poll saying 75% decided more than a month ago? Whose favour is that going to play in?
Let's go back a month back and see how things were turning up for both the parties as at that moment, right? So that was the time when Trump's video came out. That was the time when the debates were going on, and that was the time when these parties were actually, making everything worse off for the other party, right? I believe during that sort of time period, Trump made a lot of mistakes, be it the video, be it the kind of debates that he was performing in, and that essentially led to a lot of people believing that he's not the sort of candidate that we would want as the next president of America. And I think if that was the trickling point for people to actually choose the presidential the candidate, I think Hillary is at a huge advantage because of the very simple fact that things weren't turning out well for Trump during that time period.
Okay, now before we move on to get Barty on this, just a few more things that have come in. This will please the Trump fans in the room, or maybe not. 4 in 10 people support building the wall between the US and Mexico. So that is what to do. And George W. Bush has announced that he didn't vote for Donald Trump. George W. Bush, the former president, did vote for Donald Trump. That's quite something to react to, isn't it, Mark?
First, the Republicans. Obviously, the top brass of the Republicans have already decided that they're not going to vote for Donald Trump purely because nature of the candidate. So, and going back to the point about the 75% of the voters who have already decided who they will vote for, I think I agree with what you said. 1 month ago, we had this climate where Trump's obviously discussing video about how the assaulted video came out. And also,
Yeah.
seeing all the precedent, although Trump supporters may want to disagree at the moment, they always like to disagree. But then we can all agree that Trump won almost every single presidential debate. So I think it's a victory. But not to that big an extent, because you have to realize that people who are voting for Hillary are not voting for her because they believe in what she's doing. They're voting, they don't believe in Trump. Like Trump voters believe in what he's saying.
Few things, because the panel will have to go off in a minute. I can see some people tucking into hot dogs and milkshakes. I want to get off and see what's going on over there. So I want to ask about this. I read out then about 4 in 10 Americans wanting to build a wall. Obviously that isn't a majority of Americans, but could that play in Trump's favour? Because that seems considerably high.
To be fair, I think there's a very, very strong rightist wave going on in America right now, and this is the reason why people are actually supporting the sort of building of a wall on the southern border. To be fair, it would be pretty cool to have a wall on the southern border. It will be a huge wall, but the fact remains that I don't think this wall can actually lead to anything very substantial. First of all, we don't know who these people were that these polls were taking into account, and secondly, we do not know how many people they had actually contacted. Thirdly, the fact remains that even if they said that they wanted a wall to be built, I don't necessarily believe that this can actually trickle down to a vote for Trump. I believe it's just there, a lot of immigrants are coming in and they do not want that. But
Okay.
that does not necessarily mean that they would want Trump to be the next president just because of the fact that it would be a lot of worse
Right.
possibilities just by him coming up as the next president.
Right, okay, just a few more things to say. I'm going to go to you, Lucas, on this particular one. 71% of voters, according to Fox News, said Trump's treatment of women bothered them. 71% of people interviewed by Fox News said that Trump's treatment of women bothered them. What do you think about that? That's from Fox News as well.
I think it should bother 100% of the voters, but on the other hand, I believe that most of the voters would not take this behavior into their account. I think that current support for both candidates does not come from really the fight between those candidates. They are just, Trump and Clinton are just symptoms of a deeper social problem that troubles America, of a problem of deep inequalities and people that are fueled by hate while making their choices. This hate is visible in terms of both hating establishment, immigrants, women, everybody. And basically, this is what Trump does. Trump uses those kind of social tensions to his advantage.
Final few things, because in a minute we're going to go to our results analyst, RAW. I want to ask about Gary Johnson. Now, he's the Libertarian Party candidate for president. When George W. Bush says then that he didn't vote for Donald Trump, you'd assume that he voted for Gary Johnson rather than Hillary Clinton, but at this stage we don't know. How is he going to do in the polls, do we think? We'll start with Aisha. Is he going to break that? I mean, some polls at the start had him on about 13%.
To be honest, I'll be very surprised if he does well on the polls. The kind of things that he has said on national television before, be it the Aleppo, be it not being able to name the best leader of the world. And I think it will be very surprising for us to, see Gary Johnson to actually perform well on the polls. If he does, one of the most interesting factors that would come down would be the fact that the other two candidates were so bad that they had to turn up to somebody like Gary Johnson, a person who has no idea about how the economics work, how the political structures work, or how the social structure of America works. But that essentially means that both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump were so bad that people had to turn up for people like Jill Stein or Gary Johnson as their protest vote, right?
I'm going to have to move you on there. Final. What do we think about Gary Johnson? What is he going to get in this election, percentage-wise?
I don't think he's going to affect the election as massively as many people are claiming he will, purely because of the fact that he doesn't have any basic understanding of how the country works. Some might say similar to Donald Trump, but I don't think he'll have a major impact on the election.
So you don't think he's going to get a significant share? Okay, we're going to cross over now to Will, who is our results analyst, talking you through all the key states in this particular election.
So, one of the most important swing states is undoubtedly Florida. In many ways, the archetypal swing state. Florida has 29 electoral college votes. That's a huge amount, almost as amount as New York State. Clearly, it is a very important state. In the last 4 elections, it's voted twice for the Republicans and twice for the Democrats in extremely small margins. Most famously in 2000, in the presidential election where George Bush won his first term, the margin of victory was 537 votes. That's out of a total of 6 million votes cast. In percentage terms, 0.1% ahead. Absolutely crucial. Now, Obama in 2012 won this state by just 0.9 percentage points. If in Florida and its crucial 29 electoral college votes, it's quite inconceivable that Trump will win on the night. So it's undoubtable the importance of Florida to this whole election. Now, both candidates have campaigned rigorously in the state, and early polling data does suggest that Trump does have the upper hand in Florida. However, there are many other factors to consider. Florida's massive Cuban-American population, which traditionally always votes for the Republicans, has been put into question given Trump's unfavorable polling stats with Hispanics. It is possible that the Democrats may win, and if they do, it is highly unlikely that Trump will win it at all. So Florida, a key state, one that will be very, very close, I think. Another key state is undoubtedly Michigan, home to the famous M&M and the motor industry centered around Detroit. This is potentially a swing state. Now, the state has voted for the Democrats from all elections after 1988. It is almost considered a strong Democratic state. However, Clinton has only polled roughly around 4 points more than Donald Trump in recent days. Furthermore, Donald Trump has been to Michigan quite a bit in the last few days, touching down in Michigan at least 3 times. And he's got some reason to think he could win it. Indeed, Michigan has suffered intense industrial decline over the last 20 years. Indeed, in 2008, the industry almost collapsed. So it is highly likely that Trump could snatch the state. Indeed, it would be a massive signal for how the rest of the night is going to turn out if Trump was able to snatch the state. Clinton is expected to win it, and it would be a massive upset if she did not win Michigan. Now, the auto industry is extremely important to Michigan, and Trump's message of defending America's job, defending America's trade, is chiming very, very well with particularly white, male, working class men in Michigan. How well large Michigan's black community, and in what numbers they come out to vote tonight. Although it isn't essential for Clinton to win Michigan, it would be a massive drawback if she failed to win it. And that is why Michigan is, unusually so this time, a huge, huge swing state. Back to the panel.
Right now, if I could just get the panel to introduce themselves. As you will see, we are joined by a new Anthony, and if you could sort of explain who you are, maybe your course, something along those lines.
Thanks, Henry. Well, I'm Anthony Tucker. I'm the LGBT officer for Warwick Labour, and I study history and French for the second year.
My name is Nikita. I'm studying economics in my second year. Well, originally I'm coming from Russia, so I hopefully will introduce quite interesting points from my background.
Okay.
I'm Ross. I am Ross. And yeah.
Right, okay. More polls in. Firstly, to update that George W. Bush, that he actually left his ballot blank. So he didn't vote for Trump. He didn't even vote for Gary Johnson. A few more things. The national exit poll for education has said that 52% of college graduates voted for Hillary Clinton, which is an increase in the number who voted for Barack Obama. What do you think about that?
Well, hopefully it'll play well for her, especially in terms of turnout. It's been described as a race to get as much of the Democratic coalition out as is humanly possible. And ultimately, if their turnout beats Trump's, they're going to win.
What do we think about that? College-educated graduates voting for Clinton.
Well, I'm not really surprised, really, because what we've got from Clinton is we've got quite a progressive liberal kind of view here. And what Trump's been putting across over the last 18 months and in the run-up to the election is quite a more closed-off protectionist view of America. And I think some younger college graduates or people who have had application will be more Clinton's view rather than Trump's. However, if we look kind of at the general trend in Trump voting, people who actually have higher incomes are actually more inclined to vote for Trump. And so there is actually play between those higher income earners who are more inclined to vote for Trump versus those college graduates who are looking towards Hillary.
Now, one thing I haven't asked the new panel is how you think it's going to go. Who's going to win and by what margin? Ant.
Well, if the polling's right, and I hope it is.
Because it's always right, isn't it, the polling?
Well, exactly. American polls are a bit better than British ones. There's no competition. So I want to go with the evidence and say it'll be a Hillary win, but not as big as been suggested. So definitely win in the electoral college, for example.
Okay. What do we think?
Yeah, well, I personally won't give any particular prediction on it, but I'll just go back and what we've seen during the UK referendum, for example. Even though the polls was strongly against the Brexit, but we got what happened. But quite interestingly though, there was also completely different statistics which was derived from something called big data.
Okay.
Big data, so from Facebook, from social media, and it was actually showing that Brexit is supposed to happen. And it actually happened. So now I think the big data on these elections is actually in favor of Trump, if I'm mistaken. So.
We're going to have to cut to an interview in a minute, but very quickly, who's going to win and by what margin?
Well, I think I'm actually over Hillary Clinton, where actually 5 to 8 really recently put their last poll out there, Maverick poll.
Right, well, technical difficulties. The audience are probably off. Jack Abbey, one of our presenters, Marissa Beaton. to see what she thinks.
I'm joined now by Marissa Beattie, the Societies Officer here at the SU. Now, Marissa, what have you made of the candidates? Which one do you prefer? I think I can probably guess the answer.
Yeah, pretty easy one for me. Hillary's obviously the preferable candidate in this election, for sure.
Would you have preferred to see Bernie Sanders instead of Hillary Clinton? Do you think he represents your views more closely, or is it good to see a woman as potentially as the first president?
My politics definitely align more with Bernie. I was always a big Bernie supporter from the start. So it's taken me a little bit of a while to warm to Hillary in that respect, just politically. But yeah, it'd be great to see a woman leading one of the greatest countries in the world. So yeah, for sure.
What do you think of the scandals that have sort of surrounded Hillary Clinton's campaign? Is that a big deal for you? Because the emails for many Americans is a really big issue.
It hasn't really worried me at all, actually. I think it's been quite pushed by the media, and part of me thinks it's quite sexist, to be perfectly honest about it. I feel like if it happened, I mean, you can see it when you look at the stuff that's happened around Trump, the controversy, like the tapes that were leaked and stuff. After a couple of days, it sort of became old news. But this emails thing for Hillary has been going on for months and months, and people won't let it go. And it's been said that it's not a big deal anymore. It's just a bit of a weird thing.
Do you think, as a woman, then Hillary has faced extra issues, not just in terms of the email scandal, but in terms of her performance in debates? Is she more open to criticism than perhaps a man is?
I mean, probably yes. It's going to be the case for a while, I guess. That's women are going to find it a little bit more difficult on a political stage. This is our first female nominee for president, so always going to be a bit more difficult, a few more barriers to overcome. So yeah, naturally a bit more bias in the media as well. So yeah.
Obviously, these are the two most unpopular candidates of all time in terms of US presidential elections. Do you think that a more moderate Republican candidate, somebody like Mitt Romney, who ran in 2012, would perhaps have been in a better position than Donald Trump would be today? Do you think he would have sort of, as many people are saying, walked the election, which because Hillary Clinton herself is so unpopular?
I'm not sure about that one. It's quite a difficult one. I mean, Trump's obviously got to where he is because there are lots and lots of people in the States that are obviously really unhappy with how things are. Whether that's justified or whether there's been a misunderstanding with things, there is another debate altogether. But it's hard to say whether there were lots of Republican nominees to start out with. So obviously he's filling a gap somewhere that wouldn't have been filled by someone like Mitt Romney. So
Donald Trump then is obviously, you sort of touched upon it there, an anti-establishment figure. Do you think that the motives that are propelling Donald Trump forward and the motives that get people to vote for Donald Trump are the same as the motives that fueled Brexit in this country?
I have to be careful with that one, obviously, because everyone has slightly different motivations. But yeah, we've seen a similar rhetoric around race and immigration, all those same sorts of arguments that don't really hold up for me and for a lot of people. Just quite clearly racially motivated, like a large proportion of Brexit voters were as well, which is a massive shame. And it's going to be really interesting, no matter what the outcome is tonight, to see how the world moves forwards with that, because there's obviously quite a clear challenge ahead in that respect.
Now, Donald Trump beat quite a few establishment Republican figures to become the nominee. He defeated Jeb Bush, he defeated Ted Cruz. Where do you think the Republican Party can go from Donald Trump, given that he was so much more popular than their sort of figures that you would expect to be successful within the primaries?
A really interesting one. I mean, I think if you look back from the Republican Party over the last few hundred years even, it's quite interesting to see how much it's changed as a party. You think it's really weird to think for me sometimes that Abraham Lincoln was a Republican, that one of the most progressive presidents there's been. So yeah, it'd be interesting for Republicans. I think they've had a bit of a wake-up call in terms of what they want their perception to be from the world and from the States. So it'd be interesting to see where they go from here and how they address those issues. I think it would be interesting to see whether things continue to be more polarised or if they start to become more coming together in terms of politics.
Now, this is obviously a US election, but because the USA is such a huge superpower, it obviously has huge implications for the rest of the world. What do you think the impact of a Donald Trump presidency might be upon Britain? Obviously, I imagine you think it'd be quite bad, given that you're not a big fan of Trump.
I'm not a big fan of fun. Yeah, potentially quite disastrous. I'm trying not to think about it too much, obviously. I think, just goes to show, if you look at Brexit, how much it affected, just the uncertainty around it that affected the economy is likely to happen the same in the US, but obviously I can't say that with any guarantee. I'm not an economist. I can't even say the word economist by any stretch of the imagination. So, yeah, it's anyone's game right now.
Thank you for joining us. That's all we've got time for, I'm afraid. We're going to carry on. We'll talk about Hillary Clinton and the email scandal, obviously. The email scandal is obviously a huge thing for her. Do you think if she became president, she could ever overcome the hurdles that are posed by the FBI investigations? Do you think she will ever command respect, given that she's been put under investigation?
I think she will. She's definitely seems very, very strong, and I think once the election is over, obviously if she does come to win, the dialogue around her will completely change because the emphasis is different. And hopefully people will start actually thinking about the country and where they want to go with it rather than just having a bit of a squabble over some emails that no one really knows much about. So yeah, I'm sure it will be overcome and it will be old news eventually. So yeah.
Thank you for joining us, Marissa. We're now joined by Gina, who is a member of the exec here at RAW 1251 AM. Gina, would you like to just quickly give us your thoughts on the candidates? Which one you prefer?
I prefer Clinton. Don't get me wrong, though. I definitely think it's they're between a rock and a hard place, in my opinion. In my humble opinion, I might add. But there's no doubt that, in my mind, Clinton would make a better president. Apart from anything else, I just think that she's just so much more professional and statesman-like in the way that she conducts herself, and I think that makes a really big difference to me. Anyway, I just think that Trump is just so unprofessional in the way he conducts himself in so many different ways. I don't even need to go through the list. I think we all know, the way he treats people and the way he speaks about people is just completely unacceptable for somebody who's supposed to be going into such a high position of power in such a massive country. Do you know what I mean? It just seems so unacceptable to me.
So for you, Hillary Clinton's status as a political insider is almost a good thing rather than a bad thing? Because for many people, it's a negative that she's been in the political sphere for so long. For you, is that a good thing rather than a negative?
I don't really... I'm somebody who definitely believes that experience can't really count against you. I think experience is such a valuable thing to have, and again, that is something that she has. There's no doubt that some of her experience is probably better than others, and I know that she's been, there's been a lot of accusations thrown around about her being kind of quite corrupt and other things, and I know that over her time she has made a lot of mistakes. Being part of the government and stuff, but there's no doubt for me that experience is so invaluable, and the fact that Trump doesn't have any of it shows, first and foremost. It's so clear to me that he's had basically no experience as a statesman, but also I just think that kind of like I said before, I just think the way she conducts herself is so much more professional, and I think when you're representing a country that is so important, it makes so much sense to me that the way you present yourself as the President of the United States is essentially presenting the United States to the whole world. Who would want Trump essentially being your representative? It just doesn't make any sense. Sorry.
You touched briefly upon the issue of corruption in this election, and this is something that Donald Trump has talked endlessly about, it seems. And he seems to suggest that the election is potentially rigged against him. What do you make of that sort of allegation?
I think that it doesn't surprise me coming from Donald Trump that he would think it was rigged. Frankly, I think it's kind of ridiculous. He's shown time and time again that he's kind of a bad loser in a lot of different situations. And I just think that it's kind of a bit ridiculous to say that it's rigged. As soon as if he started winning in the polls and if he actually made it to the White House, I'm sure he would turn around and say it certainly wasn't rigged by any means. So I think that's quite telling in itself, to be honest with you.
Now, American politics at the moment is perhaps the most divided it's been in decades. We see the Tea Party on the far right of the Republican Party, Bernie Sanders rising on the left of the Democrat Party. And when Obama came into office in 2008, he talked a lot about bipartisanship, about eradicating the barriers between parties. Do you think that that's something that can be achieved within even the next 10 years, given the divisiveness of this campaign alone?
I think it's a really interesting question, because I think I mean, you can see across the world to a certain extent, even in this country, there are huge divides in politics at the moment. And I don't know whether that's kind of like a reflection of the culture that we're kind of experiencing at the moment, or just the complete kind of everyone feels a little bit disenfranchised, I suppose, from the government and from the people in power, and that definitely reflects in American politics. And to be honest with you, with the two candidates they have at the moment, to me, it doesn't really look like it's something that can be achieved, breaking down those barriers and getting rid of those divides. It doesn't look like something that can be achieved in such a short period of time. Like 10 years does not sound long enough to me. But then having said that, like incredible things have been achieved in shorter periods of time. So I guess you can never say never. And I really hope that it can be achieved in less than 10 years, but it seems a little bit unrealistic at this point in time.
Something that I've been asking everybody who's come up here for an interview is whether they think that other candidates would have done better. So first of all, do you think Bernie Sanders would have done better than Hillary Clinton against Donald Trump?
Now, the way I feel about Bernie Sanders is that I think he comes across as a really lovely guy with his heart completely in the right place. Unfortunately, I have quite a lot of family in America, and quite, left in terms of American politics, which obviously to this country still probably doesn't seem very left. But all of them were saying the problem with Bernie Sanders is that he's just not a man that's viable in America. Their culture does not allow for somebody like him with his politics to really thrive, which is why, again, although I think that he had a lot of potential in terms of being he's so different from the other candidates, and I genuinely think that his heart was in the right place in a way that with Clinton and Trump you definitely do not feel at all. To be honest, neither of them. But I don't think there would have been a place for him in American politics, just knowing the culture of America and knowing kind of the way the people think and react, in the way that they do. Unfortunately, it would have been really nice, but I just don't think it would have worked.
And for the Republican Party then, do you think that somebody more moderate, such as Mitt Romney, who ran in 2012, or Jeb Bush, who ran against Donald Trump, would have done better than Donald Trump is doing? Because Donald Trump has consistently, we've seen, been in the polls behind Hillary Clinton all the way through this campaign.
Yeah. What was your actual question there?
Do you think that Mitt Romney or Jeb Bush would have done better?
That's hard to say, isn't it? I suppose at the time they were just in a completely different election, and I think Obama was somebody, he was so fearless, and I don't know. I know that it was very close between the two, but for me, I couldn't even imagine a different outcome now. I think actually if they had been in this election, so Mitt Romney, for example, had been in this election against Hillary Clinton, I think it would have been a very interesting story, actually, because there would have been a very strong chance of him taking it away, I think, because there's so much public distress concerning Hillary Clinton. So it could have been a completely different election, but unfortunately you've got to be in the right place at the right time, and Mitt Romney just was not in it. I think it would have been really fascinating to see him in the current day election tonight, because I do think it could have been a very different story, but as it is, we have Donald Trump instead.
Now, I asked Marissa very briefly about the email scandal, and do you think there's an element of sexism in the way that the email scandal continues to hang around Hillary Clinton's neck? And perhaps, do you think it would have happened, if the same scandal had happened to a male candidate, such as even Obama, would the same accusations have been made?
Just out of interest, what makes you think that there's a potential element of sexism in it?
In the sense that it's continued to be sort of an anchor around her neck in the way that perhaps if we saw the same scandal on another politician, it maybe wouldn't have been sort of constantly brought up in the same way. I'm not saying it is sexism, but I'm just saying this is the argument made by some.
I would really like to hope that it wasn't a sexist act, because to be honest with you, if any politician had been accused of what she's been accused of, I think they should have been treated in the same way. And the thoroughness of the investigation is essential in that, and I really don't think it should come down to her sex. I think that she's been treated quite fairly for what she's being accused of. I guess the only thing that could change is potentially if it was a man, they just wouldn't be accused or, harassed in the same way. But then I would like to think they all would, no matter what. I think it would be really sad to think it was a sexist act. I hope it's not.
Thank you for joining us. We're now joined by Jack Hadfield, who is, as you can see from his hat, if you're watching on the screens, a Donald Trump supporter. How are you, Jack?
I'm all right, thank you very much, Jack.
What have you made of Donald Trump's campaign? Have you been a fan? I'm guessing you probably have been.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of the Donald. his campaign. I wasn't a Trump supporter to start. I was supporting Rand Paul, then I switched to Cruz, and then I eventually started supporting Trump. First, ironically, because there was a lot of jokes going around at the time, but then I actually came to realise that he actually did have the best policies out of all the other candidates.
Which of those policies then are the ones that really appealed to you?
Well, I mean, firstly, the free trade deals that have completely decimated the American working class. I think Michael Moore, who's quite a left-wing commentator and filmmaker and documentary maker, referred to them as the former middle class. And he said, these people had their jobs, taken away from them, shipped overseas with outsourcing and so on. And there's been towns and communities that are being completely destroyed by just by the heartless policies that the people in Washington who have forced on the American population. So I think Trump said he wants a fixed trade and makes a more equitable trade deal with there, and actually make sure that American workers actually do have jobs, and so they can feed their families and go home and create a good life for themselves.
Now, Donald Trump has been consistently behind in the polls all the way through this campaign. Do you think there's any chance of him winning tonight?
I've always been sort of on the fence of whether he can actually pull it off or not. But actually, over the past 2 weeks, I've become a lot more confident. In fact, I've been enough confident to bet 20 quid on him actually winning. So that'd be very good for me if he actually pulls it off as well. But I mean, just even like the past few days or so in national polling, he's had massive gain, about 6-point lead over Clinton in quite a few polls. Reuters put a poll where he had him like 8 points ahead nationally. They then took it down from the website after a couple of minutes. But I'm a lot more confident now, actually, after these past few weeks and how well he's doing, rather more how badly Clinton has been doing, and all the things with WikiLeaks coming out and the corruption and the scandals. I think have really been turning a lot of potential Hillary Clinton voters off, and then Trump's capitalising on those gains, and I really think he can do it tonight, actually.
Thank you for joining us, Jack. Now down to Henry again.
Hello. Right, sorry about that long absence there. We're having a few technical difficulties, as you can probably hear. I think people can hear me clearly now. Can you hear me? Hey! The first thing that's happened to report is there has been a shooting in California near a polling station. 2 people have been injured, but there's a shooting close to the polling station. No one has been killed, but that's happened. Also in North Carolina, there have been problems with electronic voting. So they have requested to keep the voting hours open for an extra 90 minutes. The Clinton camp have approved this request, but the Trump camp are yet to comment. So the Trump camp haven't commented on this particular issue. In terms of a projected result now, Kentucky, we think we have the projected result for Kentucky, 79.1% for Donald Trump. 79.1% in Kentucky is the predicted for Donald J. Trump, whereas Hillary Clinton is on 18%. Let's ask now the panel what they think of that. Firstly, with Kentucky, Anthony.
Well, I don't think you can call it a surprise. It's been consistently a Republican state, and ultimately, if it backed Romney, if it backed McCain, if it backed Bush, then generally speaking, I don't think it's backing Trump is a big surprise. With only 8 electoral college votes, it's not a big blow for Clinton.
Okay, moving on. This election in Kentucky, is it what we expected? Do you think 79, but nearly 80% for Trump?
Well, honestly speaking, that seems to be quite surprising, especially if we compare with the statistics from the primaries, which was only 36% for the Trump. And if we see from again from a history, it was always a Republican state. Well, it seems like there's some magic going on.
Okay, and at the end, what do we think about this Kentucky? Is that going to be a great success for Donald Trump now?
Well, in the end, it's only 8 electoral college votes, so it's not the end of Hillary Clinton's night by any means. But I do think it sets a precedent. I think what we've seen in the polls leading up to tonight may not be an accurate reflection of what's going to happen. And I think nearly 8% Donald Trump is, I couldn't imagine that happening anywhere. but that is a really large majority, and I really want to see what happens in more of the swing states like Florida and North Carolina.
I'll ask the panel now. Kentucky, as you just mentioned then, it's not one of those swing states. We knew there was a good possibility it was going to go to the Republicans, but is it still worrying the margin that we see, Ant?
Not as much as I think most people would think. Donald Trump is going to garner a lot of votes. That's the sad fact of the night. But they're concentrated. The way the Electoral College works is, much like in Britain, you have to have a lot of votes spread over a big area. If Donald Trump gets as many votes as, say, Romney did, but they're in fewer states, it makes it for an easier victory for Clinton.
I want to ask the other panellists now about, so in Florida there was famously these incidents with votes not being counted. You know, there was a lot of controversy there in the 2000 election. Now North Carolina have announced that they want to extend polling. What does that say about the US election system, and should they be granted that extra time, do you think?
If I may, I think they should be granted that time, because in the end, you're just voting, and it doesn't make a difference. If as many people can vote, it makes the democratic procedure much more effective and much more true to what the people believe. So I don't see why Donald Trump should be scared of stopping people voting, and in the end, we should allow as many people as possible to vote in the fairest way.
Just some more exit polls coming in. Firstly, Fox News have said that they asked people about who do the public trust more with the economy. 48% of people said Donald Trump was the person to trust with the economy, whereas only 46% of people said Hillary Clinton could be trusted on the economy. Now, breaking down those demographics as well, the National Exit Poll, this is a separate issue, but they've revealed that of all voters under 30 years old, 54% of them prefer Hillary Clinton. Again, Ant, is this what we thought would happen?
It's not a surprise. One of the big elements of the Obama coalition for the Democrats was a lot of young people voting. Democrat voters are predominantly female, predominantly younger, and at this election at least better educated. It's not anything particularly surprising.
Better educated people voting for Hillary Clinton. Is this what we expected?
Well, yeah, because I think it's all again about protectionism and basically, for example, me as an economic student, I clearly don't like all the ideas about protectionism which Donald Trump is trying to put forward. So, and it's kind of would be scaring me if I would be voting.
Just to remind people as well, before we ask the panellists about other things, the hashtag tonight is Warwick US. So if you're tweeting the news, the hashtag Warwick US. A couple of people have already got in touch. One of those, however, I've got to apologise because apparently on the live broadcasts our mics were going out at the start, and one of the panellists, not any of these three, but one of the panellists from the first set said that Hillary Clinton was a reptile. So sorry if you were offended by that particular statement. I want to talk very briefly, Ant, about the third parties now. So we touched on them earlier, Dr. Jill Stein and Gary Johnson. Now, in this particular poll of Kentucky, we see an increase in the vote share for Trump. I want to focus on this because it's one of the few results we have in already. Why do you think Gary Johnson, although Trump was suspected to win there, why did Gary Johnson not at least make some ground? Because judging by that figure, he can't have taken many votes away from Trump or Clinton.
I think Johnson suffered from being a bad candidate. I can understand there are a lot of people who have been looking for a third-party option because of how vicious the race has been, for starters. But Johnson's been a pretty poor candidate. He's nothing new. He is the face of the Libertarian Party, but he's been a bit clueless. Most noticeably, the thing about not knowing what an Aleppo was.
Why have the third parties not taken votes, do you think?
Well, I mean, it's one of the most interesting questions, really, so to answer. And I think actually the whole election this time is becoming more on the show side, which is personally quite sadly for me. So, and it's becoming more on the personal level of the candidates rather than from people looking at the actual proposals of the candidates.
Okay, third parties, and also that exit poll that said that more educated college people are voting for Clinton. What do you think?
Okay, so if I may go back to the exit poll first, I think it's not really like unexpected that the more educated, kind of like younger people kind of voted for Clinton, but I kind of see this election as a Brexit election. It's a very Brexit-style election in the US, and we said the Remain campaign was in the UK was kind of led by the younger, more educated people, and we kind of neglected this large white male working class fragment of the electorate. And I think while this is all well and good, what we may have seen in Kentucky is a large proportion of this older electorate turning out for Donald Trump, and that's why he's got the numbers he has. And then I'll leave it on to Gary Johnson and the kind of third-party candidate. He's a very poor candidate. In 2012, he only got 0.99% of the vote, and the very nature of the American electoral system means that it's very hard for these third-party candidates to get much TV time, much airtime, much funding, and in the end, the way people vote in the state, if you get one vote more than the other candidate, you get all the electoral college votes. So people are going to be very inclined to vote for the main candidates because the third-party candidates don't really seem like they have any worth overall.
Right, now on that theme of third-party candidates, someone we haven't spoken about yet, and he's not perhaps the most well-known face in this election, but Evan McMullen is an independent Conservative, and there's a very good chance, apparently, that he could win Utah tonight, because he is a Mormon, and Utah has a very high Mormon population that Trump has seemed to alienate. And is there a realistic possibility of this?
Well, it's been looking like it's swung back towards Trump in the last couple of weeks. Third party will always suffer in the run-up to the election day itself. But the fact that we're even discussing Utah, a state that voted for Romney by 29 points, admittedly he was a Mormon, but voted for McCain by into double digits as well, might go to a third party, is quite surprising. And it's because the Mormons, the Church of Latter-day Saints, have, unlike most other Christian groups, have spoken completely against Trump because he does not represent any form of Christian morality, any form of morality whatsoever.
Thoughts broadly then, can a third party win a state, do you think, or do you think it's just going to be Clinton versus Trump in every state?
It's going to be more of my personal... I think it's going to be more of my personal view, but I would say more on the Clinton versus Trump view, just from what we have seen already.
Okay, and this particular instance of Evan McMullen, now I'll forgive any of the panellists who haven't heard of him because he's not the most well-known face, but can he win Utah, do you think?
Well, I think in the end, people are going to revert back to voting for either Trump or Clinton because they want to make sure that their candidate on their preferred side of politics actually makes the White House. So while these kind of polls beforehand may suggest that the third-party candidates have a chance, I think when the average person's in that polling station, they're going to feel inclined to vote for the candidate which they want in the White House rather than just kind of a rebellious kind of third-party vote.
So on this broader issue then, so it seems that we're sort of generalising this now, that first past the post is the problem, that people aren't going to vote for candidates because they see it as a two-horse race, and seeing as it's not proportional, there's a very, very slim chance that any of these candidates are going to make any ground. Do we think for an American election where it is literally a choice between a list of candidates, it should be done by popular vote, proportional voting rather than by first past the post? And
well, certainly for the presidential race, I think we've got to think of a every vote matters, I think, system, as it's called, as the best choice. I mean, in 1878, 1886, I've got that right wrong, and 2000, of course, the winner of the popular vote didn't win the Electoral College. And that as a failure rate is about 5%. It's far too high. If it's close tonight and, say, Clinton wins the electoral vote, but not the popular vote. She gets the college, but not the popular vote. Then that's just going to make Trump's ridiculous claims of a rigged election make it even worse. That means violence and division in a country that's got enough of both already.
Why do you think then that it's not done on popular vote already? Because do you think it would make more sense if we just looked at who got the most votes?
Well, I would say that it's a part of American history, as I see it. So we can argue both ways that it may be not so fair, it may not be that sensible, but
we should appreciate the fact that it's actually been in the same way for centuries, and I don't think it's sensible to alter it.
Thoughts?
I think the Electoral College was kind of created in a very different America to what we have today. It was kind of created to make sure the larger states weren't dominating elections, the population of the larger states weren't overruling the smaller states. But I think it's become very unfair now, the system we have in the US. For example, Wyoming has 6 Electoral College votes per million people, whereas California actually only has 1.5 per million people. So you've actually got a very kind of like disproportional even within their own system, and it's very unfair to different states based on population.
Thank you very much for that. Right, I want to go now to our results analyst, Matt Allen, to take us through maybe a particular state or what has happened so far. Matt Allen, tell us what's going on.
Of course, the election will be won or lost in 6 key battleground states, and I'll be taking you through 2 of those very quickly. The first of which is Iowa, the state that brought us both President Herbert Hoover and the National Balloon Museum. It is firmly in Republican candidate Donald J. Trump's sights. The Midwestern state, with its 6 electoral votes, has been won by both Democrats and Republicans in recent memory. Barack Obama took it in 2008 and 2012. George Bush won in 2004, and in 2000 Al Gore won the election by just 4,000 votes. It very much is the ultimate bellwether state. Yet in this election we are expecting a narrow victory for Donald Trump. The state is more homogeneously white than the average in the whole and the whole country, and also has fewer Latino and black voters than the national average, and these are the groups that typically are working more for Donald Trump. These dual demographic trends mean that the state's within the grasp of Donald Trump, yet if he doesn't win it, it's a clear sign that Hillary Clinton is on track for a good victory. Another key state is Pennsylvania, the state that brought us Taylor Swift, Barack Obama, Will Smith, Miles Teller, and the Slinky. It will then bring us the best indication of which candidate is most likely to win. The state's been won by Democratic candidates for president in every election since 1992. Trump believes that his anti-free trade and pro-manufacturing rhetoric, however, will likely bring him victory in this swing state. Pennsylvania is such a key state for both camps. Its 20 electoral votes are a nice indication of which way the country's going as a whole. People are expecting perhaps a strong slowing for Hillary Clinton, but if Donald Trump's going to do well, he needs to win in Pennsylvania. Back to you, Henry.
Right, now I appreciate this is a lot of information to take in already. I want to talk now broadly about Barack Obama. This is someone who we know quite a lot about. What is his legacy going to be, do we think? Is it going to be positive or negative? Because if you look in recent months, although his favourability ratings did drop, ever since Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton got the nomination, they've increased dramatically. What do you think?
Well, you talked about legacy. I think for Obama it's only got to be positive. He hasn't achieved everything he wanted to. That's partly the American system. There have been a lot of very backward Republican governors, for example, that have blocked measures in southern states. But hopefully it'll be Obamacare, which is his greatest legacy. He's done so much for the country. It's worth remembering that expanding healthcare for all was one of his biggest plans in 2008. The Republicans called it Obamacare as an insult. Hopefully it'll be one of his greatest successes. Ultimately, it's going to save millions of people's lives, millions of people who couldn't even afford basic healthcare before.
What's Obama's legacy, do we think?
Quite interestingly, on this particular election, what we're seeing is people are increasingly voting for none of the candidates, which we haven't seen before, and so it kind of goes in line with people probably reconsidering the role and politics of Barack Obama. We're seeing a margin of people who actually probably would prefer to say Obama maybe for the third term if it will be possible.
Okay, Barack Obama, what do we think?
Well, I think his legacy will be very positive, especially in light of the kind of hate smearing campaign we've experienced over the last kind of 6 to 10 months in the US. And I think quite a nice stat actually is came out today from the Morning Consult in America, is that 85% of Americans want this election to end. They want it to end, and I think that's great. And I think that kind of runs in line with why Obama's approval ratings are rising. I think Obama's now being realised to be seen as somebody who actually lifted America out of a huge depression in 2008. He's kind of made amends with Iran, with Cuba, and in the end, I think as a world legacy, Obama will be seen in very positive lights.
So we've got the past that is Barack Obama. We've got the present that is going to be either Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. But I want to ask now, who is going to be the future candidates? Now, are the Democrats going to elect someone on the left, someone like Bernie Sanders? Will he be too old? Someone like Elizabeth Warren? And in terms of the Republicans, who are they going to nominate next time? Any future candidates, Ant?
Well, for the Republican side, my money would be on Marco Rubio. He's still very young, and ultimately being able to represent the Hispanic community means that the Republicans could really change their coalition. One of their big failings has been with the Hispanic vote because of their essentially racist attitude in the immigration system. Hispanic voters who are predominantly Catholic, therefore conservative when it comes to LGBT rights, often more pro-life.
Someone like Ted Cruz then?
Well, someone like Ted Cruz, only Ted Cruz is a bit useless, let's be honest. But Rubio's young, he makes mistakes, but he is learning from them. I would be very worried should the Republicans lose now, change their approach, and then have someone like Rubio. That's a very big danger to the Obama-Clinton coalition.
And in terms of the Democrats, anyone stand out for the future, like Elizabeth Warren maybe, or...?
It's difficult to say, isn't it?
Because Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders are the two sort of well-known people in the party.
I can see them both being too old, but Warren's a hope for the future. She would have been a good Veep pick. I can't see Tim Kaine doing a run on his own. He's a safe pair of hands, but he is a bit dull. But yeah, ultimately, the advantage of having an enormous Republican field was that you saw a lot of new talent. You know your enemy for the future.
Okay, thoughts on the future candidates, perhaps, for either party?
I would answer this question in a bit different way because what we is seeing in the past is actually it seems like candidates have a quite good chance of being re-elected again, and given that...
Just very quickly, I'm very sorry to interrupt you there, we will go back to you, but in terms of the California shooting, it has been reported that one person has died from the California shooting. So someone shot near a polling station in California. Two were thought to be injured originally, but one has unfortunately died, reportedly. Let's carry on with the panel. If you could just carry on your statement before.
I was going to just say that what we're seeing is America is just on the way to recover from the last recession, and it seems like what it actually needs, both in economics and politics, is some sort of stability. So honestly speaking, whoever going to be elected tonight, I won't be surprised if he or she is going to be also quite likely re-elected. Well, obviously given its future politics.
Thoughts on the future of the two main parties? Any candidates stand out for the future?
So I think the future depends a lot on what happens tonight.
Yeah.
I think whatever happens, especially if Trump does not win tonight, I think the Republican Party will be trying to move back towards the established Republican Party. They'll be rejecting the kind of like Trump rhetoric, which is kind of taking hold of the party. And I would really like to see Rubio kind of putting himself forward. I kind of liked him in the primaries, and I was quite sad how he went out. But I think if we look towards Rubio, I think if Clinton wins tonight, I think she'll try and go for a second term. But I don't. Pardon?
You do think she will?
I hope she would. I think she would go for a second term. I can't really see her dropping out halfway through. I think Sanders is too old, but I would have liked to see him actually give it a good shot towards the end.
So I'm interested. So in terms of the Democrats then, do we think their next leader is going to be a socialist? Because no one like Bernie Sanders has ever really come that close to gaining the nomination of one of the two main parties. Americans are perceived to be quite scared of socialists. They don't elect socialists normally, Ant. Is the next Democrat candidate for president going to be a socialist?
Again, it depends on the next 4 or 8 years. If Clinton wins and she can keep the political centre ground in America towards the left of centre can continue to co-opt new ethnic groups into that Democrat coalition, America will move leftwards. If you want a future socialist, maybe not. But think someone like Julian Castro or Thomas Perez, the current Secretary of Labour.
I'm interested in what you say there, though, so it depends on the next sort of 8 years as to whether they elect a socialist leader. Because, I mean, Hillary Clinton is so unpopular already, whether she gets the presidency or not, that people aren't going to be happy with her at all. So there will always be this craving for a socialist candidate, won't there? Last thing for you, Ant.
Oh, you do wonder, amongst the people who, you know, were incredibly pro-Bernie, how many of them dislike Clinton or dislike her ideas. Realistically, even if they don't much like her, they think she's quite establishment for whatever reason. You cannot doubt that a more progressive tax system, a $15 minimum wage are all going to be good steps in the right direction. If that means that there's sort of a socialist groundswell in America, unlikely but possible, then that's all for the good.
Before I ask the other candidates their thoughts on this, we've had some breaking news in as well, that we are going to get the exit polls for 6 states, including Virginia and Georgia, in the next 10 minutes. So that could be quite interesting, how well Clinton has done in Georgia and places like that are widely expected to be comfortable Trump wins. Let's go back now to that conversation we were having just then about the future of the Democrat Party, and in particular socialism. Does it have a big role to play?
Well, I'm coming from a country with a quite strong socialist history, I would say. So, social ideas are always being quite strong, and but quite strong on the other side of the ocean. What I'm going to say, though, is what I'm saying. Given that Obamacare was extremely unpopular in the recent years, so it seems like it might raise some socialist views. Because at the end of the day, it's all about making sure that your family, your kids are all receiving a good health care. So even on this domestic level. But honestly speaking, I don't think it's going to be a massive thing in the future.
Just a couple of things very quickly. If you're watching at home or indeed in the atrium, remember you can get involved today by using the hashtag Warwick US. And also, I mentioned then that 6 states are going to have their exit polls coming out. They total 60 electoral votes, 60 electoral college votes. So we can have not a good idea, but we can see how those votes are going in terms of who will be the next president. We'll go now to what you think about who the future of the Democrat Party. We'll stay on this theme for the time being. And does socialism have a key role to play?
Well, I think it's silly to kind of count off socialism straight away. Nobody ever thought Bernie had a chance until we got to New Hampshire, and suddenly he kind of blew the whole kind of field out the water. It's quite hard to tell in this kind of topsy-turvy world of modern politics, where we've got more polar and kind of diverting from the centre. So maybe, depending on who's elected tonight, we could see the Democrat Party swing left to kind of counteract the far right of Trump, or even in fact swing to the middle. But in the end, I can't really tell. But Bernie Sanders did make quite good ground, and that could be kind of an indicator for the future.
Now on to the Republican Party then. Now, Donald Trump isn't your conventional Republican Party candidate. If you compare him to the likes of Mitt Romney, the likes of John McCain, the likes of George Bush, whatever your opinions on them individually, they're not as far radical, as far on the right as Donald Trump. Is this going to be a trend that we see carrying on in future elections, do we think? And again, we'll start with you.
Well, should Trump lose tonight, I know we're all hoping that, but if he loses tonight, I think, if anything, the Republican Party will swing back to its sort of establishment, what it knows best figures. Ultimately, remember, Trump is a protectionist in trade, which for a Republican is a total reversal of recent trends. So it's, you know, I think the proof of the pudding is going to be in the eating. If Trump does well tonight, whether he wins or not, that might change ideas in the Republican Party, but he's certainly not their ideal candidate.
Any other views on the future of the Republican Party? Are they going to stay on this far-right trend with the likes of Ben Carson, Donald Trump, or are they going to see the light effectively if Trump loses this and choose a more moderate candidate?
Well, I would say politics is kind of in a little bit like supply and demand. So what we're seeing is supply of the voters, if I can put it this way, is is actually changing quite a lot within the recent decades. So there seems to be more demand for politicians like Donald Trump. So.
Just for some more breaking news, just to let you know, the vote in North Carolina is so close that they are considering doing it tomorrow. They're going to do the counting tomorrow. So the vote is, they don't want to reopen polls, don't worry. We want this process to end. So they have announced that they're going to do the result tomorrow of North Carolina, or certainly it looks that way. Final thoughts on the future of the Republican Party?
Definition between far-rightism in the Republican Party and Trumpism. Trump got to where he is not just on far-right policies, but also his charisma, and the way he's kind of conducted himself. So while I think, the Republican Party's gone quite far right, if he does lose today, I think they're going to try and move back to conventional politics, be it how far right, how far left you want to concern yourself with in the Republican Party. I think it'd be more a move away from Trumpism rather than far rightism, and we could still see some of these far right candidates with kind of like the whole American kind of voting population just kind of swung right by Trump, kind of getting quite a big proportion of the vote in any future Republican primaries.
If we do then in a future election have the far left candidate of Bernie Sanders and the far right, or as you called it, the ideologically different candidate of Donald Trump, then do we think that polarisation is going to cause a newfound sort of resurgence in the centre ground, where someone like, I know Michael Bloomberg was rumoured to be running this year, he didn't, someone in the centre is going to come in and form that third party, do we think, Anthony?
I think, again, the prospect for any third party is going to be limited so long as the electoral system is the way it is. It's vastly due down to money, partly down to just the maths of how the voting plays out. But ultimately, I can see that should presidential candidates become more polarised, quite possibly what we'll see in the Senate and the representatives is that there is much more centrist activity there. You'll have the ideologues running for president, but it's the pragmatists who'll be putting the legislation into action.
Just to let you know as well, there's a report from LBC, who is of course the radio station, saying that Donald Trump fans are allegedly gathering evidence to say they have proof that the election was rigged. Now, Donald Trump has obviously spoken about this quite a lot in the campaign, and his fans, effectively his voters, say they have evidence to suggest that it was rigged. Moving on to results now as well, I reported earlier in Kentucky that we could have as much as 79% for Donald Trump. That has changed, so that margin is not as big as we first thought. The exit poll coming in from ABC has predicted that 69% for Donald Trump. So it's still high, but it's not as high as nearly 80% as we first thought. So now that's changed. We know that it's not the same result as 80%. It's a lot less at 70%. Does that change anything, do we think? But either or.
I think that changed quite a bit, because the margin which was suggested by the first exit poll kind of was quite shocking and made a set of precedent. And I think what it was going to suggest is that there was a really high voter turnout in the people who typically vote for Trump, and that would be quite worrying for Hillary, because I think if Trump can mobilise those white, kind of older, bit more wealthy males, Hillary could have a problem. But I think if the polls been recalibrated and kind of suggest maybe that's not happened, Hillary may be breathing a sigh of relief.
So in these key states that we are talking about, the polls are closing there in about 2 minutes. So we should have exit poll results in those particular states, and we can see how this election is going to shape up. So talking on the Kentucky theme, if it's at 70% and not as high as 79 or 80% as we first thought, does that change anything?
Again, I still think we've got to think about how Trump's voters are concentrated in demographics and also geography. He's leading by 11 points with men, he's leading by significantly with white voters, but the problem is he can't expand outside that demographic. Of course, if we get swing states in and he's winning by much bigger margins than we expected, even in those groups, that could still win it for him. But in Kentucky, I think we're seeing a much more typical result.
Just to let you know as well, on that sombre theme that I mentioned earlier about the alleged person that had died, that has now been confirmed. So someone has died near a polling station, today, and there have been 3 people that are injured. Moving on now to these results. So we've spoken about Kentucky. Georgia is another one. Now, when you hear Georgia, you think it must be solidly for Donald Trump, but it doesn't seem in the polls like it's been going that particular way. If Trump doesn't win Georgia, then he can't win the election, can he? And they've held Georgia since 1982, apparently.
Well, with that one. Well, yeah, I mean, it's quite significant in so much as that it's been solidly Republican since the mid-90s, but every single time their vote falls a bit, it's a good way of showing how demographics are changing, that the established white, generally speaking, residents of the state are still voting Republican. But as ethnic minorities grow, especially Hispanics, America is changing. It's a slow process, but the fact that we're even talking about Georgia as a state that might go blue again shows just how profound America is changing.
Just to let you know as well, in Georgia, so apparently Hillary Clinton has got 46%, estimated, 46%, Donald Trump 48%, and Gary Johnson 4%. Estimated, I will stress, this is an estimation by Sky, so it's looking pretty close there. What do we think?
Well, I think.
And just to interrupt you, if it's accurate, I'm told it will be the lowest Republican vote in this state since 1996.
Well, it doesn't strike me as weird that the Republican vote's been kind of cut down there. However, I think Trump, if that poll is right, for him, any victory, any electoral college vote is whatever he needs. So while it's unexpected, I still do think that it's quite a good sign for Trump, and that even in these more moderate states, he's still winning and getting the votes he needs to.
Some breaking results now. So Donald Trump has won Kentucky's 8 electoral college votes according to the exit polls, and has also won Indiana. So he has gained Indiana's 11 electoral college votes. Thoughts, Anthony? And this is, of course, from Sky. This is their prediction of the exit poll.
I would expect Indiana to go Republican. Generally speaking, it's a red state, and it's also remembering that Mike Pence, Trump's running mate, is from Indiana, so they have a great local factor there. So Indiana, probable red, not a surprise.
But I mean, in terms of that Georgia result we spoke about then, that is very close, if true. I know it's a projection and not totally accurate, but if it's that close, then Donald Trump hasn't really got a chance tonight, has he?
Like again, it's quite possible to argue it's both ways. So it seems like it's almost impossible to project anything, as we just seen with example of Georgia, how massive the change has been since primaries. So primaries was giving 71% for Hillary Clinton, whereas now we're seeing a massive drop to 46%. So it seems like we're going to have quite an exciting night today.
Okay. I said then again that it was reported, but it has now been confirmed that Donald Trump has won Kentucky's 8 electoral college votes and Indiana's 11, while Hillary Clinton has won the 3 electoral college votes from Vermont. So that puts Hillary Clinton on 3 and Donald Trump on 19 so far. Is this that important, honestly? I mean, because we did expect these states to go that way. Bernie Sanders is the senator for Vermont. Is it shocking?
It's a shocker, and to be honest, we're kind of playing with states which don't really affect the outcome of. I think we need to wait until
Florida and states like that,
and the big guns come in. I mean, even if you had kind of California declaring, well, that's never going to go Trump. So I think at the moment we need to be very cautious what we're calling. We need to wait until these kind of the exit polls come out from Florida. But I mean, Hillary is probably going to win this still, and I think the margins are showing that. But we don't know. We saw in Brexit, we don't know till the night.
It does show, though, that it's not disastrous for Donald Trump. Although the margins aren't as large as he will have wanted, he has won these 19 electoral college votes from, places like Kentucky. So it's not going to be a dreadful night for him, is it?
Well, I think the nature of the US political system means if you get one vote more than your competitor in that state, you get every single electoral college
And
vote.
that's true of 48 out of the 50 states.
So what we need to make, what Donald Trump cares about is not who votes for him, it's if he can get those votes where he needs to, as you said, the concentrated votes in states to make sure he picks up those electoral college votes he needs to win this election and reach 270, the magic number.
So we've talked about the margins, but in terms of the actual result, Donald Trump is now leading in terms of electoral college votes. I know we expected these states to go as they did, but it's not going to be disastrous for him tonight, is it?
Oh, and in many ways it is. In many ways.
Sorry about that. If you'd just like to carry on, Anthony.
In many ways, of course, we want to see a disaster for Trump, but even if he loses, but it does it respectably well, like Kerry did in 2004, it does show that there is a solid 45% of Americans who will vote for a loudmouth bigot just because his opponent is a Democrat and a woman.
Now, there's probably some Trump support. I know of one Trump supporter definitely in the audience. You called him a bigot then, a loudmouth bigot. Do you honestly think that's fair to categorise Trump in that way? Oh, you're shaking your head. We'll go to you first and then we'll see what Anne thinks.
I think it's very, very dangerous to use that language referring any sort of voter, anybody's position. I was a very strong Remain campaigner, and I'm guilty of calling the people who voted for Leave stupid. And we saw how that backfired here in the UK. I don't think we can call them bigoted and stupid. He's just playing to their beliefs. He's playing to liberalism and world kind of like this world globalization, like new order has failed them, and they're kind of looking for somebody else. And while his views are outdated, quite a lot of the majority of that population believes it. And I think it's very dangerous and scary to start calling people stupid, bigoted and mad because, as you said, 45% of that population's voting for him, and there'll be a lot of wounds to heal.
So apparently it's dangerous to call Donald Trump a bigot and a loudmouth. Let us know what you think. You can tweet us using the hashtag WarwickUS. We're going to go to our results analyst now to cut from the panel and see what RAW thinks about what's been going on.
Right, so far we've had both Kentucky and Indiana and Vermont all declare. None of them real surprises. Both Kentucky and Indiana were forecast to go to Donald Trump, and Vermont was most likely going to go to Clinton. All of the swing states are still in play, and before we go any further, I'd like to go over some of the more surprising swing states of this election. So firstly, Arizona. Generally a strong Republican state. In this case, somewhat of a toss-up state, quite unusual. And Georgia in the deep south, again, usually a strong Republican state. There are some questions over how strongly Donald Trump will win this, or if he'll win it even at all. It's quite a fascinating election in that these two usually strong Republican states are somewhat turning towards the Democrats. And even on the strong Democratic side, Michigan, generally a safe bet for the Democrats, is somewhat in play here, and that's again extremely unusual for an American election. Indeed, it's quite emblematic of the current election that we have here. Donald Trump has somehow appealed to traditionally Democratic working class voters, particularly if you use the Michigan example, whereas he's alienated many other traditional Republican supporters, explaining his lack of support in Georgia and Nevada. Really, the way that this election will go will focus on these swing states, and in particular, Florida. As I will say again, it is almost impossible for Donald Trump to win the election if he does not win Florida. Early polling data has shown that it is almost neck and neck. However, I think that the increase in turnout from the Hispanic population in Florida may just swing it to Clinton's favor. Although I must say it is too early to tell at this point. Back over to the panel now.
And this is Matt Allen, who is a resident politics student here, is going to be interviewing Shingy, who is the editor-in-chief at The Ball, which I'm sure you're all familiar with.
Thank you very much, Matt. We are back now. My name is Jack. I am your host for the next 2 hours. I am now joined on the panel by Ben, Em, and Joe. We're going to just quickly, I want your reactions to the results so far. First of all, Joe, what have you made of the results so far? Do you think it looks surprising either way, or are you were you expecting these results?
Honestly, I'm very surprised by the results. I thought people would vote for Clinton, but clearly, like, Trump is like getting a lot of states, and he seems to be winning. I mean, like, a year ago, not hardly anyone knew him. I only heard of him like literally a year ago. Everyone thought he was a joke and he would go away, but suddenly now he looks like he's winning, which doesn't look that great.
And what have you made of the results?
It's gone as the way we expected it so far. There's been no real surprises, and we didn't. They're pretty safe anyway. But I think it's as we get into the marginal ones, that will be the swing states will be the key one.
Joe, what have you made then of the results? Are you surprised?
Obviously, it's very early on in the night and so few results have come in. What surprised me the most have been the exit polls regarding people's opinions of the candidates. I was surprised to see that so many people distrust Clinton, and not so much more than Trump. Like, I think I saw a poll which is a question of how much would you dislike a presidency from each person? And Clinton was at 23% of people exit polled said they wouldn't like a Clinton presidency, in comparison to only 34% with Trump, which has surprised me because I felt that there was a much more negative outlook on Trump, and I'm surprised to see that the candidates aren't so separable in that respect.
We can confirm the news in just now that in California 1 person has died, 3 are currently injured. The killer is believed to be at large. Now, I want to move on to talk about some of the controversies of this campaign so far, because there has been their fair share, to say the least. So Donald Trump's tax returns, that's a big one. There's been a lot of discussion about that. And the general sort of allegations of sexual assault made against Donald Trump and against Bill Clinton to a certain extent. What do you make of this? And do you think that those things are going to make a big difference in the result of this election? Joe, first of all.
Well, like, you definitely make a great impact on like everything that's going on, because like Tom has mentioned many times that he doesn't respect women, and also like many voters, they don't really know who to vote for anymore, because like both Clinton and Trump are not really great options. So like they give like Trump protest votes to make something change, because he's very like radical and very different. So if people want to vote for something because they don't feel secure anymore.
What do you think of that?
That the FBI's decision to reopen the Clinton thing so close to the election would probably be quite damaging to her, particularly more than all the Trump things going on, because it has such a massive impact on the relationship between Clinton and the government. As although Trump's issues are quite big topics and they are quite hard hitting as well, I think that because people don't directly relate it to his job as a president, it will have a slightly different effect, and that's why everyone's been talking about Clinton's email scandal.
And Ben, what do you think of that?
I would say what surprised me the most during this election was the lack of fallout from the release of Trump's taxes, when he obviously did eventually release them, because there was enough negative feedback which came from him refusing to release his tax returns for so long, which had already raised a red flag. And when eventually it turned out that he had been avoiding paying his taxes as an American for so long, I feel that would derail the political career of any other candidate. And I've been surprised that there's been so little fallout to Trump's taxes and that he hasn't been made accountable by Congress at this time.
What do you think it is then that means that Donald Trump, things don't stick to Donald Trump in the same way that they do to other political candidates? For instance, Hillary Clinton has sort of had the anchor around her neck of the email scandal for quite some time now. And so what do you think it is that means that Hillary Clinton is constantly bombarded with questions about the email scandal, whereas Donald Trump gets away with sort of massive tax fraud, as it seems to be?
In all honesty, I think that Hillary Clinton's record in politics is enough to show that there is a huge distrust and there is a huge prejudice against women, especially within Washington. And I think that a large part of this fallout is coming from an inherent sexism within American politics. And I think as a result, she gets a lot more abuse, both from the public and from her fellow politicians.
And do you think that is something that's a problem in US politics, sexism? Is that something that's affected Hillary Clinton's campaign?
I think it is a problem in US politics. When you look at the fact that Jill Stein is the most successful female candidate for president ever, it just says everything. And although I think it is a problem, I think with Donald Trump, no one is shocked at whatever he says and whatever comes out. So whenever there's a new scandal, everyone it kind of goes over their shoulders because they expect hearing things from Trump. It's almost like, yeah, it's another Trump scandal. But when it comes to Clinton, as it's not as clear and obvious, we're not hearing them every week, it is more of a big deal. And people expect to trust Hillary Clinton more.
Joe, do you think that sexism is a real problem with Hillary Clinton? Like, is that something that she's affected by?
Definitely, it plays a big role that Clinton is a female. I mean, like, we didn't really have many US presidents who were female before, and like people might just feel inclined enough to trust people that are female. And so, like, it's like Trump is a male, and he seems like he knows what he does, and he feels like, okay, I'm a man, I'm strong, I can do this. But if Clinton does a mistake, everyone reacts, and they always like harass and criticize Clinton, whereas Trump doesn't get as much criticism.
Now, a lot of other scandals have sort of surrounded Donald Trump's campaign as well, and it's probably worth going into some of them. And one of the big accusations made against Donald Trump is that he's a racist, and that sort of stems from his comments about building a wall to keep illegal Mexican immigrants out, and obviously his comments on Islam as well, where he suggested that Muslims should not be allowed into the country, and he even mentioned at some times sort of deportation and other things like that. Is Donald Trump as much of a racist as people make him out to be, or is there sort of a media conspiracy against him as he would like us to believe? M, first of all.
I think that the media only report what they hear from him anyway, and to be honest, I don't think he means all what he says all the time. He says a lot of things because he knows it will shock people, and he plays on the media. He wants the media to play that role for him because he knows that whether he says something good or bad, it'll come in the news, and every time he shocks people, it always gets reported and he always gets the coverage. I don't think he is as much of a racist as he likes to make himself out to be, because he likes to portray himself as, well, if he was in government, he wouldn't do the things he said. I don't think he'd build a wall. I don't think that he would do any of the things he says. He just wants to shock people because that's how he's played his whole election campaign.
Joe, do you agree with that? Do you think that Donald Trump is going for the shock factor as much as this is what he actually believes?
But Donald Trump definitely used the media to get attention in the first place, because like before he was like no one. He just like joined the elections like a year ago, and like no one really took him seriously. People thought like he would leave after 2 weeks, and like the media was like what really made him famous, because like he would say really weird, stupid things, and people would write about that. So people like started listening to him and like hear about his name. But yeah, it's very unpredictable because like you have no idea what he will do. Like he says all these really crazy things, but you don't know if it actually will happen or not.
Ben, do you think that would you be comfortable labelling Donald Trump an Islamophobe and a racist, or do you think that's too far?
The way I see Trump's candidacy, and I think the way that he has run his campaign, has been to appeal to the lowest common denominator of US voters. He is appealing to the people who are disillusioned with politics at the moment and who distrust politicians. I think it's easy to forget that Trump at one point was a Democrat, and even only slightly before, in 2011, pledged his support for the Democratic Party. I think that is instrumental, and it demonstrates that Donald Trump does not believe these things, but he knows that so many Americans do, and so many Americans, especially those without education, or at least without the same degree of education, have become disillusioned with politics and have begun to lose their jobs. And I think as a result has managed to endear himself to these people who make up a sizable proportion of the American population.
And do you agree with that then? Do you think it's sort of Donald Trump isn't appealing to an anger that perhaps he doesn't necessarily feel himself, but he knows that a lot of Americans do? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, his core voters are white men, older men, and traditionally they're the ones that have been quite disenfranchised especially with the Republicans and with the Democrats. And I think that Ben is right in what he's saying, that he's trying to appeal to his main fan base. And to be honest, it's working for him, and because it started working for him, he continued to do it, and he felt no reason to change it. There was no reason for him, because here he is, election night, still with a chance.
Thank you. We're going to go to an interview now. Henry's up on the balcony with an interview for us.
Hello, right, sorry, it's very loud. We're now joined by Harrison Rose, Carson, just firstly, one of the panellists earlier called Donald Trump a bigot and racist. He's right, isn't he?
Entirely the opposite. Trump is just well, Hillary's got a long history of correlation, which calls up people to see the president. And Trump, we've seen all these words thrown around. I don't really see much evidence of it. When people say he's racist towards Mexicans, has he actually said anything about Mexicans that would be racist? I feel like people are trying to stand for it.
So I assume from that you are pro-Trump as opposed to pro-Hillary. Why is Hillary Clinton so bad in your eyes?
I think because they could do so much better in the Democratic Party. I feel it's always been a coronation for Hillary, and there are so many people who are much better, or more biased than actors. I mean, no one even knows what Hillary's true views are, because she goes to the Goldman Sachs meetings and says one thing, she goes to her talk rallies and she says another. What will she actually do? What about actual politics? No one really knows.
You say no one knows Hillary's policies, but people know Donald Trump's policies, and they include to ban Muslims for a certain period of time, and also to build a wall over between the United States and Mexico. So he's got a good track record of policy over, hasn't he?
I don't really see any issues with building a wall. I think it's a fantastic policy, personally. America suffers a lot from illegal immigration, whereas legal immigration has a lot of the country. So by having a wall where you can filter out, it's only a benefit. I mean, it's not an outlandish thought. Bush built 600 miles of walls. I mean, to build an extra another 600 miles, it's not outrageous. And it won't cost that much in terms of the American budget.
Well, because presumably Mexico will pay for it. Now, talking about Georgia now, that result has come in, well, with the exit poll, and it looks like it's going to be 2 percentage points between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. Trump won, but it's a result where he should be doing a lot better, shouldn't he?
Well, it's not really a traditional candidate thing. Now, I don't know a whole lot about the United States and what's going on today, but I do feel like Trump's going to certainly take a big police state in the United States. And he might lose the Republican one, 2%. So I don't think it's an ordinary election. I don't think we can really compare to previous elections too much.
Going back to that, what is your gut instinct to how it's going to go tonight? Is your man Donald Trump going to be victorious?
In some ways I feel it's impossible, but when we saw the Brexit happen, I think there is a chance a miracle could happen and Trump could be in the White House.
Would you be more worried if it was Bernie Sanders against Donald Trump? Do you think Bernie Sanders had more of a chance than Hillary Clinton did?
Bernie Sanders sort of shares a lot with Trump. They see all the same problems, they just look towards different solutions. I think it'd be a lot more interesting debate to see them rather than Clinton. So I look forward to seeing more people like Bernie Sanders in the politics.
Just wondering, so Trump has no real political experience. So he's a businessman, he hasn't been a senator like Hillary Clinton has. Hillary Clinton was also, of course, First Lady. Is that lack of experience going to be a big factor in the result tonight, do you think?
I think it will be a big factor because Americans don't want politicians, they want someone else. They're fed up of politicians, and that's why Trump has done so well. And I mean, it's easy for Trump just to hire the people to handle each individual bit that he might not have experience with. I mean, as a CEO of a company, you don't handle any of the sort of technical details, you just delegate it out. So I don't think it's really a factor that will hurt him, I think it's actually something that will help him. Where you look at sort of Hillary Clinton, she's got long experience in politics. But actually, that means there's a lot of negative things like her support for the intervention in Libya, which is absolutely disastrous.
So you're pro-Trump. Trump indeed did get the nomination. Who else of the Republican candidates would have been preferred for you? The likes of Ben Carson, or maybe Ted Cruz, or someone more moderate like John Kasich?
Well, deep down, I actually hoped that Ben Carson would win the nomination. I thought he was a fantastic speaker, and I sort of liked a lot of his policies. I felt, I know he's not so aggressive as Trump, and I don't think he might have said so stupid things that Trump makes a lot of mistakes because he's got no filter. So I think Carson would probably be in a better position right now. But when you've only got the choice between sort of Hillary Clinton, then that's why I have to support Trump.
How do you think the third parties are going to do in this particular election? We have the likes of Gary Johnson, Dr. Jill Stein, and Evan McMullen, all of whom aren't expected to win at all. But are they going to negatively impact Donald Trump, do you think? Because at one point Gary Johnson was polling 13%. Is he going to get a lot more than people think and take this election away from Donald Trump?
Well, I think one of the benefits of this election is definitely that it's going to sort of raise the profile of third parties. I mean, I'm quite a libertarian myself, but Johnson doesn't really appeal to me because I feel he lurches too far to the left for a traditional libertarian. I don't know really how Jill Stein would do, but I think we might see something unexpected this year.
But you are confirmed that all the states are going to go to either Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. You don't think we're going to see a few changes? Because in Utah, it was obviously rumoured that Evan McMullen might win. The Greens are doing quite well in some states. Gary Johnson used to be the governor of New Mexico when he was a Republican. So they're not going to win any states, are they, these third parties?
I think Evan's definitely got the biggest chance. But he's an interesting candidate because he worked for the CIA for a lot of time. No one really knows what he did or who he is. So if he wins, it will certainly shake things up a lot.
Harrison Rose, thank you very much for chatting to me about the US election and in particular Donald Trump.
Thank you for that interview, Henry. We've had a few interesting developments in the last 5 minutes or so. Remember, if you want to tweet us, you can use the hashtag WarwickUS to get involved in the discussion. Now, an exit poll that's come out recently, very recently, has said that 29% of voters would be scared if Hillary Clinton won the election. 37% said they'd be scared if Trump won the election. Now, we can read into that what we will about whether Trump or Hillary is likely to win tonight. But the New York Times has come out with a very recent survey which they say says that Clinton will win tonight. A few extra little things. Ohio and North Carolina, both key states for Trump if he's going to win tonight. Their polls are closing very soon, so hopefully we should have some early results from them soon, as well as the Florida polls, which have now closed, and the early votes are being counted. So again, we should have some results for those soon. An update on the California shooting in Azusa. Two people are in critical condition alongside the one person who's already died. Now, what do you make of those results that I've just mentioned? Let's go first of all to whether people would be scared about Clinton or Trump winning. Does that sort of 29% of people being scared if Clinton winning, does that seem a low number to you? First of all, to Ben.
I think people who are scared of Clinton winning are largely the same diehard supporters who say that they would love it if Trump would win. That's what I would like to think. What is in fact true is that I think 13% of people say that they would be excited to see a Trump presidency, which leaves about 10% of people who wouldn't be excited to see a Trump presidency and aren't diehard supporters of Donald Trump, but still inherently don't trust Hillary Clinton, which I find interesting. And I think it's testament to how this election seems to be, in the eyes of so many people, the best of a bad situation. In my opinion, I am a supporter of Hillary Clinton, and I think she's great. And I think that she gets a lot put upon her. I think the email scandal, it has been over-escalated, it's been overhyped, and the media has been using it to try and do her down. So in response to that, I would say that there's something exciting that's just happened. I wish I could turn around.
A piece of breaking news from Sky has just come in. Sky say that Donald Trump will win West Virginia with 5 electoral college votes. What do you make of that result, Em, first of all? Is that a surprise to you?
Not really. I think when I looked at what was expected to come in first, I always thought that Trump would take an early lead, and then people would think, oh, maybe he has a chance, but the ones that Clinton will expect to win are much later on. So I'm not really surprised that it will look like Trump has momentum, but really he doesn't at the moment. It's just how the results are going.
In terms of then going back to whether 37% would be scared if Trump were to win the election, Joe, does that seem a low figure to you?
Like from Brexit, I've learned not to underestimate elections, most people thought that Brexit wouldn't happen, and it did happen. And now looking at the results, you can see like Trump is leading at the moment. And people thought that Clinton would win, which he still might, but right now it's looking bad. So I mean, it's like a good chance for both of them, because like Trump voters are very dedicated to him, whereas the Clinton voters, they don't know what to do because they don't like Trump. But Clinton is bad as well, so they don't know who to take, so they just go for the less evil option.
And Ben, what do you make of this result from West Virginia? Are you surprised at the result that Trump has won 5 electoral college votes? Is that something that worries you?
I wouldn't say it's something that worries me. What would worry me is if results coming out of Florida or North Carolina showed support for Trump. So I think at this stage, and certainly while I'm on this panel and while I've got a microphone in front of me, and while I'm able to talk about it, I think that the most important results which we might be getting in the next hour are from North Carolina and are from Florida, because those are the ones which are really going to decide how this decision goes and where the swing starts going at the start of this election.
Em, what do you make of the idea that 37% would be scared if Trump won? What do you make of that?
I'm surprised it's not higher, to be honest. I was more surprised that 29% would say they'd be scared if Clinton won. But no, when you hear about all the things that Donald Trump has said, the fact that he's only scared 37% of people kind of suggests that actually his campaign has worked. And yeah, no, I'm not. It's a bit worrying that only 37% of people say that.
Now, just to give you a quick roundup of what's happened so far, India and Kentucky are expected to be going to Trump, and Vermont is expected to be going to Clinton. None of these are particular surprises. In terms of how the night's going, have you been surprised at all at any of the results so far, or is it too early to tell whether there's a clear pattern emerging? Joe, first of all.
I mean, the states that voted so far that have results coming in, they're all like very conservative, like more right-wing, so it makes sense that they voted for Trump so far. So it's possible to wait longer and see what other states are saying. But yeah, it makes sense that they voted Trump for now. But yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen. It's all very uncertain at this point.
And would you agree with that? Is it too uncertain at the moment?
Agree, the swing states we're still yet to hear from. So right now, that's what the election in the US is always dependent on, these swing states. You'd assume that the Republican ones would go to Trump and that Clinton would get most of the Democratic ones as well. And it will really depart, as Ben said, like Florida is a massive one, and that one will be a big one to look out for.
Ben, what do you think of that?
In my opinion, I think the most surprising thing which we've had so far tonight is the fact that we're still talking about a Trump presidency as if it's on the cards. I think at this stage it's impossible to say for certain, but it still surprises me, and I still find it slightly appalling that I'm sitting on this panel and honestly saying that we might be seeing support for Trump and that he might be the next US president.
Just a reminder then, West Virginia is likely to be a Trump victory. That's 5 electoral college seats going to Trump. Now, in terms of going back to the controversies of the campaign that we were talking about earlier, Bill Clinton has become central to this campaign almost, because accusations have been made against him and those have been sort of projected onto his wife. Is that unfair sexism again, do you think, Joe, first of all?
The Clintons, they're all like very politically involved. Everyone knows the Clintons. That's kind of like also a bad thing in a way, because like Trump is like saying like he's for the people. He owns a business and he will help Americans who own their own businesses to also like achieve great and not to pay much tax, that kind of stuff. But yeah, Clintons, they have mostly like the same view. They're like kind of like one entity at this point, kind of saying the same things. And Hillary Clinton has been running before, and she's been like involved with the Senate for a long time, which might make people hate her more because they know her, whereas Trump is like, a fresh breeze in the entire election process.
Now tonight is beginning to look even tighter than we thought it might have done. North Carolina and Ohio, both key states for Donald Trump tonight, are both looking too close to call at the moment. And what do you think of that?
Thing about it, really, the fact that it's too close to call. Donald Trump really needs to win these states, and I think they'll go to Clinton, because I think those last-minute voters are undecided. I just can't see how they would want to go out and vote for Trump because of all the things he said he would do. It's not just, I mean, especially as some voting is still open right now, with the shooting that's just happened tonight, all those that are even remotely in favour of gun control, you would look at the fact that Donald Trump isn't for that and Clinton is, and all these things. Like, this is a last minute thing that's happened, and for those polls that are still open, that could be relevant, you never know. And it's all dependent on these little things.
Now, Ohio, which is one of the states that I mentioned a second ago, is one of the key states in every election. For the last 13 elections, Ohio has chosen the winner of the president, the next president of the United States. And there is polling has come out now that has said that Ohio has been narrowly, potentially won by Donald Trump, with 48% of the vote going to Donald Trump and 47% going to Hillary Clinton. Now, that, of course, does not, of course, confirm that the result will go to Trump. It's only an exit poll, and there may yet be more votes to count. But if that is the case, are we about to be seeing a Trump presidency? Ben, first of all.
Are we about to see a Trump presidency? I don't know. I don't think we can rule out the idea of a Trump presidency at this moment. But, I mean, I can only hope not. I think that it's all just speculation, the idea of Ohio being representative of America. And I think at this moment it might not be representative because Ohio doesn't have such a high Hispanic population, and especially with its position in America, doesn't have a lot of immigration coming into it. I think this election is going to be decided by the turnout numbers, especially amongst Hispanic voters, and especially amongst black voters and potentially among low-income voters who could potentially decide the result of this election depending on how many people manage to get to the polls. At this stage, in an election which could be so heavily decided by immigrants within America, Ohio might not be the best representation.
4 states in, we can confirm that Donald Trump is on 24 electoral college votes, while Hillary Clinton is on 3. Now, obviously, a lot of the states that have come in have gone to the expected winner, so we shouldn't sort of take anything from that. I don't think Donald Trump's about to win a landslide victory. But are we worried, or not worried, do you think that Donald Trump presidency, based on that and based on the Ohio exit poll that we just had, Joe, do you think Donald Trump is looking more and more likely to become president, especially given that a week ago Clinton was perhaps 12 points ahead in the polls?
I think the worst with Donald Trump is you never know what he will do. Because like, some people have like a big mouth, nothing behind it. Donald Trump, you don't know. Maybe he's just doing, he just talks. But maybe he's actually smart and he has his own plan, like Hitler did, who actually build this wall around Mexico so no one will come in. Like, you don't know if it's actually true, what will happen. So it's really hard to estimate Donald Trump and predict him because he's very unpredictable as he is.
Ben, then, you very briefly sort of mentioned some of the divisions, sort of the demographic divisions in voting patterns in America. So you mentioned how Hispanics generally vote Democrat, and it all depends on the turnout amongst different sort of demographics. How important do you think that will be? Do you think that will be the determining factor in this election, those sort of demographics? Or do you think it's going to be Trump's ability to motivate a sort of certain anger and an anti-establishment feeling?
I think that the fact that the Democrats have launched such a wide scale and such a large ground campaign, especially centering on managing to get people in certain parts of America and especially in rural areas to come out to take a vote, and in low-income housing, especially Hispanic voters, and trying to get them to the polls. And in the last week, that has been the focus of the Democratic Party, is to get people who they think will vote for them. And those demographics, those Hispanic voters, those black voters, those educated voters, although in all honesty they're more likely to get to polls of their own accord, the fact that they've launched such a wide-scale campaign to get those people to the polls is testament of how important they think it is to their eventual success.
And would you agree with that analysis?
In part I do, but I also think when you look back to the primaries, when Bernie Sanders lost to Hillary Clinton, a lot of those supporters were obviously more of the working class, and a lot of them went to Trump because he provided this idea of American exceptionalism, the American dream, and they like that. So Hillary Clinton and her Democratic campaign have had to focus on these people because of that risk, because Donald Trump has really managed to get behind them and unexpectedly managed to get them on his side. So she's had to go out there and encourage them to vote for Democrat, because otherwise she risks losing them to Trump, which is traditionally a core part of Democrat supporters.
We now have a couple of exit poll updates for you on the two swing states that I mentioned previously. That's North Carolina and Ohio. Ohio's exit poll has been updated by Sky to 47% for both Clinton and Trump, which suggests it's even closer than we thought it was just a minute ago, although it does mean that Trump is no longer in the lead in terms of the exit polls. In North Carolina, the exit poll suggests that Hillary Clinton has gained 48% of the vote compared to Donald Trump's 46%, which would suggest that Hillary Clinton is likely to win North Carolina, if only by the smallest of margins. Joe, what's your reaction to those results?
Again, I'm fairly surprised, but again, I'm kind of used to it because after Brexit, so you can't really predict elections that much. But yeah, Donald Trump seems like, a real American. He wears his baseball caps. That attracts people because, like, as she said, like, the working class, they're more inclined to vote for Trump because, like, he looks like a normal person in their eyes. He doesn't look really rich, whereas, like, Clinton, she looks like, a real rich woman, and they don't really want to vote for her because they know they're Clintons, whereas Trump is just different. But yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised that he got that many votes because, like, everyone was sure that Clinton will get more votes than that.
We have another piece of breaking news on another swing state. So Florida, going back to Florida, half of the votes in Florida have now been counted. Donald Trump is believed to be slightly in the lead, but is currently seen as too close to call. Ben, what do you make of that? Is that a sign that Donald Trump's... We keep seeing Donald Trump being slightly in the lead, potentially. Is that a sign, or should we not read too much into it?
I think it's interesting. I think it's important to remember with the swing states that Donald Trump needs to win a majority of them in order to confirm the presidency. And that really a large part of Clinton's campaign is to stop Trump from taking these swing states. I think the fact that Clinton is taking now lead in North Carolina is testament to the fact that Trump might struggle to take these states off Clinton. And obviously there's such narrow races in Florida and in Ohio. I think it is really impossible to tell, because if Clinton can hold on to these even by the narrowest margin, she's basically managed to confirm her passage into the White House, whereas even a narrow win for Trump, although he might not want it and although he might have hoped to take them by a greater margin, in terms of the Electoral College, if he's able to claim these states, especially within Florida, and he's able to claim that many Electoral College votes, it could win the election for him.
Do you think that Donald Trump is looking strong in the swing states, or again, are we reading too much into sort of very narrow margins at the moment?
I think when I looked at the polls for swing states, a lot of them were so close to tell. There's a margin of error as well that you just can't tell. But I think that Clinton will grab most of those swing states, and she is on course to do that. In regards to Florida, they've elected the last three presidents. They voted for Obama twice and Bush before that. So, I mean, when it comes to who's going to win the presidency, they have a big say on that. They're one of the biggest. They have 29 electoral college votes. So whoever wins that, it's a big deal for them.
We can now update you once again on Florida. 53% of the votes have now been counted, which means that Trump is currently on 49.4% of the vote, while Hillary Clinton is on 47.6%, which again is an extremely close result at the moment, but it does suggest that Trump may yet edge the state. Joe, what's your reaction to that?
Yeah, they're both very close. Actually, either of them could win. Just like with recently FBI reports that Clinton bombed those countries in the east, and that she's been doing all these scandals behind the back. That are coming inclines people to vote for Trump instead. So at this point, literally anyone could win because they're both so close, and they both have good and bad sides, mostly bad sides. So yeah, people don't really know who to vote for because they both are the same in a way.
We're going to go to an interview now. Henry, up on the balcony, has got an interview for us.
Ben Newsham here is the academic officer at the Politics Society. People are clapping, they clearly like him. So he's here to talk about Bernie Sanders primarily. Now Bernie Sanders, of course, came very close to getting that Democrat nomination ahead of Hillary Clinton, but was impeded by things like superdelegates. Ben, should Bernie Sanders be the Democrat nominee?
Well, naturally, I would, of course, wish Bernie had won the nomination. I do honestly think he would have done a better job against Trump than Hillary has any chance of doing, just because he offers such a clean break in the same way that Trump does, without the reactionary anti-progressive policies which Trump brings forward. So in my opinion, yes, and I think he would have done a better job.
On a purely ideological sort of basis, though, Bernie Sanders is so far on the left compared to what Hillary Clinton is now, and Donald Trump obviously being on the right. He wouldn't really have stood a chance on paper, would he?
Bernie is very much further to the left than most US politicians that we've seen, especially at a presidential level before. But I don't think he's that radical compared to what we've seen in recent years, at least. This new left, almost socialist thinking really in America has been on the rise, I feel, especially with politicians such as Elizabeth Warren. So it's not a major break that it appears to be, and especially we see the rise of Donald Trump. There's no reason the same thing can't happen on the left.
Now, I did ask this earlier, but talking about Dr. Jill Stein, now she is of course the Green Party nominee for president, and she is broadly the same sort of political spectrum as Bernie Sanders. Why was she not able to get that sort of mobilization that he managed to garner, and why couldn't she easily pick up those votes?
I do think it does pretty much entirely come down to the state of the electoral system. Jill Stein is broadly similar to Bernie, true. She is a bit more radical, but in broad strokes, they are the same. But when it comes to the electoral system, party loyalties are so strong, and the fact that the Greens are never going to win the presidency, they may never even win a state, especially not tonight. So if you want to have an effective vote, especially in any kind of swing state, you're going to go with Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. You're going to go with one of the main parties. You're not going to switch to the Greens very easily unless you're massively opposed to both Hillary and Donald, which of course some people are.
On that subject of third-party candidates, we're going to move it slightly away from Bernie Sanders, which I know I can see you'll feel the burn, anyone who can't see that at home, relating to Bernie Sanders. People appreciate that. So in terms of Gary Johnson, he's the Libertarian candidate for president. A lot of people thought he would do a lot better than he has done. You know, he's polling originally around 13%, that has dropped to about 3%. Why has he not done very well? And is that the same argument as you made earlier?
I think it's slightly different with Gary Johnson in that this is very much the year a third party could have made a breakthrough with such broad ideological differences between the main parties. So if they were going to make a run for at least to win New Mexico, where Gary Johnson stands a chance because he's the former governor, this was going to be the time to do it. And the Libertarians really are let down by the simple fact that Gary Johnson is a god-awful politician. That what is Aleppo, he can't name world leaders, he's just frankly useless, and it's a real shame for the third parties at least. I would never vote Libertarian, I honestly almost see him as worse than Donald Trump. But just speaking in a view of it's time for a break from the two-party system, this is a real wasted opportunity, I would say.
Fair enough. I want to go to Donald Trump now, obviously the talking point of this election. Do you think he's got a chance tonight based on those early results in places like Georgia?
I wouldn't rule it out. I was, of course, on RAW's EU election coverage, and I made the grave mistake, as many of us did, of calling it for an easy Remain victory, which obviously didn't come true. But I do think it's leaning heavily towards Hillary at the moment. I do think she has the demographic advantage, certainly, especially with what poll results we've seen already. But I wouldn't rule Donald out yet.
You mentioned then the EU, which is, of course, a UK-related matter. Now, a lot of people argue that American politics is on the right of British politics, that the Democrat Party isn't like the Labour Party we have in this country. It's broadly similar to the Lib Dems or the Conservatives. If Hillary Clinton was a politician in the UK, what major party would she be in, do you think, Ben? And Bernie Sanders as well.
I would probably put Hillary on the left of the Conservatives and Bernie probably to the centre-right of Labour. But I think it's difficult to make these comparisons, which so many people are drawn to, not because of where their politics is, but because of the issues they focus on. If you look at the difference, like money in American politics, the issues of abortion, of faith, it's such a different focus that these direct comparisons don't really work.
Another direct comparison that is perhaps quite unfair, but Donald Trump is very anti-establishment. That's been his sort of platform for this election. And Bernie Sanders ran on something broadly similar, an anti-establishment platform. Many people argue that Jeremy Corbyn in the UK does the same. Is it fair to say that they attract similar types of anti-establishment voters? Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders, that is.
I'd say they're similar but not interchangeable, if that makes sense. I'd say they're people who have been affected by these same sorts of influences where they felt a disconnect with traditional politics. But I wouldn't say it's an easy move between, say, a Bernie voter to a Trump voter or a Corbyn voter to, say, a UKIP voter. I don't think there's movement there, but I do feel these are two outcomes of the same processes, essentially.
Now, Ben, as you're a politics student, it would be unfair not to get your opinion on the mechanics of US elections. In terms of the president, a lot of people argue that the role is decreasing. It's mainly seen as a ceremonial sort of figure. It's quite similar to the British monarch in this situation where you have the Congress controlled by the other parties. It's difficult to get things passed, as Barack Obama saw with Obamacare. How important do you think is the role of the US president actually? Because obviously it's dubbed the leader of the free world. Will it make that much of a difference whether it's Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump?
I think it certainly does. I certainly wouldn't demote the president to the role of a monarch in terms of what power they actually have. I think Congress certainly does have power, and of course the US Constitution is designed so that each branch of the federal government controls each other in a way, balances each other out. But even in split governments, as we've seen over the past 2 years, I think, since the Democrats lost the Senate, the president is still enormously influential, if only because it's their international figurehead. It's their foreign policy role, they appoint the cabinet, of course, so especially in foreign policy, but also in domestic policy, I feel the president almost sets the confines within which Congress is able to mess things up, essentially.
Now, Ben, seeing as you fill the burn, you are on the left, Jill Stein is on the left, Hillary Clinton isn't really on the left. Now, if you're a US citizen in a swing state, who would you cast your vote for? Would you go for someone who is the same or a similar ideology to you, in this case Dr. Jill Stein, or would you go for the tactical vote of Hillary Clinton?
Honestly, this is pretty controversial probably for someone with my political views, but I think I would vote for Hillary Clinton, swing state or non-swing state. I really don't like Jill Stein. I think she's been pretty ineffective as a politician. Drawing the votes away from Hillary Clinton full stop is a problem. But Hillary, I think, does have this experience where there's a lot I don't like about her. She's a very centrist, she's quite right-wing. She has a very hawkish foreign policy, which I'm not a fan of, and I do think Syria could quickly go the wrong way if handled improperly, as I think she may. But overall, I do think she's the best choice, even out of Jill Stein.
And based on those results we've seen so far, including Kentucky, where Trump won quite heavily, but in Georgia his margin was significantly reduced, the Republicans that is. Is she going to win, do you think?
Hillary? Yeah. I do think Hillary is going to win. I think the counts we've seen, the direction it's headed in, I think we're almost definitely headed for a Hillary win. I think it comes down to Florida mainly. If Hillary takes Florida, I would have her on almost a dead certainty to win.
Now, something that has not been mentioned at all in this election, and I don't know why that's the case, but the vice presidential candidates, virtually no one seems to talk about who they are, what they stand for. We all know the current vice president of the US, Joe Biden. Now, he's made his name arguably in the later years where they thought he might be a potential candidate for president. What do you see the role of vice president as being in future elections? Is it ever going to be important?
Well, it's been said several times, I think, that the role of the vice president constitutionally is essentially to have a pulse. They just have to be there in case something goes wrong with the main actor. Vice presidents in elections, at least from the polls, do tend to have a couple of percentage points effects in their home states, and they can balance the tickets. But overall, I don't think it's a major role that we're going to see growing in importance beyond perhaps a few little projects that they're allowed to focus on. So if you want to look in the current situation especially, Joe Biden, I know, has been focused on looking for what Obama has called the moonshot in the search for cancer cure, where the vice president can devote their energies to this, especially in the case of someone like Biden, where they're an established politician, where they have had a long career in the House, in the Senate. But generally, vice presidents continue to play a background role and maybe as a secondary PR guy.
Now, Hillary Clinton's vice presidential candidate is obviously Tim Kaine. Bernie Sanders, do you think he was ever in the pipeline? Yeah, cheers, we love Bernie Sanders apparently. Was he ever in the pipeline for being Hillary's vice presidential candidate, do you think?
I'm sure the Hillary campaign did consider a couple of left-wing candidates. I don't think Bernie himself would ever have been interested, if only because, taking a long-term view, I think Bernie would have been more interested in seeing a left-wing candidate who is younger and more likely to run for the presidency either in 4 or 8 years, to take that mantle, to get that national exposure, especially Elizabeth Warren, who I know many people on the left tipped as a potential Hillary vice president to balance the ticket, to absorb those left-wing votes. Swallowing my pride for a second, though, and taking the strategic view, I do think Hillary made the correct choice in choosing a centrist, moderate running mate, in that the left-wing vote is pretty tied up. You're more likely to vote for Hillary than you are for Jill Stein if you were left-wing, and you're more likely to vote for Jill Stein than you are for Donald Trump if you're left-wing. Hillary didn't really need to lock it down as much as many people like to portray it as. So by choosing a centrist, moderate, sadly someone who no one's really heard of, she made the sensible, if slightly bland choice.
So just the last thing on this issue of the Vice President. Do you see the important thing, the problem rather of Vice Presidents being the role they have, you know, what their future is in elections, or do you see it as the candidates themselves? Because, you know, Pence and Kaine, they're not household figures in the US. Is it their fault, or is it the history of insignificant Vice Presidents, do you think?
I wouldn't even blame it on previous vice presidents. I would blame it on the fact that the entire system is set up really to marginalise them. The Constitution barely mentions the vice president beyond the fact that they're there in case of succession, which is to do with the fact that the Constitution was originally set up to not deal with parties, but I could talk about that all day and bore everyone. So the main point, though, I think, is that until I think Teddy Roosevelt adopted the presidency, surprisingly, from being the vice president, no one even really considered the role of the vice president as a backup. They were literally just this name on the ticket, which no one really thought about. So compared to those times, we have seen more of a focus. But in modern times, we're unlikely, I think, to see, I hope at least anyway, to see a president drop dead in the White House. So the vice president, I don't see them going anywhere in particular. I don't see them growing in importance anytime soon.
You're sounding like a connoisseur of this election, Ben. I'm enjoying it. You've got clearly a great insight into it. I'm going to ask you now about whether you think the Senate race. So there's obviously, you know, it's not just the presidential election today. We also have elections at state level. We have governor elections, including Mike Pence, actually, who is standing down, but his seat is up for election. How important are the state elections, the Senate elections, and the House of Representative elections, do you think? Because ultimately, they determine whether the president can pass certain things or not.
From the latest polling I've seen, I would say the Senate, at least, is probably going to swing Democratic, but that's less likely, that's less certain even than Hillary winning the presidency. So that could easily go either way. The House, I think, will remain Republican. But an interesting point, which a lot of people seem to miss, I think, which I've seen bandied around a little bit, is state governorships, the House, the Senate, these are where you groom your future leaders of your party, your future presidents, your future primary candidates. And when you're in the White House, you inevitably see a swing against you at the local, or well, at least the state level. And the Democrats don't control that many state level governments, which means they're not bringing up this new crop of potential presidents, say in the next 20 to 30 years, which in the long run we could be looking at a serious problem in the Democratic leadership.
Just to talk to you about some breaking news now. LBC are obviously the popular radio station in the UK. They have reported, and this has been confirmed by some US sort of media institutions, that more women have voted this time in 2016 than voted in 2012. So more women have gone out to vote this year than in the election for Obama 4 years ago. Firstly, is that good news for Hillary Clinton? You'd assume so. And two, was that to be expected? I mean, naturally, we have the first female candidate for president with a chance of winning for, you know, ever. Was this to be expected?
Absolutely, I would say. For years and years now, we've seen women have been more likely to vote Democrat. So it would be good news for Hillary, even if she was a man. But obviously, Hillary is a woman, and we saw 8 and 4 years ago, with Obama being able to turn out the African-American vote in a way we've never seen before, it's really not surprising that Hillary would be having the same effect on women, amplifying the fact that they would normally vote Democratic, and the fact that they're more likely to vote the men quite often. Then we're seeing the role of women in US elections really grow much greater than it has been before.
Now, the exit poll in Florida has come out, and apparently Clinton has got 48% and Trump has got 46%. So it's a narrow win there, according to the exit poll in Florida. Now, that is arguably the key state in this election. People are loving it, apparently. Amazing. Clinton looks like she's won this one, Florida, according to the exit poll, by 2%. It's not too decisive in terms of, you know, actual margin for her, But the state itself, I mean, this is big news for tonight, isn't it?
As I said earlier, actually, I do see Florida as possibly being vital to any run on the White House for Hillary Clinton. I think if she has sewn up Florida, I would be much more confident in calling this for Hillary already, to be honest, because Trump has a very steep path to the White House where he needs to win almost all the swing states which are in play. Florida, of course, vital. We've seen it in 2000 especially, how important Florida can be. A big prize which can swing either way. So whoever wins it in this election, if it is Hillary, as the exit poll seems to be saying, that's a massive prize for the Clinton campaign.
Now, so far in the night, the magic number for this election is 270. And so far, Hillary Clinton is on 68 and Donald Trump is on 37. It's too early to predict exactly what's going to happen. But those numbers for Hillary so far, I mean, can they tell us anything at this early stage?
I'm hesitant to call anything, especially as I mentioned earlier with the EU vote. We can't extrapolate completely, but going off the demographic trends and the direction everything's heading in with the results we've had, we can start to predict what we think is going to happen. And with the swing states especially, or the so-called bellwether states, I would say Florida in particular is a particularly useful indicator.
Right, so I'm going to talk about something a little bit different now. So Dee Dutter is an academic in the Pace Department. You're laughing because we all know who Dee Dutter is. He did a talk on Hillary Clinton, secrets and complications. Now this looks likely to be the next president, Hillary Clinton. These issues and these allegations of various things, mainly to do with Bill Clinton, to be honest, but with Hillary Clinton and the emails, how dangerous is it to have someone in the White House like that who could be impeached?
You say could be impeached, of course that risk is there, but I would say that even with this latest batch of emails the FBI have found in their Weiner investigation, their Anthony Weiner investigation that is, they haven't found anything major. They haven't found anything they feel they need another congressional hearing on. So I do feel this has been largely overstated, to be honest, with the anti-Clinton crowd. I think an important point to take from the Dee Dutter talk, actually, is the fact that every time Hillary Clinton runs for office, her approval ratings go through the floor. But when she's actually in office, they almost always trend back upwards. People like Hillary when they see the job she does. So dependent on how she actually does in the presidency, I could see it not being a big problem, essentially.
Just to break down some of those votes for you now for Hillary Clinton. So 20 electoral college votes in Illinois, 3 in Washington DC, which isn't a surprise, let's be honest, they normally vote 90% for the Democrats. Maryland, 10, that's another state that Clinton has won this evening, as well as Delaware with its 3 electoral college votes, 14 in New Jersey, 4 in Rhode Island, and 11 in Massachusetts. Do any of these states surprise you? I know I'm springing that on you quite a lot, but do any of these states surprise you out of, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Washington, DC, or Illinois?
It sounds boring, but not particularly, I'm afraid to say. Illinois, of course, home of Obama. I don't think that was ever going to swing. Delaware, home of Joe Biden, to pull out the presidential facts here. None of these states, I think, are particularly big surprises, but just getting them in the basket and out the way for Hillary is good news. It's like Labour winning urban northern seats. Getting them out of the way, getting them in the bag, knowing that you've won them, you've won your heartland. It's an important thing to get squared away to start with, because if we had seen any of these states swing to Trump, really, we would have known the Clinton campaign is in trouble. The fact that they've gone into Clinton's electoral college total, predictable but reassuring.
So out of those 12 states that have declared so far, we've mentioned that Clinton has 68 electoral college votes, Trump has 37 of those electoral college votes, but the system itself comes under quite a lot of stick. Now, the presidential system isn't done by popular vote, which you kind of assume when you're choosing between a list of candidates. It's done by first past the post. People in the UK will be familiar with first past the post. We did this for the general election, but where we had the EU referendum, where you have basically a popular vote, whoever gets the most votes winning, as we've seen with the EU referendum. Are you surprised that America doesn't have a similar system in place?
I don't know, surprised is the right word. I do think it's time for them to change, essentially. The whole point of the electoral college system is that it advantages the small states. So you get the flyover states, as they're called, in the middle of the country, where they're overrepresented, while the big states get slightly underrepresented. But it doesn't have this major effect, where it becomes just a contest of focusing on individual swing states, rather than trying to appeal to broad demographics and win the entire popular vote. So I think really it probably is time for America to modernize its electoral system, as difficult as it may be. Because why have a system where you can risk a 2000, as we saw, where Gore won the popular vote, Bush won the electoral college vote, slightly, contestedly. Why have a system which can risk that?
Ben, thank you very much for your time. I feel like I know everything about you now. And just let you know as well, District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., their 3 electoral college votes went to Hillary Clinton.
Thank you, Henry. We have had, as you can hear from Henry, a huge number of results come in recently. Hillary Clinton now in the lead with 71 electoral college seats. That's including Washington, D.C. Donald Trump behind on 37 at the moment. I just want to get the panel's reaction to some of the results that we've been hearing getting in the last 10, 15 minutes or so. Joe, first of all, what would you think?
To be honest, I'm a bit relieved. I don't like any of them really, but Clinton is definitely like the safer option. So I'm glad that she's winning because like she's more predictable. We know what she will do. So I think it's like safer because like we know her at least. So yeah, I'm a bit relieved.
And what do you think of that result, or the very much predicted result in Florida at the moment, which seems to have Clinton winning just about, which is of course a key state, Florida?
Yeah, I think that's really, really important for the election, especially for Clinton. It's looking really positive for her. But the thing is, it's so close and these things can be wrong. We just never know. At the moment, like the recent thing that said that as the votes have been counted so far, there's 1% in it. So although it's like she'll win it, it still can go either way. But it is looking positive for Clinton.
Ben, what are you making of these results?
I'm finding the results very interesting. I'm finding the Florida result very interesting, and sort of it's in fact coming back to a point I made, which is quite an arrogant thing to do, but I'm going to do it anyway. Coming back to a point I made, looking at the data from exit polls in Florida suggests that Trump won amongst non-Hispanic and amongst Cuban voters, however lost amongst Hispanic voters at about 75% to 25%, which really shows the importance of the Hispanic vote during this election, especially in Florida, which is such a key battleground state and also has a very large Hispanic population on account of being in the Gulf of Mexico.
Now we have 3 more breaking results in the last couple of minutes. Tennessee, Oklahoma, Mississippi have all been declared for Donald Trump. That's in total, that gives Donald Trump 23 extra electoral college seats, 11 from Tennessee, 7 from Oklahoma, and 6 from Mississippi. None of those are particular surprises. What do you make of those 3 results? Does that change your view on how this election is going?
No, they're not surprising at all, really. And it's also, none of them are big states either. So the fact they've gone to Donald Trump, as you expect, and they're both combined are less than the amount that Florida is, which shows you how important these big states are, especially considering Florida is such a swing state. And I think, to be honest, as we expect, Donald Trump will win the really hardcore Republican states, but these swing states are going to be the key ones, like every other election.
Remember, if you want to get involved, you can tweet using the hashtag WarwickUS, and we will try to get those out on air as well. Joe, what have you made of those wins for Donald Trump? Does that change your view of how the election is going?
I mean, like, I respect like most of the southern states are voting for him. I mean, like Mississippi and Texas, they're all like very right-wing and they have like very old views. And they also have like their racist history as well. So like it makes sense that they would vote for Donald Trump because like they're close to Mexico and they get like most of the immigrants. So you can see that they would be frustrated in a way. So yeah, it makes sense so far.
Another piece of breaking news has just come in that Marco Rubio, who of course was in the race to become the Republican nominee for this election, Marco Rubio has been re-elected to the Senate because of course he re-stood for his seat in the US Senate. Now a question that I've been meaning to bring up for a while is about whether a different candidate for the Republican Party would have stood a better chance against Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, of course, is one of the most unpopular Democratic candidates, or candidates of any party, of pretty much all time. So if a candidate such as Mitt Romney, who ran in 2008, were to run now, Do you think he would beat Hillary Clinton? What do you make of that, Joe, first of all?
Sorry?
If a candidate such as Mitt Romney from 2012 ran now, would he easily walk over Hillary Clinton? Hillary, of course, being a very unpopular candidate.
Well, I mean, like Hillary Clinton and Mitt Romney are very similar in their views. I think that Mitt Romney will have better chance because he's a male, and Americans would trust males more likely because all the presidents before have been males, and they kind of show power. Whereas Hillary Clinton is a woman, and they are not really sure what to make of that.
Em, what do you think of that? Do you think Mitt Romney would have done a lot better than Donald Trump has done for the Republican Party?
I think he would have probably done better, but I think when you look at the candidates that were up against Trump in the Republican primary, the fact that Marco Rubio was probably the one looking into it before it even started, that was probably the big one to look at, and he polled really badly among Republicans. And when you look at the fact that Ted Cruz came second, he's considered by quite a few more extreme than Donald Trump, because a lot of people don't actually believe that Donald Trump believes what he says. As with Ted Cruz, we all know that he actually believes what he says. So quite honestly, although I think maybe Mitt Romney would have done better, the alternative candidates for the Republican Party this election probably would not have done.
Ben, the same question to you there.
I think the Republicans probably would have won this election with a more moderate delegate. I think that if someone like Jeb Bush or Marco Rubio had managed to win the Republican nomination, they probably could have defeated Clinton with the full support of the Republican Party. I don't think Ted Cruz could have won this election, largely because I think he fails to attract the voters who Trump has, the more right-wing voters, and he also didn't have the support of the Republican Party and the moderates within the Republican Party. Regardless of that, I think if Trump hadn't stood, then it's likely the Republicans would have elected someone like Jeb Bush, who probably would have run a campaign very similar to Mitt Romney, but obviously not against an incumbent president, and probably would have won.
Just a reminder that the results currently stand at 68 to 37 for Hillary Clinton at the moment. That's the result that the BBC is using at the moment. I'm not sure whether that includes the results that we have announced for Trump or not, but we will see as the results continue to come in. Now, something that we haven't seen in a very long time, perhaps decades, is 3 terms of a Democrat president. We have seen Jimmy Carter and we've seen Bill Clinton in the last sort of 4 decades, and it's been very rare for a Democrat candidate coming after a president to win the election. Now, is that representative that we might be on the verge of that? Is that representative of how badly Donald Trump is doing, that the Republican Party haven't seen a surge as they normally might expect to do? Ben, first of all, with that.
I think by and large, the Democratic Party tend to end their 8 years in office normally with quite serious criticism from the Republican Party and more moderates in the Republican Party regarding their finances and the economy of America at the time, as well as the military concerns, and that has always been the concern. I think in the case of both Carter and Clinton, were it not for the 2-term limit introduced following FDR, they probably would have got re-elected, and they probably would have both served 3rd terms, as they were both very popular presidents in their time, and both left with some of the highest approval ratings of a leading president to have ever taken place. I think by and large, it's hard to say, but I would say that it's not a failure of Donald Trump that he is failing to capture this typical Republican surge following 8 years of Democrats in office, because Barack Obama hasn't left with a serious amount of criticism associated with him. The biggest criticism that can be said about Obama is that he hasn't accomplished a lot during his 8 years in office. However, he still maintains a high enough approval rating that there's no reason why him supporting another Democratic candidate couldn't see a Democratic continuation in office.
An update for you from Florida. Florida continues to be very tight. It's believed that 85% of the vote has now been counted, and it remains too close to call even at this point, which is perhaps reflective of how this election might go over the next couple of hours. Florida is, of course, the state that in 2000 was so close that it was decided by only a matter of hundreds of votes. There was a number of recounts over a few weeks, and it ended up in George Bush winning the election despite Al Gore actually gaining more votes. Now, we should also note that all the results that we're giving you at the moment are projections, which is of course what a lot of the major channels do, but they are subject to change at this point. Now, Em, what do you make out of the result for Florida still being very tight?
I think it is a sign of how this election is going to go, but also we knew that Florida would be close. We knew that Trump had to win it, really, and I think it was a sign that if Clinton goes on and wins it, or even if she comes close, I think that's enough to suggest that she's going to go on and win it. And I don't think it will be as close as we expect it to be from the beginning, because as I said earlier, all these early ones coming in are more in favour of Trump anyway and the Republican Party, and it's kind of misleading because for those that aren't as well informed, might assume that Trump is in the lead. This means that Republicans have got an advantage, but really these are the ones that he should be winning. And I think even if Clinton doesn't win, the fact that she's going to come close enough just says a lot about how well she's going to be doing.
Joe, what do you think of the Florida result then, and how tight that is being at the moment?
I mean, they're both so tight because people don't really know who to vote for anymore. Because they're literally both the same in a way, both right wing, kind of very conservative in a way, and anti-communism, which is a bit sad because you don't really get much choice. So anyway, they're both they're the same. They both will be very close, and actually anyone could win because there's hardly any difference anymore. People don't know what to do.
Now we have an update in terms of the Electoral College as it stands. The BBC has that Hillary Clinton, remains on 68, while those results that we said for Donald Trump earlier on, Tennessee, Oklahoma and Mississippi, have all been confirmed, meaning that Donald Trump is now on 57 Electoral College votes, which brings the results even closer, which of course reflects how it's going in Florida, one of the key battleground states. Ben, what do you make of this?
I wouldn't say it's a massive surprise that Trump has managed to win states like Tennessee and like Mississippi. They're very much in the Deep South, and they have a very high population of working class individuals who would respond to Trump's ideologies. In response to how close it is currently, I think we're still waiting on a lot of results coming from the West Coast, which has always been a typical Democratic stronghold, especially amongst California and states along the West Coast. And so I think it's impossible to tell at the moment, and I wouldn't say that I'm concerned yet.
Joe, we haven't really had your opinion on something I brought up earlier, which was the idea of a 3-term Democratic presidency almost, with Obama being 2 terms and then Clinton taking on a 3rd term. What do you think of that? Does that reflect how badly Trump is doing?
I think Obama should be able to run under a 3rd term because it's very democratic right now, because he's only allowed to run 2 terms and that's it. People like Obama, he did a great job. The only thing most of the things that he wanted to do were not done just because the Senate was against his ideas and he didn't get much support from that sense. But he was a really great president, and it's a real shame he can't run again.
In terms of running again, it's obviously Barack Obama can't run again, but in 2020 we might see Michelle Obama potentially running. What do we think of that? Because she has been becoming increasingly political, especially in this campaign. So what do you think of that as a potential? First of all, do you think Michelle Obama could be a potential runner in 2020? Others that have been suggested, Kanye West seems to think that he might be able to run for president.
I think it'd be interesting to see that if she did, whether people compare her to Barack Obama during her campaign. But I think if Hillary Clinton does win, it provides a huge incentive. You've had the first female president. People might be more inclined to vote for a woman. But I think it depends on how Hillary Clinton does as president, because Michelle Obama is an intelligent woman. You don't want to stand for an election as a Democrat if Hillary Clinton has done a bad job in government. That's the last point in time you want to, especially when she's quite young, and it's still quite reasonably close to when Barack Obama has just ended his time. So I think that it maybe 2024 might be the closer option.
One more piece of breaking news for you. Tammy Duckworth has won back Barack Obama's seat in the Senate for Illinois for the Democrats. Ben, what do you make of the idea of the runners for 2020? Who do you think would be good runners for either party? Where do the parties go from here? The Republicans in particular, actually. Where do they go from Donald Trump and the Tea Party? So where do you think the Republican Party can go from Donald Trump and the Tea Party? What should be their candidate in 2020? How can they bring themselves back into the mainstream almost?
I would say that regardless of the result tonight, whether Trump wins or loses, the Republican Party is currently in crisis. because there is a split within the Republican Party of people who either support Trump and people who explicitly don't support Trump. If he wins, the people who currently don't support Trump, the clever people within the Republican Party, may have to either subscribe to Trump's ideologies, what few of them there are, but that's unimportant, may have to either subscribe to Trump's ideologies and follow those who supported him. If he loses, the opposite will happen. Either those who supported Trump will try to return to the centre ground where they had built their careers, or they will allow their political careers to die a shameful death. Either way, the Republican Party is really going to struggle after this election to make itself relevant again.
A couple of reminders for you then, just before we move on to the next part of the discussion. The earliest time that the election can be called tonight is 4 a.m. So we've got another 2.5 hours as polls continue to close and results continue to come in. And we should hopefully be able to call the election by 4, if not 4:15, which was when it was called back in 2012. Also, I should remind you that Hillary Clinton remains on 68 electoral college seats and Donald Trump remains on 57. We are still early in the night in terms of results coming in. 4 a.m. we should hopefully be able to call this election. Now, what do you think of the runners in 2020 for the Republican Party, Joe? Do you think, where can the Republican Party go from Donald Trump? Where can the Republican Party go from Donald Trump? What next? What next for the Republican Party after Donald Trump? What kind of candidate can they hope for?
Well, Donald Trump definitely supports from the working class, because he kind of lives the American dream, and it's very normal and not very formal in his manner. He is very rich, but he wears baseball caps, and he doesn't really wear any formal clothes as much as Clinton. So he will definitely get more votes from protesters who don't like the system, or other people that didn't like the Clintons. But he will get a lot of different votes from different people, or mainly the working class and middle class people that want to succeed in their business and hope to get support when they vote for Trump.
Just a piece of breaking news for you. Alabama has been confirmed for Donald Trump. That's hardly a surprise, but it does bring the results to 68-66, so incredibly close at the moment as it stands. We're now going to go to an interview with Henry Riley, who stood with somebody in a red cap.
Hello. Yes, so now I'm back again, and Jack Hadfield is back, conveniently on my right. Jack Hadfield here to talk about Donald Trump, and Emily Davis, who is here, I assume, supporting Hillary Clinton. Now, Emily, you're also on the Society's exec, just to introduce you. So we'll start with Jack, because you're quite excited about Florida, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the BBC now, it's just saying that Trump's back up in Florida by 1%, 49-48, with 61% counted. It's just been so close. His lead, the deficit went from 100,000 votes ahead to Clinton to 4,000 votes ahead for Trump, and now Trump's then ahead. It's Florida is way too close to call right now. We only went for 100 or few votes in the 2000 election. I just don't know what to do. I'm freaking out over just how close Florida is. I just want it to be over and done. Just come on, Florida, count your votes, get it sorted, we can all move on.
If Trump does win Florida, then does he win the election?
No, I wouldn't say if he wins Florida, he's completely won, because there are a few other states because Clinton doesn't need Florida to win, Trump pretty much does. That's how it's always been with the Democrats versus Republicans. But if he does take Florida, it's a pretty good marker that we can expect to see a Trump presidency, but I wouldn't immediately declare it Florida won. If Trump gets Pennsylvania, I think I would call a Trump victory then.
Just to let you know as well, Alabama has been basically projected for Trump. It's only projected for Trump. Emily, why are you supporting Hillary Clinton? To go back to the broad issue, why are you supporting Hillary Clinton in this particular election?
This election is essentially defining what it means to be a woman in the world for me. The fact that we can exist, take up space, speak, and be strong and influence the world in a positive way. If Donald Trump is elected, it's saying to me that every single civil liberty that I have is worthless. And Hillary Clinton, it could be either it's either going to be a tremendous step forward or one of the worst things that's happened to women in the 21st century.
Do you think Donald Trump then is a misogynist?
Yeah, absolutely. No.
And why do you think that?
He defines women based on their bodies rather than their minds, and refuses to hear their voices, and it says so much how in the debates he's like not personal attacks on his voice, whatever, that he doesn't respect women for who they are as political, critical beings. And we are so capable and so much more than that, and he just does not see us, and neither do the majority of his supporters.
Talking broadly ideologically now about Hillary Clinton, so would you say you agree with Hillary Clinton on most things, or are you supporting her because she's effectively the least worst option, as it's been quite a trend in this election?
I'm supporting her because I want to be able to sleep at night.
So it's not it's in terms of ideology, you're not too convinced by Clinton. It's just she's a lot better than Trump, and if Trump got it, that'd be a disaster for you.
Well, imagine if Hillary Clinton and I sat down and debated about, we'd find multitudes of things that we disagreed on, but the fact is she's an incredibly experienced politician. She spent 3 decades in political spheres. She knows every issue inside out, and she has spent decades getting her hands dirty in order to make progressive change, and that's what we need in a president.
I said earlier that 4 in 10 Americans agree with the wall being erected between the US and Mexico. Is that number higher than you thought it was, or did you think it'd be a lot lower?
Well, I mean, I think there's been a great demand for general immigration reform with most Americans. I'm surprised that 4 out of 10 supported the wall specifically, because that's, a lot of the generals or feedback that we got from lots of people is that, the wall was a too extreme policy or whatever. But now it turns out, 40% of Americans actually support the building of it. Probably a lot of those people being in the border states who are directly affected by the mass swathes of illegal immigrants that are coming across the Mexican border.
Emily said then that she thinks Donald Trump is a misogynist, and if he got it, she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Is he either of those? Is he a misogynist? And would you be able to sleep at night if Donald Trump got the presidency?
Well, I mean, firstly, I certainly wouldn't sleep soundly at night if Clinton won it, because I think she's a warmonger who's incredibly aggressive. She's pushed for a no-fly zone in Syria. No, well, then how are you going to force that no-fly zone? Are you going to shoot down Russian jets? Well, then that's probably going to lead to potentially potentially nuclear war if it came to that. I mean, it sounds like exaggerating, but if you're sparking and antagonising the Russians, that certainly really gives me something to worry about. In terms of Trump being a misogynist, I think Clinton's actually said some horrible things about women. She's called she called women who Bill Clinton slept with trailer trash, and she got a molester of a 12-year-old girl off when she was a lawyer with 6 months by claiming that the 12-year-old girl fantasized about older men and actually wanted it. So I think in terms of talking about misogyny and rape apology and so on, I think Clinton is not exactly a friend to women.
Emily, how do you think it's going to go tonight in the end?
I feel like I'm going to be waiting on tenterhooks, but I think it's a fairly safe win for Clinton.
There you go. One person Trump, the other Clinton. How's it going to go?
A couple of pieces of information for you that have come in the last 5 minutes after that short debate up on the balcony. Pennsylvania has been projected with 50% of the vote going to Hillary Clinton and 46% to Donald Trump. That Pennsylvania is seen as a bit of a swing state, so that could be an interesting piece of information for us. Florida remains very tight, with 91% of the vote still being having been counted, with Donald Trump potentially 0.6 in the lead. That means that at the moment it remains 68-66 to Donald Trump. To Hillary Clinton. What am I talking about? Hillary Clinton at the moment. Thank you for staying with us here in the atrium of the SU. We have a new panel. We have Dan Formston, we have Will Copping, and we have Manan. Now, I just want you to give me your reaction at the moment to what's happened so far. Dan, first of all.
It's a difficult one because it's so close still. I mean, sometime in the next hour we'll get a much better sense of where this is going. Florida and Virginia and North Carolina, all vital states, are slowly coming in drip by drip. Ohio is also still on a knife edge. I wouldn't say I'm not willing to call it yet. but it's not a disaster for anyone. It's going to be close, whatever the results so far, I think.
Will, would you agree with that? Is it going to be close?
Close at the moment. Two of the kind of key swing states seem to be going one each way at the moment. I mean, Ohio's still got a lot to come in, but there's a solid Clinton lead in what has come in. And then Florida, I can't see coming for Clinton now. I think that's going to go to Trump. So that's a very... Can't really call it when it's two of the biggest swing states going to two different people. It's very, very close.
NBC are currently reporting that the House of Representatives is likely to remain within Republican control following the elections today. Manan, what do you make of that piece of information? Is that interesting the Republicans are going to hold the House, and does that represent what we're going to see in the presidential election, do you think?
Honestly speaking, it's been a bit disappointing in terms of the fact that the elections are being analyzed on the basis of the racial profiles and the gender profiles of the people, whereas ideally it should be policy oriented. Well, as we can see, Florida is, I think, a major chunk of the votes are also going to be decided by the third parties in Florida, which is at a tipping point at this particular moment. And that's exactly what happened in 2000 when Ralph Nader turned out to be the spoiler candidate between Gore and Bush. So I feel that Florida is going to be majorly decided upon by the third party candidates as well.
Will, what do you make of that? Do you think that third-party candidates are going to be important in the debate today? And do you think they're going to make a really big influence on the election as they have done in past elections?
Okay, by and large, I think probably third-party involvement has been very, very overstated this election. You know, it's not Britain 83, it's not 25% of the vote going to a third party. They'll be lucky to break 10%. I don't think it's as big of an impact on the election as people say it is.
Dan, you're nodding along there. Do you agree with that?
At the moment, Johnson and Stein have a combined vote share of 2.8%. The only reason they would have any real influence on this, if we end up with a situation like in 2000, where, once again, you know, Florida is currently split by, I can get you the exact figure, 0.8% of the vote share.
Yeah.
Now, in 2000, a handful of votes for Nader potentially lost Gore the election, depending how you want to look at it. That's the only way it could influence it. Whether it'll actually do it tonight, I don't think so.
Will, what do you think of that? Florida being the vital state tonight. Do you see that being the case? Because we are seeing it is incredibly close at the moment in Florida and continues to be so.
Well, I mean, Florida is certainly one of the most vital states in the country. It's not the only swing state. Whether it's the most important is quite a difficult question. It's certainly up in the top 2 or 3, so the fact that it's going to Trump means this election is not going the way many people predicted it to go.
Manan, what do you think of Florida as a state and its importance?
If we look at last year's in the elections in 2012, we'll see that Mitt Romney got 206, and the magic number in this particular elections is 64. So if Trump needs to win this particular elections, it's really important for him to pick up one of the 5 swing states, one of the most major being Florida, which has 29 electoral votes. So if this turns out to be in Trump's favor, maybe he has a realistic chance. Otherwise, if it does turn out in Clinton's favor, it becomes really unrealistic to say that Trump has a chance of winning this.
Now, Dan, we were talking earlier on with the different panel about the future of the Republican Party and whether the Republican Party can move on from Donald Trump in sort of a sustainable way, and whether they can find a candidate in 2020 that represents a move towards the centre, whereas, as we've seen with Donald Trump and the rise of the Tea Party since about 2010, the Republican Party is increasingly becoming more diverse from the centre ground and from the Democrats.
I mean, it's very hard to see where the Republicans go from here, because when they've had their current, well, certainly a sort of Trumpian politics is probably, if it's ever going to work, it'll be this election, because from here on in, the demographics will always benefit the Democrats, unless the Republicans utterly change their approach to Hispanic Americans and to Black Americans, and indeed to women as well. I think
Will, what do you make of that piece of analysis?
I don't know. I mean, certainly, I think there's been a big shift, not just in America, but in the world, towards transformative leaders in terms of the populist vote. You can see it, you see it in Austria, you see it in America, you saw it over here. And I can't see that changing anytime soon until one of these transformative leaders gets the momentum to get elected and begins enacting a kind of platform of change. And either it will go well, and people will keep voting for that person, or it will go awfully, and there will be this move back towards centrist, very narrow ideological gap between parties.
So, Will, do you see the anger and the anti-establishment feeling that fueled Brexit? Do you see that in the rise of Donald Trump? And to a lesser extent, or to a different extent, do you see that in the rise of Bernie Sanders as well in the Democrats?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as one of the interviews earlier said, Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders offer solutions to a lot of similar problems in very, very different ways. And that's what I mean. They were both kind of relatively, by American standards, transformative leaders.
Yeah.
And I certainly think that a lot of the same feelings were present in both sides of the campaign and over here in the Brexit campaign as well.
Manan, what do you think it is that's fueling the rise of Donald Trump? Because 8 or even 4 years ago, it perhaps would have been unbelievable that a man such as Donald Trump would be in this position where where he's contesting Florida, where he's potentially winning Florida, one of the major battleground states. That would have been sort of unforeseeable a few years ago. What is it that's now fueling that rise at this point?
I think at this point in time, what a lot of political analysts realize is that Donald Trump is a radical nationalist in the US, and he's the embodiment of a lot of Americans in general who are afraid of not receiving employment benefits, who are not being employed, who do not have the necessary capital to get into education, and they feel that they have a xenophobic view about the immigrants who come into the country. So I think he's embodying those sectors of agitated voters who are turning out to be voting for Trump for various reasons. And most importantly, what he's capturing is the fact that an average American is distressed about the status quo, with dealing with the education, dealing with employment, and so on.
Dan, you had a point that you want to add to that.
Saw before one extra thing as to whether the Republican Party will try to moderate itself. John Kasich, probably the most moderate candidate in this year's primary, is giving a speech on Thursday. He announced a couple of hours ago. So I'd watch this space because I think he's about to make that bid.
Just a reminder then, the Electoral College currently stands at 68-66. It is of course still early on in the night. We will finally, hopefully, get a result by 4 o'clock, potentially 4:15. So stick with us till then here in the SU Atrium. You can get involved in the discussion using the hashtag Warwick US on Twitter, and we will try to get your tweet out on air and get you involved in the discussion. Will, in terms of the results then so far, what are we thinking? Are we thinking there's going to be a clear winner at this point, or are we still really too tight to be sure, do you think?
Too early to call,
Yeah.
I feel, mainly because, even if Florida at the moment I cannot see going for anyone other than Donald Trump, but there are still that small percentage of the votes come in, so I feel to call swing states like that before 100% of the voters got in and before it's official is very dangerous. And I think until those kind of important swing states like Florida, like Ohio, come in, we're a bit... Yeah, I don't think it's early enough to call, or too early to call.
Manan, do you agree with that? That if Florida still has 9% of the votes still to come in, and the lead that Donald Trump has is only 0.6%, does that mean it's still too early to call it? Because obviously Florida, obviously being such a tight seat as it has been in 2000 as well.
I feel the early lead that Donald Trump got in these elections was a bit misleading, in the sense that it has been mathematically established that he needs to win 4 of the 5 swing states, and one of them definitely being Florida.
Yeah.
So I would say that after the Florida results turn out, maybe if they turn out in favor of Clinton, I would say Clinton would be the eventual winner.
Dan, what do you think of that? Do you think that it's too early to call Florida?
Well, I mean, we're at 70% of Florida called, according to what I'm looking at, and Trump has still got a narrow but a sustained lead so far. So if there's going to be a sudden surge for Clinton, it's going to have to come sooner rather than later.
Will, what do you think of that? Do you think that Clinton is going to gain a sudden surge sooner rather than later?
I don't think she will. I do, however, think it's possible, and therefore I'm reluctant to call the state before the votes come in. Realistically, probably not, but this year has not been one for realism, I feel.
At this point, I feel it's probably a good time to get an idea of sort of where the panel stands on whether you support Hillary Clinton, whether you think that Bernie Sanders would have done better than Hillary Clinton, where you stand on Donald Trump, whether you think he's as bad a racist as he perhaps has been made out to be. So I'm going to start with Dan. Let's talk about Hillary Clinton first. Do you think she's a strong candidate for the Democrats?
Reluctant to kind of engage in the counterfactual with whether Bernie would be the better candidate, because I have no idea, because think how crazy the last 6 months of a general election have been. Think of the ridiculous stories that have come out. Think of all the slightly weird and bizarre attacks that have come from Trump's mouth in that time. Maybe it would have been better for Bernie, maybe it would have been better for another Democrat. But I think if 2016 has taught us one thing, it's to expect the unexpected, and I would have no idea what that campaign would have looked like in an alternative universe.
Will you indulge us in some counterfactual? Would Bernie Sanders have done better than Hillary Clinton?
I'm still sad Elizabeth Warren didn't run. That's my take on the whole thing.
I
think Elizabeth Warren, realistically, out of all the kind of established Democratic politicians, had she run, would probably have run one of the best campaigns.
Somebody disagrees
Cheers
with
for
you,
that, mate. No, but also, had I been able to vote in the primaries, I would have voted for Bernie Sanders. But I think in the reality that we have now, reluctant Clinton supporter.
What about you, Manan? Clinton supporter, would have preferred Bernie? Think Warren would have done better? Or are you on the other side of the spectrum? Do you prefer the Republicans?
Bernie was ideologically different from either of the two candidates right now, and his policies regarding weed legalization and abortion in general were very lucrative for the youngsters, for the youth, and it's those centerpieces of his political campaign which haven't been clearly addressed by the other two political candidates. And as far as his economic policies were concerned, well, again, they are not relatable to any of the two candidates over here, because he's not comparable to Hillary in this particular instance, because he wasn't a corporate lobbyist as Hillary is, or Donald Trump would be willing to cut down on taxes on the corporations.
So an interesting exit poll that's come out says, we talked earlier on a different panel about how 29% of Americans would be scared if Hillary Clinton became the president. 17%, which is quite a small number, say they would be excited if Hillary Clinton became president. Is that a damning report into US politics, do you think? Will, first of all?
I mean, in a way, yes. It's also possibly the least surprising statistic I've heard today. There was very little, certainly in terms of grassroots enthusiasm, I saw much, much less throughout the primaries for Hillary as there was for Bernie, and I saw much, much less throughout the main body of this campaign than there was for Donald Trump. Certainly, she has been, in terms of established politicians, probably the worst at generating grassroots enthusiasm, other than, your unknown liabilities like Marco Rubio or someone like that. It's not.
Dan, do you think she's been terrible at getting grassroots support?
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is she did win and beat Bernie by 4 million votes. So clearly the support is coming from somewhere. It's not some mythical machine. I mean, she clobbered him across the South and through a large portion of the Midwest. At the end of the day, she was chosen by 4 million more Democrats than Bernie was. clearly some kind of mobilization and enthusiasm is there.
Manan, do you think that Hillary Clinton really is sort of a figure that can't really inspire much enthusiasm, even if she's seen as sort of a potentially safe pair of hands? She's not really admired by not admired or not. She doesn't make many people enthusiastic. Do you think that's the case, or do you think, like Dan does, that the 4 million votes that she gained over Bernie is suggestive that she really is? She can inspire people.
I'm not too surprised to see that only 17% of the people are excited to have Hillary in office. Where if it was someone like Bernie Sanders who would be contesting for the presidential position, or someone like Obama who was in the previous elections, it showed a breakout from the norms. It showed that it would be something new, something new to anticipate in the office, some new activities. Well, Hillary in her policies hasn't gotten anything unconventional in the sense which people should be excited about. The only fact that differentiates her from other candidates in history is that she would be the first American female president at all.
To give you an idea of just how close it is tonight, it's currently 1:48, which means that the results should be called in about 2 hours, 10 minutes, 2.5 hours, something like that. And at the moment, none of the swing states are yet being projected, which means that there's about 1% in each swing state, which is quite is obviously a hugely small margin. And that just shows how tight tonight is and how much we really can't be making any calls about who's going to win at this stage. Will, do you think that it might perhaps be one of the tightest elections of all time?
I mean, from what's coming in now, I don't know precise statistics from previous elections, but it is incredibly close. Like, I can't compare it historically because I don't have those figures. But, you know, close elections are one of two things generally. Two extremely well-run campaigns and two extremely poorly run campaigns. I think this year we are seeing the latter.
Something that's really big on Twitter right now is that Florida is currently the center of the world's attention. Florida is being said on Twitter, the world is hanging on Florida, which could be the case for the second time in about 4 elections, if you include 2000, because of just how tight Florida is looking tonight. This is getting almost crazy, just how tight it is. Dan, what are you making of this?
I mean, as knife edge as Florida always is, what's striking me about this map is the slight oddity of Ohio, which most polls on the final day had Trump about to win, is still just about being held by Clinton. Meanwhile, Virginia, which most people felt was a reasonably safer state for Clinton, is currently being led by Trump, with 70% of the votes counted. So this 2016 clearly still has a few surprises up its sleeve for us yet.
As exciting as it is that the election is so tight, it does mean that the results coming in are a little bit slower at the moment than they will be in perhaps an hour or so's time when we get a clearer idea of who's winning. And that does mean, obviously, that there's very few results coming in at the moment. And for quite some time now, the Electoral College has stood at 68-66, and it still continues to do so. So now seems like a good time to talk about whether Trump or Hillary would be better for America on a global stage. Now, it's often said that Trump and Putin have a weirdly close relationship, and whether that would be good for America or not. There's an idea that maybe Hillary Clinton would drive a wedge between Moscow and Washington, creating some sort of new Cold War paradigm. Dan, what do you think of that as an idea?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's
Will, what do you think of that? Is there potentially room for a new sort of Cold War if Clinton comes in? Would Donald Trump potentially save American relations with Moscow? Sorry.
That's a very, very controversial and controversially phrased question. I think certainly there is no reason to believe Hillary can do anything but continue America's current interventionist policy. How that will pan out with Russia, as Russia seems to be getting more involved in the Middle East in the past few years, remains to be seen. Yeah, I'd be very reluctant to use the words Cold War. That's a very, very, loaded term.
Manan, what do you think of Hillary versus Trump on the global stage? Which one would perform better? Do do you think?
As far as the last question was concerned regarding Trump or Hillary's relationship with Putin, I feel that Putin is playing a really strategic game by by promoting Trump, because he knows that he doesn't have previous experience in political matters, and if he does come in power, he would be a puppet in the hands of the parliament in general, and if he can establish great ties with him, it would be easier for him to dominate the global scenario. Whereas the international scenario is concerned on a more holistic perspective, I feel that Hillary wouldn't be the best with trade deals because she has had previous experiences with the NAFTA, and it has been considered the biggest trade fail in the US's history up till now.
Just to give you some facts on Florida then, we keep talking about it, but it is so important. 91% of the vote has been counted, that continues to be the fact, and 49.8% seems to currently be the figure for Donald Trump, 47.9% for Hillary Clinton. That seems to be the projection at the moment, which shows you just how tight that is. To give you some history about Florida, 2000, Florida was the key state in the election. It triggered a recount because it was so close, which led to weeks of legal battles between Al Gore and George Bush, who eventually won the presidency with about 500 votes to spare in Florida, in spite of the fact that he got less votes overall in the entire country, which sort of highlights potentially that there might be some flaws in the American electoral system. Dan, what do you think of the American electoral system? It's an indirect system, which means that people vote for electors, technically, who then vote for the president, although the electors rarely vote for someone other than who they've been elected to vote for, if that makes any sense.
No, that's fine. I think the Electoral College is one of those oddities of the Constitution that's hung around far longer than perhaps reason would lead you to expect. It's interesting that most Americans are in favour of abolishing it and just directly electing the president, because it's either seen as unfair, or it unfairly benefits small states, or it just overcomplicates the whole thing. There aren't a huge number of elections that would have actually be different without an Electoral College. 2000 is obviously the fairly spectacular example of someone winning the popular vote and not becoming president.
Yes.
But that is kind of a case on its own. It does happen other times, but generally speaking, whoever wins the popular vote tends to win the Electoral College anyway, so it, in practice, doesn't make a huge difference.
Will, do you think there's flaws in the American electoral system? Is that reflective of flaws in electoral systems in places like Britain as well, where we also have a similar-ish system where we have sort of first past the post?
I didn't know as much about the American electoral system as I would have liked to before I started preparing for this, but it's kind of surprised me because it seems even more indirect and even more likely to produce results like 2000 than our one does, which is like very surprising in my view. So it's difficult because there are very practical reasons for why the American system is the way it is. But I do think it does need to change, and there needs to be people need to think about why and how they can change it, because it doesn't seem to be working in the way a democracy should really work.
Manan, do you have any opinions on the American electoral system, whether it needs to change because of the results like 2000?
There's no denying of the fact that in this particular voting system, everyone isn't given the equal amount of weightage to elect the president or the chief head of the particular country. But that said, I do believe that it cannot be compared with the majority voting rules in any other countries, solely because there are limited amount of coalition abilities that there are available in the US on a whole. So that said, I do believe that it is flawed, but then again, we do not have a perfect voting system in general. Majority voting rule isn't perfect in itself, so that is not the that's not the best benchmark to choose on which we could evaluate this particular voting system.
A couple more updates for you now. Hillary Clinton's team, and I'm not sure how much we should read into this, but I'm told they've tweeted that they Hillary Clinton's official account has tweeted that her team should be proud of everything they've done and thank you very much. And I don't know whether there's too much that we can read into that, and we'll come on to that in just a second. But we are going to stay chatting for a little bit because we do believe that the Florida result should be imminent anytime soon, and the Florida result could potentially be indicative of the result overall. Because as we've discussed, Florida is so close and so tight. Now, Dan, what do you think of that tweet from the Hillary Clinton team? Do you think that is indicative? Because it is quite a weird thing to have tweeted.
I think it's more just the sort of boilerplate thank yous to the volunteers and the people who've dedicated time. I wouldn't start engaging in too much Kremlinology about what this could possibly mean from the Clinton team. I mean, maybe they do have internal polling that says that they're not going to do well tonight, but I think I wouldn't infer that from that tweet.
Well, do you think you can infer anything from that tweet? Could you infer anything positive from that tweet? Could it be that they're almost saying thank you for getting us to victory?
I think, to be honest, the only thing I can infer from this tweet is something that I inferred quite a while ago from Hillary's social media. She needs a new social media coordinator, because no matter how confident you are, whether you've won or whether you think you've lost the election, tweeting this at this point just doesn't reflect well on you, because even if you think you've lost, it's going to look presumptive, and it's just, not really the best way to be running that account. But I don't really expect anything less.
Manan, what is your opinion on that Hillary Clinton tweet?
Well, it's definitely, as long as it's positive, I feel it's not something to frown upon. Whereas what Trump has done throughout his election campaign is that he's used it as a negative platform to portray the shortcomings of the other candidates. So I feel as long as it has been portrayed on a positive light, I don't see the folly with it.
The next few minutes should be some exciting few minutes, because we do believe that in the next few minutes 14 states will close their polls. So hopefully we should get a good number of projections in the next 10 minutes or so. An interesting exit poll. We've talked a lot about the exit polls that discuss how much people are excited by Hillary Clinton, or they are worried by Hillary Clinton, or they're excited by Donald Trump or worried by Donald Trump. An interesting one that's come out says that Hillary Clinton is seen as untrustworthy by 59% of people. That's quite a huge amount. And given that she's not going to only get 41% of the vote, that implies that some people voted for her despite seeing her as untrustworthy. Is that an interesting thing we should read into, Dan?
I think it's more just a reflection of the choice on offer. I mean, the second most striking figure about this election is that Hillary Clinton is the second least popular candidate of a major party in American political history. The most striking figure of this election is that Donald Trump is the most unpopular candidate of any major party in American political history. And this is just another manifestation of it. There was a fascinating number which came out from Georgia earlier, which was quite similar, which basically suggested that when you broke it down, 17% of people who voted for Clinton are very unhappy with Obama and don't like her, but they voted anyway for her because they just sort of thought, well, I don't like the other guy anymore. So,
Will, what do you think of the figure that 59% of people see Hillary Clinton as untrustworthy, and some of them still voted for her?
Well, the actual figure itself is, I feel, a very controversial issue, because this whole email thing, it's easy to dismiss it, it's easy to say it's been blown out of proportion, it's even easy to question, the validity of WikiLeaks because of ties to Russia and things like that. But at the end of the day, you can't really say that these people don't have a good reason to find her untrustworthy. And in terms of people voting for her but still finding her untrustworthy, you're always going to get that in a two-party system. That is kind of the inevitable result. People will vote for a candidate they don't like because they believe the other candidate is worse. It's been the result in every election. We're just seeing it more this year because it's certainly much more pronounced, because, as you said, they are two of the most unpopular candidates of all time.
The time here has just gone 2 o'clock, which means the results should be coming out in about 2 hours' time. Big news, the Electoral College has changed for the first time in a good number of minutes. So now it stands at 97 Electoral College votes for Hillary Clinton and 123 for Donald Trump, which means that Donald Trump is now in the lead in terms of the Electoral College. Of course, that's because some of the key states for Donald Trump have come in for him, which is unsurprising, and at the same time, Hillary Clinton has won a number of her safe states. Trump has won Texas and Kansas, which is unsurprising, and Clinton has won New York. What do we make of those figures? 29 electoral votes coming from New York for Hillary Clinton. Dan, first of all.
I mean, a lot of this is just the traditional Republican states coming home to roost. I mean, we've got South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska. Texas is more interesting, but it's less Republican than you might think. I haven't got it, I can't find it yet because it won't have come up yet, but I'd love to see what the margin of victory actually was for Trump, because at certain points in this electoral cycle, Clinton was the favourite to win Texas. And Texas is a state, much like Arizona, that is changing very quickly in terms of demographics. So it's not. I wouldn't say it would be a massive stretch for Clinton to have picked that up. So for the most part, most of these states are kind of the boilerplate Republican votes. I imagine pretty soon. Probably later in the night because of its sheer size, but eventually things like California and Hawaii are going to come in, and you'll have the same thing for Clinton, just a big landslide of blue states.
Yeah. Well, the reason that the Trump vote has gone so high in the last few minutes is because Trump won Texas. Texas, of course, has 38 electoral college votes, one of the biggest states in the United States in terms of population. New York obviously has gone to Clinton with its 29 votes, so that's a big win for Clinton, although of course we should expect that. Trump has also taken Wyoming and Nebraska, 5 votes with Nebraska, 3 votes with Wyoming. Manan, what do you make of these results? Is this a game changer, or are we just seeing sort of states going where we expected them to go? None of these are really key battleground swing states, are they, at this point?
Well, these results haven't been too surprising as depicted by the Times map in front of me. These were the predicted results. Well, the results will definitely hinge upon the swing states, and the most surprising one up till now was the one from New York, where this takes me back to the first presidential debate between Hillary and Trump, where they spoke about the New York values and about how capitalism was supposed to be. It already has a consolidated position in the whole of US, and it's something that they want to cut down upon. But Trump didn't have the best ways of tackling those follies, because he planned on cutting down on taxes with the corporations, and he planned on cutting down the taxes in the middle class, which didn't design itself into a very sustainable government revenue system that he was portraying it to be.
Just to keep you updated then, because things are becoming in thick and fast in the last few minutes. 22 states have now been projected. The result is currently stood at Hillary Clinton 97, Donald Trump 123. We're almost halfway through the states to be projected. North and South Dakota, both with 3 electoral college seats each, have both been declared for Donald Trump. Any surprises there, Will, first of all?
Not really. I mean, there aren't many of those states that sort of you wouldn't expect to go to who they went to, and what is interesting, and obviously would need to look at it further, but is the margins in these states, because obviously if candidates are struggling to win, or not struggling to win, but having lower margins than historical candidates for their parties in those safe seats, it can potentially, it's a bit of a risky prediction, but it can potentially help predict the results of swing states. So that's a kind of other interesting point to the safe state.
Well, on the topic of swing states, Minnesota and Michigan both remain too close to cool, according to Sky at the moment. Dan, you look slightly surprised at that. Do you want to give me your reaction to Michigan and Minnesota being too close to cool?
I mean, if this is a key part of Trump's electoral strategy, to be pejorative, the Rust Belt states, sort of. The New Statesman journalist John Elledge was there recently and described them as, imagine Bradford but going on for mile after mile. And it's the kind of previously skilled workers whose factories have been closed down, whose jobs have been offshored. And this is the exact demographic Trump needs to appeal to. And if he does well in Wisconsin and Michigan, which traditionally are Democratic at a presidential level, if he takes one of them, he stands a very real chance of getting Pennsylvania, which is the real prize, because Pennsylvania and Florida are the 2 key states he has to win.
Pennsylvania and Florida, of course, both still seen as too close to call. Donald Trump has now won Arkansas, it's been projected. That gives him a further 6 on the Electoral College voting system. Will, again, another not really surprised that Trump has won Arkansas. That's a safe Republican state in many ways, isn't it?
Well, I mean, yes, but again, I feel this election isn't really, as you say, the key part of this information that's just come in is not that Trump has won these safe seats, Hillary has won these safe seats. The key part is that all of the swing states so far seem to still be too close to call and look likely to remain that way for a good while. So it's definitely coming down to be one of the tightest elections, not just in the US, but certainly in living, well, like in my personal memory, I think it's the tightest election I've ever seen in general.
As these big results continue to come in, please remember you can get involved in the discussion on Twitter using the hashtag #WarwickUS. Please do tweet us anything that you want to say and we will try to get it on air. Manan, what have you made of these results that have been coming in? Things like Arkansas, Kansas, Texas, all going to Donald Trump, Nebraska, North and South Dakota. Are these signs that Donald Trump's on the way to victory, or should he have taken those seats anyway?
I'm looking at the facts about Arkansas, and it was the state where Romney won in 2012 as well. He won with a 61% majority in Arkansas, and just before that, in 2008 and 2004, there were Republican Party winners as well. So it's just been following the trend, and it is again no surprise that Trump has won the state. What I'm just anticipating the results of Florida. That will be the big one to look out for.
Yeah. Florida, as we keep mentioning, of course, the big one to look out for, as you say, Manan. The result after 23 states now stands at 97 to Hillary Clinton, 129 to Donald Trump. Donald Trump continues to extend his lead to over 30 electoral college votes. But of course, we shouldn't necessarily read too much into that at this stage, given that there are so many safe Democrat seats still to be announced. Dan, are we seeing a clear winner at all? I suggested that perhaps we aren't seeing a clear winner, but what do you think of that?
Pardon?
In terms of a clear winner, there's no way of us saying that Donald Trump is pulling ahead now.
No. I mean, it's definitely looking better for Trump than it did, say, an hour ago. And it's, I feel this is a much closer race than it certainly was when I started paying close attention 2 hours ago. I wouldn't be, it says it already, but there are about 9 or 10 states which Sky News is permanently declaring in front of me to be too close to call. And when you're in double figures of states which could go either way, I think it's still slightly premature, but with Florida, Virginia, Ohio, all the returns slowly coming in, it's starting to look slightly worrying for Clinton, I'd say, at this point.
The betting markets would agree with you, it would seem. The betting markets, which earlier this evening were in favour of Hillary Clinton, quite strongly in favour of Hillary Clinton actually, have shifted quite dramatically towards Donald Trump. Will, is this election closer than you expected it to be?
No, I mean, I was expecting it to be quite close. I know a lot of people, there's been a lot of, I feel, in terms of on the centre left, there's been a lot of arrogance. People have been saying, there's no way Donald Trump will win, there's no way Donald Trump will win, and I think that was a ridiculous statement from the off. I always thought this election was going to be quite a close one, even if, you kind of say, oh, Donald Trump's an awful candidate, the fact remains that Hillary Clinton has struggled to inspire people in the same way that many of her predecessors have, and so there was never really going to be a landslide victory either way, I feel.
Manan, is this result as close as you expected it to be, or were you expecting something a bit more sort of in favour of Hillary Clinton?
I believe that markets are a great indicator of how of a lot of things, and definitely political campaigns. Now, I feel the fluctuations were definitely anticipated, and more so because of the initial lead that Donald Trump got. That is the particular reason as to why the swings have been observed in the markets in general. And though we do recognize the fact that in the longer term, both of these candidates are going to be detrimental for the US economy in general, there is more business confidence in Hillary just because of the fact that her words are credible, and people do not believe Trump because media has completely obliterated his image as a soothsayer.
The time in Warwick SU atrium is now 2:12, and a new state has come in for Hillary Clinton. It now stands at 104 to 129, still in favour of Donald Trump, but Connecticut has come in as Hillary Clinton. Will, what do you make of that? Is Connecticut a surprise to you?
I mean, not really, but again, I feel that there's still a lot of kind of safe seats to come in, and I don't think we're going to get any real surprises for another, good while, because as you say, it is coming right down to the wire where it counts.
Those of us at RAW who are currently on Twitter say that one of the big things that's going around on Twitter is that Florida is potentially going to be recounted. That is, of course, a rumour on Twitter. There's been no official confirmation of that, and we won't see any official confirmation of that for some time yet. But that is an interesting thing if that were to happen. What do you make of that, Dan?
I'm not sure, because it's. I feel like I don't even want to comment or think about Florida until it's called at this stage. It's been occupying my mind for the last hour, and it's been this continual. Trump gains 0.1%, Clinton gains 0.1%, slowly just edging until the final votes are counted in.
In terms of going back to Connecticut then, that was 7 electoral college seats that have gone to Hillary Clinton from that state. Connecticut is a safe Democratic seat and has been since Bill Clinton, obviously Hillary Clinton's husband, in 1992. And it's been projected, obviously Connecticut, 7 electoral seats for Hillary Clinton. Even Gore and Kerry, who both lost in 2000 and 2004 for the Democrats, won the state. So again, no clear indicator that this will be the result of the election. Manan, even. What do you make of the Connecticut result? Should we read anything into it at all? Should we read anything into the Connecticut result at all?
Well, I look at Connecticut right now, and it's a great place for doing business in general. And I do believe that Trump has a lot of investment in that region, and he does employ a lot of people there. And therefore, the confidence that they have in Trump is quite drastically different from what they have in Hillary, where they look at Hillary as a warmonger. They look at her as the one who was behind it was in the government while the trade deals with NAFTA were going on, while the war in Iraq was going on. So again, Connecticut hasn't been that big a surprise in my virtue.
Arkansas, which we mentioned earlier, has been projected to go to Donald Trump. This is an interesting state, not because Donald Trump wasn't expected necessarily to win it, but because it's Bill Clinton's hometown is in Arkansas. And I don't know whether that reflects on Hillary Clinton's potential prospects for the rest of the night. Dan, first of all.
I mean, Clinton carried Arkansas in both of his elections, I think I'm right in saying, but he is pretty much the only Democrat to have won it for a very, very long time, certainly in the post-war era. Mainly because he's from there. You are always expected to carry your home state, and after all, Clinton's home state is New York because it's where she's lived and was a senator for the best part of 12 years. So I don't think it's terribly surprising that she's lost Arkansas. I think what's really indicative, as I said earlier, about we discussed Michigan and Wisconsin. They are currently very, very early days in those states, but they are currently leaning Trump, which would be going against polling before the night began.
Will, what do you think of Arkansas, Bill Clinton's hometown, being taken by Donald Trump and not Hillary Clinton?
Where lots of people have kind of not had the support of places that you would have expected them to have. Mm-hmm. This is one of the least surprising. I mean, hometown loyalty is not the biggest factor in an election by a long way. It's not even like... It's mildly a surprise, but I still think I would have expected Trump to take it. Obviously, I'd need to I think hopefully, maybe that Bill Clinton has him being from Arkansas, will have potentially made the result I don't have the figures in front of me, obviously, but potentially have made it a bit closer than you would generally expect in Arkansas. But yeah, it's not that much of a surprise, really.
Manan, what's your opinions on that?
I quite agree with Will when he says that the home ground doesn't have much of an advantage when you're looking at a national level of this political event. And if anything, I feel it is a disadvantage for Hillary Clinton because of the fact that Bill Clinton has previously betrayed his water with the controversies of his impeachment. So if anything, it's definitely a disadvantage for Hillary if not affecting the votes in general.
I'd like to thank Dan, Will and Manan for coming on the panel. We're going to cut now to Donald, our results analyst, for a short amount of time.
Hello, is that it? So, I thought it would be worthwhile at this stage just to bring you up to speed, as 24 states have been called, to run through what the states are and where they've gone. So of those 24, 14 have now gone to Donald Trump. So Donald Trump in quite a commanding lead at this point. They are Indiana, Oklahoma, Kentucky, Mississippi, South Carolina, Alabama, West Virginia, Tennessee, North and South Dakota, Kansas, Wyoming, Texas, and Arkansas. So no huge upsets there. A few that maybe Hillary thought she might have snuck. Certainly Arkansas is a big win for Trump, but Clinton has now won 9 states. The 9 that she's won are Vermont, Illinois, Maryland, New Jersey, Delaware, Washington, D.C., of course. She was always going to win Washington, D.C., Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New York. So at the moment, we're still waiting on Florida to come in. Florida is going to be quite a big swing state. At the moment, looking towards a Trump victory there, but still, I think Trump is about 200,000 votes ahead, but still about half an hour, I'd say, to go on that. The other thing I'd like to say at this stage is the 2016 election, as everyone here knows, has been probably the most talked about in the media. So what I want to say here at this stage is that will this media coverage that it's received over the past year cause greater turnout? Because the turnout for the last few elections has been down, and now with this huge turnout we've seen in Florida already 12% higher than it was in 2012. Will we see this replicated across other states, and will this higher turnout actually lead to the changing demographics of America actually coming to play? So we've seen across all the southern states like Florida, the increased Hispanics that have arrived into the state since 2012. Are they going to have an influence on how Florida votes? So just a quick stat, from 2012 we had 57.5% turnout. So 57.5, not actually a huge turnout. When you think about it, that's 43% of Americans didn't come out to vote, which is surprising. Obviously, the election before that was Barack Obama's hugely successful first run for candidacy, which he won. That had 62% turnout. So the turnout has dipped, and it'll be very interesting to see at the end of tonight whether 2016 has led to a huge increase in turnout because of the media. The other two things, we were having a very good discussion earlier about what will the candidates do in their first 100 days. Usually presidents have 100 days to settle in, and there's a review that happens after 100 days. And when we're talking about it, I thought I'd pitch to you what I think both candidates should do. I'll come to that afterwards, but now we're right back to the panel, and here is Henry.
Okay, so we're back here. Sorry, there's a bit loud for the new people there. So remember, you can get involved today using the hashtag Warwick US, and we'll go through those tweets and see what's going on. And also, make sure you check out the tweets that have already been sent, because there's some great banter flying about, to be fair. Now, the talking point at the minute that we obviously need to cover is Florida and North Carolina. Now, I've just been told that North Carolina, apparently 61% likely to go to Donald Trump. That's North Carolina. So that is a pretty big upset that the audience don't seem particularly pleased about. But Donald Trump as well Florida is very much in the balance. We don't know what's happening. It's too close to call at the minute. The panel to discuss this with me, we're going to talk to these lovely three boys here. Firstly, could you introduce yourself and tell me, did you expect what is happening to happen?
My name is Dan Rubin. I'm a first-year history student, and the situation in Florida is a bit unexpected, to say the least. Obviously, people are already mentioning 2000, not really a situation we want to repeat. But I think with a number of important battleground states kind of coming into play at this stage, I think the Clinton campaign really would have wanted a safer situation in Florida than what we're seeing now.
The general consensus I'm getting on Twitter as well, apparently, is that Hillary Clinton voters are, quote, scared that Donald Trump is going to win in Florida. So there's not too much left to count in Florida, one of those crucial swing states, and it looks like Donald Trump could well pip Hillary Clinton to the post in Florida. But going around again, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, so my name is RAW. I'm a second year PP student, and I'd agree. The Florida result is looking quite interesting. I mean, if it does go for Trump, it really does liven up the night quite a bit, because without Florida, Trump would have almost no chance of getting into the White House. So, I mean, currently the New York Times are reporting that around 91% of votes have been reported, and Trump is leading by around 1 to 1.5%. So that would suggest he is imminently about to take the state, but yet again, there is a margin of error that we do have to take into account. It must be stressed that even if he does win Florida, it's still quite likely that Clinton can win. It all hinges on, I think, Ohio and Pennsylvania. So I look forward to how those turn out in a little while.
So we should know the election result roughly by about 4 a.m. So make sure you stay with us and see exactly what's going on. If I could introduce our third panelist now, Dan, if you could just I've just introduced you now, but if you could sort of tell us, who you are. Did you expect what is happening to happen?
Well, hi, I'm Dan, and I'm a second-year history student. And I think that if you looked at the polling before this, it was pretty clear that Florida and North Carolina especially were quite toss-up before this. And I don't think it's that shocking that Trump has managed to pull them out of the bag. The real question is going to be whether or not he can deliver in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, kind of states that were more leaning Clinton than toss-up, because I think he needs to pull off a few of them to reach 270 electoral votes.
Just to go back to the old Twitter, I'll keep saying it, remember to tweet hashtag Warwick US. Our favourite British politician now, Nigel Farage, has tweeted, and he has said, quote, Brexit, something along the lines of market moves suggest that Brexit could be happening again, of course referring to Donald Trump. So he seems to think Donald Trump is going to be the next president. What do you make of that? Do we think we'd be in this situation tonight where Nigel Farage is saying it's going to be Donald Trump?
Well, I think obviously Florida does give Donald Trump a chance at the presidency. But, I mean, it's been discussed in the lead-up to tonight that Donald Trump's road to the White House is a lot narrower when compared to Clinton's. So, obviously, he will have been looking at these key battleground states like Florida, like Ohio, and seeing them as vital wins that he has to get if he's to stand a chance. So, although I think Florida, if the result does come in as we're expecting, will cause worry for the Clinton campaign, I don't think we should be set on such a surprise just yet.
Raul, what do you think about this tweet from Nigel Farage? Do you think he has a little bit of a point in thinking that Donald Trump is going to nab this tonight?
Yeah, I think he's certainly on something. I mean, if you bring it back to the Brexit vote, I remember distinctly the first vote that came out in Sunderland,
was an extremely, even more extremely leave position than we thought it would be. And that kind of set the tone for the whole evening after that period. So I do think, I mean, Florida, most people did think it was going to go to Clinton and therefore that Trump would be denied the presidency. The fact that it's bucked the trend of what people thought, I think it could be emblematic of the night to come, really. So I think Donald's chances have gone through the roof.
Dan, what do you make of the whole Nigel Farage situation, basically saying he thinks Donald Trump is going to be victorious?
Well, I mean, it is a close race for now, so I don't think that's like a massive prediction to make. I mean, like, it's quite early days. You still need to let a few more votes come in places like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and so on. But yeah, I mean, I think he could definitely win. I thought all along that he could definitely win. He was within about 4 or so points in the final polling, and all he needed really was to make up 1 or 2 points to have a good shot. And I think he's probably made up at least one. So yeah, I think it's kind of not quite a toss-up. I think Clinton still had a good shot, but yeah.
I'm going to go ever so slightly off topic for this next conversation. Now, Nigel Farage has spent quite a bit of time in the US for this American presidential campaign. I mean, he criticised Barack Obama, saying that, you know, the US president shouldn't come over here and tell us that we shouldn't vote Brexit. He said we'd be at the back of the queue, of course. I'm interested, how influential do you think Nigel Farage could be in this referendum campaign? Is he insignificant in the US, do you think?
Well, I don't think, obviously, Nigel Farage's opinion will carry the same weight in the US as, say, Obama's did over here. It was obviously kind of building into that narrative that Trump has kind of been relying on of a Brexit-style upset. He's always sold himself as the underdog in this election. And although I don't think it will be a major factor in an eventual Trump victory, it has definitely aided with this kind of narrative that he's been pushing in his campaign.
Right, while most sort of British politicians have been distancing themselves from the likes of Donald Trump, were you surprised that Nigel Farage went so sort of heavy-handed in, spent a lot of time with Donald Trump?
Well, I think in one respect it's not that surprising. I mean, they both tout themselves as kind of the anti-establishment warrior. I mean, that was clearly a line from Nigel Farage's point of view in terms of Brexit, and that's definitely Donald Trump's line. So in terms of that, I don't think that was such a surprise. Although, in terms of their policy outlook, I mean, it's an extreme surprise. Yeah, because Donald Trump and Nigel Farage, I would say they don't agree on many key aspects of policy. I mean, Donald Trump is clearly quite a protectionist guy. Certainly a guy who wants to increase trade barriers massively with the US. And Nigel Farage strikes me as a man who is quite free market in his thinking. So I'm not entirely sure why he endorsed him. I'm assuming it mainly resides in the kind of anti-establishment ethos. Whether he will have that much of an effect, I'm not really sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure that most Americans haven't really heard the name Nigel Farage. I do think it'll be very useful for it was very useful for Trump to kind of lampoon the champion of Brexit at his rallies and say, we're just going to do exactly what he did times 10. I think that may have been useful, but I don't think his impact was that significant in the race.
So the BBC have just basically said that the key battleground states in this election are Virginia, Ohio and Florida. And in these three particular elections, although admittedly all the votes haven't been counted yet, Donald Trump is marginally ahead in all three of those states, and that's Florida, Ohio and Virginia. Dan, the last thing on this Nigel Farage question, I'm interested, I mean, he seems to have a lot of admiration for Donald Trump. We could talk about the silverback gorilla comments and things like that. It's a pretty peculiar situation, isn't it?
It is. I think he kind of sees Donald Trump as what he would like to be. This kind of like insurgent who took over politics, except like, you know, Farage got about 12% and Trump is probably going to get mid-40s, even like high 40s. So yeah, I think like he kind of sees Trump as a similar kind of guy to him, except a lot more like what he wants to be, probably.
Now, Florida, we're going to stay on Florida because it is one of those election races in this United States presidential election that is so key to the result. There was a lot of criticism of Donald Trump saying, you know, he is so far on the right, he arguably has an ideology of his own, and so couldn't win those key swing states, including Ohio, Virginia, but in particular Florida. I'm interested as to what the panel think in that, has he quashed quite a lot of those fears by Republicans and others who were quite snobbish in thinking he's too far on the right to win any of these swing states, Hillary's going to walk it?
Well, I think obviously we're seeing in the early results here that he has been successful in kind of quashing those fears. And obviously the traditional Republican voter base has turned out for him in kind of the strength they'd been hoping for. Whether that's down to Trump, perhaps whether it's support for Trump's far-right policies or whether it's distaste for Clinton, I mean, it's hard to say, but obviously either way it seems to be working for him.
Fair enough. What do you think about that, Rob?
Well, I find it quite interesting in that Donald Trump, between the dichotomy between Donald Trump and mainstream Republicans, in that there's actually, when you look at it, not much they actually agree on. So, in terms of the economy, they are extremely polarized. Donald Trump is not a free marketeer. In fact, he's the exact opposite. Donald Trump is also not a hawk as many Republicans are. I mean, he's talked about basically rolling back America's military from many of the places that it is in currently, or forcing other countries to pay more money for them to be stationed there. He's talked about not intervening in many places, although at the same time bombing the hell out of Syria. So it's quite interesting to me. I mean, in many cases, I wouldn't class Donald Trump as a right-winger. I'd class him as either a populist or a protectionist, really, and neither of which are particularly right-wing things. So, yeah, I mean, if he does win the presidency, I think it will be interesting to see how well he works with mainstream Republicans, because in many cases he doesn't share an awful lot of common ground with them.
Just on that then, so do you think he has sort of changed the perception of traditional left-right politics? Because on paper, the Democrats have never served 3 terms successively for quite a long time. In this particular election, if they'd chosen someone who was moderate, someone like Mitt Romney, someone like John McCain, they would assume that they'd walk this particular state of Florida. But Donald Trump, who is so far on the right, is doing so well. Does this quash left-right politics?
Yeah, I really think it does, because the voter coalition who've turned out for Donald Trump are not your average right-wing American. I mean, he's taking votes from working-class Democrats who would traditionally vote for, well, Hillary Clinton in this case. He's taken a lot of their votes. And in Florida, I think it's quite interesting. I mean, I haven't seen all of the data yet, but I would assume that the turnout from the significant Cuban-American population in Florida has not been that high, because although they are traditionally Republican, they're quite anti-Trump given his comments on the Hispanic population. So, yes, I do think he has amazingly destroyed the left-right debate in America, because if the left-right debate was still there, he shouldn't really be winning Florida.
Just to confirm to you a few other things. So, as it stands, Donald Trump is on 137, Hillary Clinton is on 104. Now, Donald Trump has just won the state of Louisiana, according to that exit poll. So Donald Trump has won Louisiana. What do we think is going to happen with that now, Dan?
With Louisiana?
With Louisiana. I mean, was that expected?
Yeah, I think these are just kind of like solid Republican states that are like the polls are closing and they're just calling them straight away. I don't think anybody actually thought Hillary was going to have a shot in Louisiana. I think that really it's going to come down now to Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Nevada are really kind of the last few states that it's going to come down to, which is obviously a lot closer than Hillary would have liked. So yeah, I mean, I think it shows that Trump has consolidated the Republican base, but I don't think it actually demonstrates much apart from that.
Fair enough. Just to give you an indication of the popular vote now, so this is of course just, vote by vote, who is leading. Donald Trump is on 49.4% as things stand. Hillary Clinton on 46.6%. Now, this is not what a lot of people, in the world, a lot of people following this election were expecting. Did you have a sneaky feeling this was going to happen?
I mean, if you'd asked me before today whether I thought Donald Trump would be leading the popular vote by such a large margin at this point, I honestly wouldn't have believed you. But the fact is, I think that really does go to show how kind of people have become disaffected with the idea of Washington politics. And I think the idea of Donald Trump as an anti-establishment figure has proved incredibly effective in that way, especially when you look at kind of traditional Democrat bases like the working class in the Rust Belt and places like that. I think his policies really have struck a chord. And even if it's not certain, the idea of change has really proved popular.
Now, I must stress this is only a rumour, but the signs on Twitter, particularly from people like Ian Woods, who works for Sky, are saying that Donald Trump looks very, very good in Florida. So it does look like this is going to happen. Donald Trump is going to win the state of Florida. Well, what do we think?
Well, this night's got a lot more interesting, I'll say that much. I really think that he has a chance now. I think it's still too early to tell, but I think it's fairly safe to say that Florida is now going to declare for Trump. And that shifts the conversation swiftly on to Ohio and Pennsylvania, which I think now are the two deciders of this election, really. Look, it's still quite early for both states. I think in Ohio, just under 50% of votes have been counted, and in Pennsylvania it's about a fifth of votes, so it's still too early to get an intimation into those states. But I mean, in Ohio, Trump is leading by 10% already. Now, given that only 50% of the votes are counted, it's still too early to say anything about that, but given the fact that Florida, a state which, I mean, most people thought would more or less vote for Clinton, has turned for Trump, anything's possible tonight. So yeah, I think his chances have gone up substantially. And yeah, I don't think we'll be going to sleep for quite some time.
Just to lead on from what you were saying there, if you're a Donald Trump fan in the room, this will be good news for you. Apparently New Hampshire is too close to call, and Pennsylvania also. So these key states where it was people assumed Hillary Clinton would win, and you know, if you look on paper, Hillary Clinton should win. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are neck and neck in Pennsylvania and New Hampshire. I'll get a quick comment on that from Dan Welsh, and then we'll move on to the specifics of that Louisiana result. So in terms of New Hampshire and Pennsylvania, Dan, what do you think?
Well, I think if you look at the polls beforehand, those were all states that were leaning Hillary but were still quite close. So it doesn't actually surprise me that they're too close to call. I think it's clear now that if Hillary wins, it's going to be by 1 or 2 points. It's not going to be a big landslide as people expected. So this doesn't surprise me, but it is a good sign for Trump, and it shows that he's going to make those states competitive, which he needs to win.
Just a bit of light-hearted news here as well. George Galloway, who is quite a prominent politician in Britain, said something along the lines of, all those people who tweeted me abuse for my Trump connection, my religion basically means that I have to forgive you. So make of that what you will. Not too sure what that's all about, to be brutally honest with gorgeous George. I'm going to talk about Louisiana now, because this is a result that has come in for Donald Trump. Although on paper, Mitt Romney, John McCain, George Bush won this state of Louisiana, if you look at the actual specifics of the state, I mean, the governor is a Democrat. They do have representation in the local state legislature, in the House of Representatives. Was it as straightforward as it looked? I mean, do you think Donald Trump, is it a surprise that he has won this state? Because although it's typically Republican, it's not a safe state, or is it?
Well, I think with this election, especially this presidential election, we are kind of seeing, especially in the South, that these ideas of traditional safe seats aren't exactly that safe. And although I think the Trump campaign would have definitely been hoping for Louisiana, I don't think it was ever really a sure thing. But I do think it goes to show where we are seeing these states where perhaps it could have been a swing, could have gone to Clinton or Trump. The fact we are seeing more and more goes to Trump could perhaps give a general trend for the rest of the country.
Well, before we get your thoughts on the specific state of Louisiana, the New York Times are talking, this is going to please, again, the Trump fans in the room, they have said that it is 53% likely now that he is going to effectively be the next president, 47% for Clinton, and according to Ian Woods and Sky, the Clinton camp is a lot quieter now. Moving back on the subject of Louisiana, what do we think about the way Trump has won that?
Well, again, yeah, I kind of echo the comments already made. I mean, Louisiana was fairly certain to turn out for the Republican Party. However, what I would say is, if you analyse states like Louisiana in more depth, especially states like it which have a considerably large black population, I think it says a lot about the dangers of America moving forward, in that almost none of the black community in a state like Louisiana or Alabama or Mississippi have voted for Donald Trump. Literally, the whole of one ethnic group has not voted for a candidate. And when you get in that territory, I think you're moving towards ethnic politics. And that's something that's, banded around in many African states, which have despots as rulers, not in supposedly the leader of the free world. And I think that spells a lot of danger from America moving into the future. Because if you have that sort of racial divide in terms of voting, that can often lead to not just disunity, which is evident in America right now, but open violence. And yeah, I do really worry for the future of America. Louisiana does show a good example of that. But going back to the actual state, not too surprised that they went to Trump.
If I could just get a final comment from you, Dan Welsh, about what you think about the Louisiana result, and then we will go to the lovely Matt Allen, who has an interview lined up. But if you could just tell us firstly your thoughts on the Louisiana result.
Well, I think, like I said before, I don't think it was ever really in doubt that Louisiana, which has been like quite a strong Republican state for the last few years, was going to go for Trump. I think that it's like one of those states like kind of New York or Nebraska or something, where you can predict who it's going to go for, like even before the election starts. So I mean, it's kind of. I think there were a few polls there that showed Hillary close, but I don't think anybody actually thought that she had a shot there. So.
Remember, you can let us know exactly what you think of this particular election using the hashtag WarwickUS. And another bit of breaking news for you, leading away from the presidential race, Paul Ryan has kept his seat in the House, which I doubt is a surprise to too many people in the room. But over to Matt Allen now.
Hello there, I am with Behram, a Muslim Trump supporter. Behram, why do you support Donald Trump in this election?
Thank you very much. I support Trump because we've already tried Hillary Clinton. She's a traditional politician and she's been a warmonger all throughout her career in politics. Donald Trump, in my opinion, would be the lesser of both evils. Actually, I supported Bernie Sanders all this way through, but unfortunately he didn't get through the primaries. So now we don't have any choice but Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is a businessman and he's not a traditional politician, and in one way business helps foreign relations, and I think that would mitigate the chances to war.
What would you say to claims that Donald Trump, having been a businessman and lacking any experience in elected office, isn't qualified to be president of the United States? What do you say to claims like that?
Yes, he's definitely less experienced than Hillary. He's definitely less experienced than Hillary Clinton in terms of holding political office. At the same time, he's less experienced to espouse the cause for war. So Hillary Clinton, throughout her career in holding political office, has been a warmonger. So I'd rather go for someone who is less experienced as a politician than being 100% warmonger and just going out straight to war. Any place, any day, any time, she votes for it.
And you yourself are a Muslim. How do you reconcile your faith with the remarks that Donald Trump has made? He called for, at one point, a total ban on all Muslims entering America.
As a Muslim, obviously, I'd call myself a peace lover. Donald Trump, on the other hand, I have to see it very objectively. So Donald Trump, as a potential candidate for the President of the United States of America, what he called for, in my opinion, was a total ban on Muslims like those who carried out the Orlando incident, who carried out other incidents in the United States of America. So all those Muslims by name, who are by name obviously Muslims, Donald Trump calls off a ban to ban them from entering the territory of the United States unless they figure out actually what the hell is going on, and they just clean up the whole thing, and then obviously they could just pick and choose as to whom to allow.
But what do you say to claims that actually the overwhelming majority of Muslims that will be coming into America wouldn't be threats? Why is a total ban on an entire faith both constitutional and legitimate, given the small number of incidents?
Because the small number of incidents is basically, they actually happen because of lack of immigration check within the United States. And he's right in saying that we are supposed to have a higher threshold in picking and choosing people as to who we allow to get in. So obviously it's a minority. It's always a minority who's creating the problem. But you know, they have to just raise the threshold for people to get in. And immigrants are a big problem at the moment in terms of creating problems. So he wants them. He just wants to give it a break, just to clean it up, just to set right the policy for immigration, and then just let as many people as they can welcome.
You mentioned earlier that you previously supported Bernie Sanders for the presidency, but then actually you then switched to Donald Trump. Can you explain why you switched? I mean, he is a veteran left-winger to a right-wing politician.
A veteran left-wing, but it's basically very simple. Anyone against Bernie Sanders, I'm for Bernie Sanders. But when it comes to Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, if you see Bernie Sanders, you know, even his speeches in the Congress against against Wall Street, you know, bigots and everyone. So it's basically Bernie Sanders is always against the corporations. Then Bernie Sanders is out. We have Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. Now Donald Trump Donald Trump is fighting his election campaign more or less on his own wealth, because he's pretty rich, and we can't deny that. Hillary Clinton is basically completely supported by Wall Street. So she's more of a puppet. I wouldn't say Donald Trump is definitely not a puppet, but she's more of a puppet in the hands of Wall Street than Donald Trump could ever be.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We're now going to throw back to Henry and the panel for more analysis.
Right, now before we get into a big debate about the future of the Democrat Party, if Hillary Clinton is going to lose this, I've got quite a few things to talk to you about. Firstly, Florida is imminent, apparently. So the result for Florida is imminent, apparently. Also, the National Exit Poll have conducted some more surveys that I'll talk to you about. 54% of people have an unfavourable opinion of Hillary Clinton based on the exit polls. Now, if you've been following the election, you'll see that throughout the two main party candidates have been unpopular. They've had more unfavourability than favourability. But it's interesting to flip that on its head, because Clinton, so as I say, 54% unfavourability and 44% favourability. But this time 4 years ago, Barack Obama had a 46% unfavourability rating and a 53% favourability rating. So he was way in the more favourable position. And this is made more interesting because although Donald Trump is allegedly ahead in the polls, he has a 61% unfavourability rating. So he's more unfavourable, more unpopular, you would see, on paper than Hillary Clinton, but yet he could still win this election. It's bizarre to have two candidates that are unfavourable, isn't it? What do you think?
It's been interesting in that both candidates have been so incredibly polarizing, and the fact is that you are, I think more so than in the past, seeing voters who are voting for one of them simply to keep the other out rather than because they agree with the policies of the person they're voting for. I mean, when you look to obviously the high profile case of George Bush earlier today, rather than voting for his party's candidates, or he kind of took the approach of not voting for anyone, and I think that does kind of show the general opinion in America at the moment when you have these two candidates who really kind of lack the popular support amongst like a wide base of the country compared to in the past. I mean, it does cause problems, and it does raise questions for future elections, whether if this is going to be a trend in future.
Just to let you know as well, before I go to Ross' opinion on those unfavourability ratings, Hillary Clinton, now I think you'll all enjoy this, or not, she is preparing victory and concession speeches, it has been confirmed. So she's preparing for a win or a loss. Now, make of that what you will. And also, an economic fact for those economists out there, that apparently the stocks are plunging. Now, I'm not the best economist to talk to about this, but Tokyo's benchmark, something about that being low or something. look it up on Twitter and tweet us using the hashtag Warwick US. Dan Welsh, save me. Talk to me about that no, Raoul, sorry, I haven't gone to you, that's a bit rude. Let's talk about the unfavourability ratings of the two main candidates. How are we in a situation where the two main candidates are more unfavourable than they are favourable?
Well, for me, it kind of symbolises the fact that America can no longer call itself, if it ever could call itself, the world's greatest democracy anymore. I mean, it's a farce, quite frankly. I do genuinely feel extremely sorry for American voters in the choice they're given. A lot of people complain of the British system, that there's not enough choice, or the candidates are all, saying the same thing, or they're all rigged in some way. Well, just look at their election, quite frankly. I mean, it's ridiculous. You have a candidate who, Donald Trump, for all intents and purposes, isn't even a Republican. He's running as basically an independent. When you have about half your own party's elected representatives disown you, you can't really claim to be their party's candidate anymore.
Just to interrupt you very quickly there. In Florida, we have more breaking news. 94% of the votes in Florida have been counted, 49.2% of them for Trump, and 46.7% for Hillary Clinton. So it is looking very likely that Donald Trump is going to win Florida. If we could just wrap up there, Raoul, on what you were saying, if you wouldn't mind just wrapping up on that point about unfavourability ratings.
Yeah, well, pretty much it just shows the demise of American democracy, I think.
Dan Welsh, what do you think?
I think it's kind of a symptom of the growing polarisation of the American electorate over the last decade or so, last 2 or so decades. In that, I think a lot of people are now kind of voting against the candidate they don't like rather than for the candidate they like. I think there have been several polls this year that have shown that the vast majority, not the vast, but about 60 or so % of Trump supporters are voting against Hillary more than they're voting for Trump. And I think that after this election, if Trump does win, or even if Hillary wins, we're going to have to think about what it's going to mean to have a president who's going to be on a 33 or so % approval rating coming into the job, which is usually when their approval rating's at the highest, and what it's going to be like having a deeply unpopular president for 4 years.
On that point about approval ratings, if we look at Barack Obama now, he has been he was not unpopular, but his approval ratings towards the end of his second term weren't great. But ever since Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton were declared as the candidates, his approval ratings shot up. Now, not really on his legacy, but compared to the two candidates that we are seeing this time around, are we going to see a candidate with positive approval ratings like Barack Obama ever again, do we think?
Well, I think it's a bit early to tell one way or the other, but I think obviously Obama's had a torrid time in the last 2 years trying to get acts through Congress, and when you look to the importance both him and Michelle have played in Hillary's campaign, I think there is kind of a nostalgia emerging already, even before, in the lead up to this election, for his term. And I think, obviously, whether there'll have to be changes in future, because, it seems infeasible that you could continue with such unpopular presidents at the head of government in future.
Now, I mentioned earlier that Virginia was too close to call. 79% of the votes have been counted, 47.7% of them for Donald Trump and 47.2% of them for Hillary Clinton. So Trump narrowly edging it there in Virginia. But then again, we don't know what boxes have been counted. We don't know if they're more Trump leading, more Hillary leading. And also, we have some more results from North Carolina. And in particular, 75% of the votes have been counted. 49.4% have gone for Donald Trump and 48% for Hillary Clinton. So again, a very tight race there in North Carolina, but Trump narrowly edging it, which seems to be a bit of a feature of tonight, doesn't it, Dan?
Yeah, I think one of the scenarios that was brought up quite a lot before this campaign was that Trump could actually win the Electoral College without winning the majority of votes or even a plurality of votes. That was something that I know was the alarm bells were ringing a few weeks ago when the polls were indicating that, and I think that's probably what's going to happen, in that Hillary's only a little bit behind in the popular vote, but she's losing, places like Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, by 1 or so %, and she's going to end up running the margins up in places like California and New York,
and then losing all the swing states by a tiny amount, and she could end up winning more votes than Trump and still actually losing, which would of course be the second time that's happened to Democrats in that 5 elections. So yeah.
Just to repeat my point I said earlier, so North Carolina, 75% of the vote counted, 49.4% for Donald Trump, 48% for Hillary Clinton, and in Virginia, 79% counted, 47.7% for Donald Trump, 47.2% for Hillary Clinton. Well, what do you think about that? Would you have predicted that early on in the day, do you think?
Well, no, I mean, Virginia traditionally used to be quite a safe seat for the Republicans, but in the last 2 elections we've seen it swing quite dramatically to the Democrats under Obama. So yeah, I'm quite surprised at the fact that it's quite possible that Donald Trump will win it. I mean, earlier in the evening the polls are actually showing Trump with quite a significant lead in Virginia even. So the fact that the polls have narrowed somewhat, I mean, I think he still might edge it. Which, as you say, is definitely becoming the theme of the night. And if this continues, he is on course for a victory here.
It's interesting because Tim Kaine, the vice presidential candidate for Hillary Clinton, is a senator for Virginia. Now, the hope was, I think, from Hillary Clinton's camp, that he would effectively carry this state home. By having the senator for Virginia, Hillary Clinton would have a much better chance of winning it and fight off any competition from Donald Trump. But that hasn't happened, has it?
Well, I think obviously the presidency has always been a position of celebrity, but even more so in this election, we've kind of seen the personas of Clinton and Trump dominate the headlines.
Sorry, just to interrupt you there. Clinton is now up in Virginia, so there's a cheer. I assume the crowd are mostly pro-Hillary. Clinton's now up in Virginia, so if you could sort of mould your point around that now.
Well, slightly going back on what I've just said, but I mean, obviously, the choices of vice president will have obviously been strategically chosen to try and help in these swing states. And obviously, well, I was just about to say there that maybe her choice of Tim Kaine hasn't paid off. That may now change. But I think the fact that Clinton and Trump, their personalities have played such a large part, that we have in this election more than in the past with Biden and Palin, seen the vice presidential candidates fall almost to the side.
If we look at this swing state of Virginia as well, they have 2 Democrat senators. They have a Democrat governor, but their House of Representatives is controlled by the Republicans. So it is a swing state. And to give you those new results, as they have come in 47.5% for Hillary Clinton, 47.3% for Donald Trump. So only 0.2% in there, and still not all of the vote counted. It could go either way, Dan, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think my phone has now died, but last time I was on Twitter, it seemed that a lot of the areas outstanding in Virginia were quite heavily Democratic areas. And I think it was kind of assumed that was a place that was going to go for Hillary, but a much smaller margin than people assumed, which is obviously bad news for her in places that are closer, like Pennsylvania or Michigan or whatever. So I think that she is probably safe in Virginia, but still, that doesn't particularly bode well for some of the states that are going to be called later on.
So if Hillary Clinton loses, I mentioned this right at the beginning, but if Hillary Clinton loses this, she could go down as one of the worst presidential candidates in history, to lose to someone who is perceived as being so extreme as Donald Trump is. If Hillary does lose this, despite all the polls saying she's going to win, the widespread consensus saying Hillary's going to win, where do the Democrats go from here? Do they elect someone like Bernie Sanders next time, or do they elect another centrist?
Well, I think a Trump victory will lead to quite a lot of soul-searching from both parties. Obviously, we're seeing the Republicans being very successful still in the House of Representatives and the Senate in this election. But obviously, with kind of the figurehead of Trump going against most kind of traditional Republican values, I think them as well as the Democrats, it will really need to rethink kind of the traditional ideals of the 2 major parties, and the fact maybe kind of the disillusionment with these parties that's been seen in America will lead to some kind of reform.
Donald Trump has just won Montana with its 3 electoral college votes. That has come in. Donald Trump has won Montana. Now, Ralph, you could just tell me your thoughts on what you think about the future of the Democrats. Do they elect a socialist or someone who is perceived to be a socialist like Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders, or do they go for another so-called centrist, a former Republican like Hillary Clinton again?
Well, yeah, I think it's highly likely that they will choose a more leftist candidate. I mean, a lot of Democrats were alienated by the fact that Bernie Sanders lost, it's particularly young people who flocked to people like the Libertarian Party candidate and the Green Party candidate. In terms of if Clinton loses, I mean, I think the lesson that they will take from Clinton is that they need to choose a candidate with less baggage, quite frankly. I think it's the thing that weighs Clinton down is not particularly her centrist and sometimes often right-wing policy views. It's simply the fact that she has too much baggage for a presidential candidate. And even if she does win, I'm fairly certain that the Republicans will launch an anti-kind of Hillary Clinton campaign, much like they did for Bill Clinton, and try and tarnish her name, and much like they did try to do for Obama, quite unsuccessfully in his case.
We're going to have to wrap up in a minute, but Dan Welsh, can you let me know your thoughts on the future of the Democrat Party? Where do they go from here?
Well, I almost find it hard to kind of think about 2020 if Trump wins. It seems like kind of it would be such a change in this in American politics that I can't even imagine what it's going to look like in 4 years. But I think that there's a good chance that I'm kind of biased, but I think that Trump would be so bad that the Democrats could run practically anybody in 2020 and win. But I think that there's going to be a bit of a clash between like kind of the liberal wing of the Democratic Party and the moderate wing over people who are going to say, oh, obviously we should have nominated Bernie. And people are going to say, well, it was just kind of... I think there might be a kind of thing that which happened with Remain, in that people kind of remain and leave here, where people kind of thought that after the fact that Leave was kind of inevitably going to win, and it was because of kind of like long-term trends in British politics that Remain couldn't possibly have overcome. I think that may happen to Hillary, in that people might say, well, Trump was bound to happen because of, X, Y, and Z thing that's happened since the 80s or whatever.
Right, so to give you those final results, we've had 26 states counted, 104 for Hillary Clinton so far, and 140 for Donald Trump. Remember, you can get involved in the conversation today by using the hashtag WarwickUS and let us know your thoughts on the interesting revelations that are happening now. We're going to go to our results analyst upstairs in the balcony in just a second to see what he thinks about the results coming in.
We have had very interesting results coming in the last half an hour, but it is best to begin by recapitulating what has been going on throughout the night. So we have seen a very dynamic race developing, even though most of the states that were clearly red or blue near the East Coast were called very early in the night. However, we have seen states like in the South, Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas going Republican, as tradition dictates, and other states in the Northeast, such as New York, Connecticut, and Massachusetts, voting for Hillary Clinton. However, the last half an hour has brought us very interesting results from a wide range of different states. We have especially seen a new development going on in Ohio, which has yet to be called. However, we have the New York Times reporting that it is likely to go to the Republican nominee with an 82% chance. Furthermore, we have seen Virginia switch from favoring Donald Trump to Hillary Clinton. However, this still remains a very small margin between the two candidates. It is very close to call yet. We should expect results in the next hour or so, even though it is always difficult to call these results. As we may remember, like Florida and other states have often taken days after the election to be called entirely and to the full extent. It is only enough to remember the case in 2000 with the close election between George W. Bush and Al Gore. However, we do expect results to come in tonight, and it is something that we should be seeing in the next hour or so. Florida is also very close. It is still leaning very much towards Donald Trump, with around 5% of the vote to be counted, principally coming out of Palm Beach, that should lean Democrat. So very uncertain there as well. I'm switching back to you. Thank you.
Right, so we're joined by a new panel now. As you can probably see, you've still got the same old host, so sorry about that. We have had results in from New Mexico. Now, this was the state where Gary Johnson, who was the former Republican governor in New Mexico, he was widely rumoured to be doing quite well in New Mexico, but it turns out he obviously took quite a lot of votes away from Donald Trump, and New Mexico has gone to Hillary Clinton. So Hillary Clinton has won New Mexico with its 5 electoral college votes. As I say, Libertarian candidate Gary Johnson, this was the only real hope he had in terms of picking up some electoral college votes. So it doesn't look like it's going to be a good night for Gary Johnson in particular. The new panel I am with, I'm going to get to introduce themselves now. If we could start with Will, if you could just say who you are and did you expect what is happening to happen?
Am I on? Oh, I'm on. Hello, my name is Will. I'm doing second year economics. A little bit worried at the moment, but it's nice that we've got so many people here to enjoy the chaos that's about to ensue, I think.
Moving on, Fiona.
Hi, I'm Fiona. I'm a third year economics student and I'm also hosting a financial news program on RAW, The City and the Street.
Hi there, I'm Johnny and I'm a second year physics student and I'm also on RAW as well.
Some more breaking news for you. According to Sky Bet, their favourite for the next president of the United States is Donald J. Trump to be the next president of the United States. Donald Trump is the next favourite, according to Sky Bet, to be the next president of the US. And he has also just won Missouri with its 10 votes going to Donald Trump. So 10 electoral college votes. That was probably the worst streaker I've ever seen. 10 electoral college votes going to Donald Trump there in Missouri. If I could get the panel's thoughts on that revelation by Sky Bet, who obviously need to call these things right. They're a betting company saying that Donald Trump's going to win. What do you think, Will?
I'm not very happy about it, but I think they're probably right. A state like Missouri, or even electoral college vote lead at the moment for Trump doesn't mean all that much. A lot of the states that have declared for him, Missouri is one such state. You can expect largely to go to Donald Trump, but the sorts of numbers you're seeing in states like Michigan, fairly low vote count at the moment, fairly slow counting, but a 5-point lead I think it was I last saw. That's pretty big in a state that Hillary Clinton kind of had to take for granted. Virginia, going back to her for the moment, is one thing, but essentially she had to win, in addition to Michigan, she had to win Ohio or Florida or Georgia or North Carolina, or I don't know if I said Virginia already, or Virginia. She hasn't even got Michigan at the moment, so yeah, I agree.
So currently, as it stands, it is 109 electoral college votes for Hillary Clinton, 150 for Donald Trump. To give you that breakdown of, and 28 states have been counted, so way more than half. To give you those breakdown of the results from New Mexico, as I said, Gary Johnson was favourite to do quite well there. He bombed, to say the least. He only got 8%, where he was widely expected to be on the 30s, or at least the late 20s. He only got 8%, whereas Hillary Clinton picked up 52%, and Donald Trump 38%, and the breakdown from Missouri was 34% to 62%. Fiona, could I get your thoughts on the Sky Bet sort of saying that Donald Trump is going to be the next president?
I think that from the financial markets, we can actually see that the Mexican peso has already fallen by more than 8% since leads on Donald Trump increased. So that was very shocking. We can see lots of market shakiness, lots of the S&P 500 futures has fallen, Asian stock markets have fallen. I think that the case for Donald Trump is about political destruction, that a broken Washington and Congress and Senate always in gridlock will make the public want to have someone from outside both political parties to renew it. And Trump's policies in the most optimistically way could potentially be inflationary, could be good for growth, but what we know is he's not Ronald Reagan. He's not going to have the same amount of experience and bring the policies, the tax cuts that we need in a good manner. And I could talk a lot more about this, but we're time short. I think the biggest gamble is on his foreign policy. he wants to withdraw on lots of different foreign policies, and he wants to go big on Russia, which is kind of damaging. And lots of Western and Europe leaders are very worried about this already. I don't think he has a good stance to continue of the current Americans' problems with Asia. He's not doing very well with China, and seeing that lots of ASEAN countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, are not on very good terms with Obama at the moment, Trump could be very dangerous.
So with the results to come in, Trump needs 120 electoral college votes to be effectively inaugurated as the next president of the United States. Johnny, if we were having this conversation about a week ago, saying we'd be in this position with Donald Trump going to be the next president, would you have believed me?
I think on the basis that a week ago Donald Trump was still in charge of his own Twitter account, I wouldn't have believed you, but the results today, as we've seen, the uncertainty in the swing states up to this point, I wouldn't have believed you then, but I'm very happy believing you now. Well, not happy, but it seems a definite possibility. It will be an uphill battle, I think, for him for the next 120 delegates, because electoral voters, just because although they're swing states, every other state that's going to be going in the West Coast is likely to be a Clinton state. So although he's leaning towards it with the 120, it's not decided yet, obviously.
Johnny, why do you think it is? Because in England there's a widespread perception. I know we have Donald Trump fans. We do have Donald Trump fans in the UK. There are a few, but they're not too many. So I was wondering, in terms of the US, where he could be the next president, is it wrong for us to sort of assume that he's this extreme candidate? Because clearly, if he wins, a majority of the United States population agree with his policies. Have we been wrong about the Donald?
I think a lot of his popularity and how he's gained this kind of political level is largely with his ability to tap into the current feeling of the nation, and if that isn't a reason to vote for someone who really you feel like they understand what you're talking about, then I don't know what is. I think it's convenient to look at the political ideas that he has, and yes, they are quite different from the norm in England, but if he's captured and looking at what the overall temperament of his country is, then I think he's completely valid in doing so.
I'm interested in this kind of, anti-establishment sentiment that, has been rumoured with Brexit, rumoured with Donald Trump, and possibly even Bernie Sanders. Before we get into that discussion, by the way, to let you know, Florida has now had 99.2% of its votes counted. So a result from Florida is imminent. So make sure you hold on and let us know your thoughts by using the hashtag WarwickUS. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the whole situation with, Donald Trump going to be the next president?
He could absolutely be the next president. I mean, essentially, first of all, I want to pick up on something you mentioned a few moments ago. You said, approximately half of the American population, you can imagine, would to some extent agree with his politics. You've got to be really, really careful about how you define those politics. It's one thing for a political junkie to sort of say, well, look, this guy is clearly a misogynist, a bigot, spiritually, ethically corrupt, totally incompetent, bankrupting businesses left, right and centre, proclaiming himself the king of the dead. This guy is a lunatic. But for a lot of people, he represents a chance at change. You've got a huge part of the American population, a shrinking middle class. They haven't seen their incomes rise in the last 20 to 30 years. They see a political establishment which Hillary Clinton epitomizes. They do know that Bernie Sanders, the light side of the Donald Trump coin, they do know that the scales in the primaries were tipped against him. Bear in mind, the Clinton versus Trump matchup is the result of 9% of the population's voice. People don't really participate in primaries as they should. It's not as simple as saying, well, everyone in America half of Americans are misogynists, racists. It's the same as the Brexit thing. It isn't constructive to do, as to be fair, Hillary Clinton's campaign has done.
You mean with comments like the basket of deplorables, things like that?
The basket of deplorables. A lot of people are ignorant and desperate. And in fact, I have to say, if the Republicans had nominated someone like John Kasich, who is perceived, not necessarily correctly, but perceived as being more moderate than Donald Trump, it would have been a landslide. Because you know what? A lot of people, after Bernie Sanders failed to win the Democratic nomination, a lot of people would have said, you know what, we're sick of this. We're going to send a message to the Democratic establishment We want representation. You're supposed to be here standing up for blue-collar workers in Virginia and in Ohio, in Pennsylvania. Wisconsin, Trump's got a lead in Wisconsin last I saw, Michigan as well. These sorts of places should be easy pickings for the Democrats. The Republican Party has gone insane over the last few cycles. Come on, let's be honest. But painting all Trump supporters and potential voters as bad people, the parallels with Brexit are uncanny. It was just the same in Brexit. Oh, you're bad people. You don't understand. Well, no, but you're not listening to the people, Democrats, Remainers, whatever. You're not listening to the people's concerns. So people pick Trump not because of his policies, but basically as a big FU to the Democratic establishment.
So in terms of the Ohio result, 70% of the Ohio votes have been counted, and of that 70%, 53.1% of those votes have gone to Donald Trump, and 42.5% have gone to Hillary Clinton. So Donald Trump has a clear lead in Ohio. Fiona, I'm interested in your thoughts on this anti-establishment feeling. Are people voting for Donald Trump based on his policies, or are they indeed just being anti-establishment like the Bernie Sanders and arguably Jeremy Corbyn factor?
To be honest, I'm not exactly sure how much we know about Donald Trump's policies and whether he'll actually bring them forward and make them come to fruition if he goes into the White House. But from third-party candidates, we can also see that anti-establishment feeling has been at its peak. The last time a third-party candidate got so many votes in popularity vote was Ralph Nader in 2000. He got 3% of popularity vote. But in polls this time, Joe Stan got 2%, Gary Johnson got 6%, and we might even have a third party winning Utah. So I think that so many popularity votes going for third party candidates does show kind of anti-establishment and a very tiredness of the duopoly of the Republican and Democrats.
Okay, just finally, Johnny, because we're going to go to an interview in a second with Jack Abbey, but could you just tell me what you think about this anti-establishment feeling? Is it a sort of hatred that's built up for politicians like Hillary Clinton? And she is emblematic of that, really, isn't she?
I think it's been very, very clear, the anti-establishment feeling, and I think it was particularly shown by the third-party candidates. And in polling before the actual election, they're doing remarkably well for a third party in America. They're up to 15%, some of the candidates. But then when it actually comes to making the decision, it's not an anti... it's just whoever's not the establishment there. Trump is the alternative option, but when given a viable third option, people do tend to go for that. Whereas now when it actually comes to crunch time, they're just going anti-Hillary. And I think that's... largely, it's Clinton not a good choice by the Democrats, I think, in general.
We're going to go over now to an interview with Jack Abbey, who is up on the balcony.
Hello, I'm joined by Callum, a fourth-year politics student. Callum, what do you make of the night so far? Who do you think is going to win at this stage?
I mean, I started off the night thinking that Hillary Clinton was going to win, but at this point, the betting markets are favouring Donald Trump. The Mexican peso has collapsed. It's difficult to say that Donald Trump isn't looking like the favourite. I mean, there's a long night ahead. No swing states have announced. It could still go the other way, but hopefully Hillary Clinton will pull through, but I think Trump.
If Hillary isn't going to pull through, it raises the question of whether Bernie Sanders, if you'll indulge me in some counterfactual stuff here, whether Bernie Sanders would have done a little bit better than Hillary Clinton in defeating Donald Trump.
I mean, it's a difficult counterfactual to deal with because no one like Bernie Sanders has ever run for the presidency of the United States. He would pick up votes in terms of he was a non-establishment candidate, and that's one of Hillary's issues, is she's not trusted. At the same time, there was very easy attack lines on Bernie Sanders, and I think in places like North Carolina that he needs to win, it's not necessarily clear that he would have won. It's very difficult to tell. I think he would have picked up states where he might have picked up states that he needed, but the night could have been similar. Donald Trump has a big appeal that's quite hard to deal with, apparently. So.
One of the big questions that's raised then by a potential Donald Trump victory is how well sort of markets will deal with Donald Trump, because this feels almost like Brexit in the way that middle of the night things are suddenly looking very different to the way that we expected them to. Do you think that the markets will suffer in the same way that the FTSE suffered and the pound suffered when Brexit happened in the days following Brexit?
No, because it doesn't so immediately
create a change in prospect of trade. It doesn't change the relationship that America have instantaneously with anyone apart from the Mexican markets. So the Mexican markets will probably react very poorly and already are. The US markets won't react in the same way, but I think in the longer term, it's going to decrease confidence in America. It's going to decrease confidence in investment, and places like China are going to relish this sort of like protectionism that America think is useful to them, but in fact will just boost China's market power, I think, in the long run.
I mentioned very briefly similarities between this situation and the situation with Brexit. Do you think that as many people have been suggesting, that the anger and dissatisfaction with the establishment that propelled Brexit forward is the same thing that's propelling Donald Trump tonight?
Yes, and I mean the anger's it's not limited to the two countries. It's certain, like Brexit, there was a certain amount of fear of the other, a certain amount of fear of immigration. That's very clear in Donald Trump's campaign. At the same time, I think this is something that's sweeping the whole world, and different countries are reacting differently to it. But the right-wing sort of anti-immigration rhetoric is catching on, not just in the US and America. So I think, yeah, it's a phenomenon that's carrying across.
Do you think now that one of these candidates, that's sort of an anti-establishment candidate, has won, do you think that will sort of sedate the need for an anti-establishment feeling, or do you think that it's only going to build on from here? Do you think that if Donald Trump does poorly, that's going to sort of affect this mood?
I mean, the idea that a Donald Trump presidency is going to anyway unite American politics is ridiculous. This is going to polarize it to a huge extent. It's going to drive the right to the right. It's going to drive the left to the left. And those who like Donald Trump will continue to support his ideas, whatever he does. And there is no way that those Hillary Clinton voters or Bernie Sanders supporters are ever going to turn to it. I think in the long run, it won't stem the need for an anti-establishment candidate. It might stem the need for the sort of like xenophobic rhetoric that Donald Trump, the bigoted rhetoric Donald Trump's giving out, but certainly it's not going to bring the centre ground back into play.
Brilliant, thank you, Callum. Back down to Henry.
We have some breaking news, and I feel like I'm saying that a lot this evening. 80% probability that Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the US, according to the New York Times. I'll repeat that again. New York Times say 80% probability rating that Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the US, the 45th president. Jack Hadfield, now I don't know too much about you, but assuming, judging by your hat, he clearly has a fan base as well, judging by your hat, I assume you're quite happy with that poll by the New York Times.
I definitely am, yeah. I mean, I think if the New York Times are predicting 80% of Trump victory, you know, I think the Liberals are all really, really worried.
Very sorry, Jack, to interrupt you. Ohio has now been confirmed for Donald Trump. Yes! Ohio has gone to Donald Trump. Breaking news. Jack, carry on.
Yeah,
18 electoral votes, by the way, in case you didn't know. 18 electoral votes gone to Donald Trump after he has won Ohio. Sorry, Jack, carry on.
Yeah, so Ohio is there. Ohio is a key bellwether state, and you know it's not just a swing state, but it's one that pretty much always supports the winning candidate. And right now, I mean, I wasn't so confident earlier on in the evening when the early polling votes were showing, especially in Florida, where it was flipping back and forth between Trump and Clinton all night. I was quite freaking out, actually. But right now, I think I certainly can see Donald J. Trump becoming the 45th president of the United States. I think mainly with the next swing states, possibly in the next hour or so, we could see a general confirmation. Even with the West Coast states, the big West Coast states, California, I can't see Clinton winning it back unless some of the states that are going Trump right now flip back to Clinton. But, you know, lots of them are still too close to call. We just don't know.
Now, this is, of course, massive news that Donald Trump has won Ohio. It is one of the biggest swing states there is. As you correctly pointed out, Jack, it is one of those bellwether states. If you have a 9 a.m. or a 10 a.m. lecture tomorrow, you might want to cancel it because it is going to be a long night. I'm being told that the declarations are going to come in after 4 o'clock for various other states. Let's get some more thoughts on what we think about Donald Trump potentially, according to the New York Times, being 80% likely to be the next president of the US.
Well, yeah, I mean, as I said, but it was same as with Sky Bet. I agree. Bear in mind that the New York Times has been accused actually by Trump, let alone many Republican senators and so on, of liberal bias, this mysterious liberal bias in favour of the centre-right party, the Democrats. They're not going to project a win for Trump unless they have to. They're being objective, and I agree. I don't think what else to say. I mean, this could be a landslide for Trump as well, which no one, or very few people predicted. A lot of people thought it was going to be close. Some people thought that there was going to be a a Hillary Clinton landslide, it seems we've kind of got these sort of closeted Trump voters, these disenfranchised people who just want to stick a finger up to the establishment and change things.
Okay, the final results are due to be announced, so we will know who the next president of the US is at 5 a.m., so in a little while, and Trump needs 102 electoral college votes to win, 102 votes from the electoral college, and he will be the next president of the US. Fiona, can you build on that? This 80% probability rating that he's going to be next.
I'm just looking at Bloomberg right now, and I saw that a scholar wrote in Chinese Global Times it would make it easier for China to cope if Trump was elected because the policy line advocated under Obama and Clinton pushed the political and military frictions between them. So I'm not sure what to make of that. Maybe it'll be good. And I also think that it might be unlikely that Trump will rampage through his office as an authoritarian, because that would put forth a lot of checks and balances that the Congress and the Senate would put, not to mention that the Never Trump faction of the GOP has been quite increasingly strong ever since the video was leaked, and that the media, which has been in slumber during the Obama period, would be awakened to keep him in check. What could possibly happen to the Republican Party, who needs to regain their stronghold after 8 years of very popular Obama, is that it's worrisome if Trump is as haphazard as he is during the campaign when he is in office, that make the 2020 elections very favorable for the Democrats.
I just want to go back to how crucial this state of Ohio is for this particular election. So it has correctly predicted the winner has been the correct bellwether state for every election since 1944, other than once where it predicted Richard Nixon would beat Kennedy in 1960. So it is a pretty good indication that Donald Trump is going to be the next president. Now, Jack, you obviously always wanted Donald Trump to win, but did you think he could still win without winning Ohio in particular?
Well, I wasn't entirely sure about Ohio, but it's quite sort of like Trump country, in that it's still got a lot of middle class voters, still people who got screwed over by the establishment. But I think always there was a few of the swing states, the traditional swing states. I always thought that Trump would be able to counteract it by winning traditional working class Democrat states such as Wisconsin and Michigan, where I believe he's pulling ahead in both right now. I'm not sure, but he would be able to counteract by surprisingly flipping states that have been traditionally blue. And again, with Virginia, he was leading for a lot of tonight. I certainly didn't even think Virginia was in play for Trump at all. I think if he hadn't have got Ohio, which he obviously has, I still think he would have been able to flip some blue, some traditional working class blue states to red, which again it looks like he's doing, and I think that's how he's going to pull it off.
Thoughts on Ohio in particular? I'm reading here that the Economist magazine basically said that the demographic of the state should really favour the Democrats, but no Republican president has ever won without winning Ohio.
Well, on one side of things, Ohio is sort of considered the ultimate bellwether. It's worth a lot of votes, and as you said, it's voted for essentially the candidate who went on to be president every single time. At the same time, this election would be one where, even given a Clinton victory, Trump could win Ohio, could win the ultimate bellwether, because it's full of these sort of working and middle-class people who feel that prices are rising and their political franchise is decreasing. It's full of people who are struggling to make ends meet. We've got to bear in mind, you look at some of the numbers in declared states, and you're seeing a great big chunk of the vote missing. A lot of people are voting for third parties. A lot of people are writing folks in. In places like Ohio, Hillary Clinton really needed her base to show up.
Talking of Hillary Clinton, very quickly, I've got to interrupt. She has won Virginia with its 13 electoral college votes. There's a big cheer from the audience. Hillary Clinton has won Virginia with its 13 electoral college votes. and the general consensus on Twitter is that Donald Trump is going to win Florida, but then again, that is Twitter. And more polls coming in that Hillary Clinton has won, or is at least winning, Colorado. So make of that again what you will. Fiona, actually no, we'll finish. If you would just like to finish, and then we'll go to Fiona.
What was I saying? I wasn't listening. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you've got a huge amount of Hillary's base potentially staying at home. There are reports that African Americans, a key demographic for the Democrats, are expected to turn out, well, in fairly limited numbers. Hillary Clinton was hoping for, almost needed, the sort of turnout amongst African Americans that Barack Obama enjoyed in his election victories, particularly in 2012. And she wasn't going to get that. So, the warning signals were there. I think a lot of people felt complacent because it's Donald Trump. President Trump sounds stupid. And it does. But it's happening. People are wrong.
Fiona, thoughts, especially on that news that Clinton has allegedly, well, she's going to win Colorado, and she has won Virginia. Are they crucial, do you think?
I would just want to shortly add up on Will's point that black voters on this election are much less enthusiastic about Clinton compared to Obama. In exit polls, they were only 75.4% margin compared to 87% for Obama. And winning Virginia, it's the first good news in quite some time for the Clintons party. And well, the fact that they lost Ohio, that Barack Obama has won twice, was quite significant because these problems in the Midwest will probably bleed into Michigan and Wisconsin. So Colorado is important to keep up the morale for their team, I guess.
More news from the New York Times. Now, people are going to find this interesting. So I reported earlier that the New York Times said 80% likely that there's going to be a Donald Trump president. Well, that has changed. The New York Times now say that the likelihood of a Donald Trump president is 87%. So 86, sorry, not that makes much difference to what you're thinking. A few cheers in the audience. So Donald Trump, 86% likely, according to the New York Times, to be the next president. Jack, I want to go back what we were saying then about the Clinton victories. Is this a spanner in the works? Has this brought you back down to reality, the fact that Clinton looks like she's going to win Colorado and has won Virginia, which was really that second key battleground state?
Well, I think in relation to Colorado and Virginia, again, a lot of the prediction maps I've seen where Trump's won, neither of them were factored in to a Trump victory. Of course, it would have been great if he had won Virginia. Has it been confirmed that Clinton's won Virginia?
It's been confirmed that Clinton has won Virginia, not Colorado yet.
Yeah, not Colorado. Obviously, that's still, it's like that mountain time. Obviously, it still could flip to Clinton. Said it would have been nice to have a complete landslide and Trump win Virginia as well, but I don't think neither of them were key states for him to win this time. And I think Florida should be coming in pretty soon now, and I think if he gets Florida, I would certainly call it. I don't think there's not much the importance of Virginia and Colorado, and the New York Times has clearly taken that into account.
It is now looking far too close to call in places like Colorado. I want to know exactly what you think if you're at home or if you're sitting in the SU atrium. Make sure you tweet us using the hashtag WarwickUS, and then we can read out your tweets or at least see what's going on. I'm told that we're doing quite well trending in the local area. So if we keep that up, you never know, we could be trending with the likes of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, which could look quite interesting. I want to stay on this subject of Colorado because this is one of the key swing states in the election. And if Hillary Clinton wins this, it doesn't look as disastrous for her, does it?
Yeah.
It still does, you think?
Colorado is one of these states that is often called a battleground state, and it is to an extent. It's one of the swingier states. Arizona, I suppose, is comparable in that sense, although it's obviously Republican-leaning. In recent years, Colorado has been more solidly blue than I think a lot of people were expecting, certainly given the precedents leading into those elections, the way Colorado had behaved before. We've just seen Clinton win Virginia. It wasn't exactly a stomp. She was, within a percentage point? 2 at most? These sorts of states, forget about winning an election. Under ordinary circumstances, this is not an ordinary cycle. Who knew? But under ordinary circumstances, the likes of Colorado, you would expect to go to Clinton. So is it a disaster? Well, when you're judging that, weight Colorado lightly. Weight that lightly, because the likes of Virginia, Ohio, Florida, Pennsylvania being, well, not as close as I thought it was going to be actually, but Wisconsin and Michigan, you're right. They are not only close, he's in the lead, or was the last time I looked. This suggests a disaster. There's no other way to put it. So is it a disaster? Yeah. Colorado, better having it than not, but it's not enough. It doesn't bode well on its own.
Now, if you are like me, you must be very confused with all the results coming in. They are coming in thick and fast, as well as all of the other news going on. We're going to cut to our results analyst now, who is going to talk us through, perhaps in a bit more detail, and clarify for us what is going on. But before that, confirmation, Hillary Clinton has won Colorado. But now, up to our results analyst on the balcony.
Thank you, Henry. We have had some very interesting news in the last half an hour. Especially coming out of Virginia. Not entirely unexpected result with Hillary Clinton in front, however very close to call. A much more interesting result is coming out of Colorado, which has given its 5 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton. This was also quite expected from the polls prior to the elections, but again, it's an important victory in one of the key swing states. However, very interesting early voting results coming out of Arizona, with Trump only in a 1.8% lead, something that many analysts are calling too small, given the proficiency of Democrats to mobilize on election day. We're seeing Trump also taking Missouri in the last half an hour, leading in the Great Lakes states, and it is looking like a Trump win at the moment. However, there is still room for Hillary Clinton to take this election away. Thank you.
Right, so the results are still coming in, and we want you to get involved. As I keep saying, I'm not going to stop until I get everyone in here to tweet using the hashtag Warwick US. If you want me to shut up, then make sure you all tweet that now. And if you're watching at home as well, I expect you to tweet using the hashtag Warwick US. Now, I want to talk very briefly, this is something that we haven't spoken about since the results have been coming in, about the third parties. Now, some of you might be quite, they are regarded as being quite insignificant, but they are doing far worse than previously thought. Are they important in American elections anymore? We'll start with Fiona, just because we ended with you last time. How important are the third parties? So, for example, the Libertarian Party, the Green Party, do you think they're crucial in these particular elections?
Sorry, I didn't catch it. I think it's quite crucial.
It's a long night, I understand. It's a long night.
I think the most crucial could be not the third party, but the previously Republican Macmillan in Utah. I think because of the electoral college thing, they need to get 270 votes. That's the magical number. But Utah has six electoral college votes, and if Macmillan wins that, it could possibly bring the two main candidates into a tie. And
Jack Hadfield, what do you think about the third parties in this election?
Well, I think it was quite interesting. It's something that I noted earlier. I think Jill Stein might have helped Trump win Florida in terms of, I think it was a Ralph Nader effect, the same 2000 had on Al Gore. There's been, at the time where the race was still really close, I think the amount of Stein voters, if they'd been pushed to Clinton, would have given Clinton a massive lead at that time. I'm not sure about the numbers right now or how it's coming out for them, but I think the spoiler effect, especially Jill Stein has had, or may have had, if we look back on this, she might have had a big spoiler effect for Clinton in Florida and possibly cost her the presidency. But we have to look at that back in hindsight now.
We've had some tweets in. Now, some of them aren't appropriate for the air, but some of them... So one from Shanita saying, this is going to be a long night. Shout out to the Founding Fathers for ensuring these elections take place during Reading Week. So thank you very much. If you are a social science student, you will know that this is the greatest week of all time. Also, a couple more. There's one from regular Frankie fans saying, Nigel Farage equals pound shop Enoch Powell. That's interesting. I won't go into further details on that particular tweet. But what do we think about this general consensus there about the Trump presidency? Because I want to bring it back to this, because as important as the third parties are, the only reason that they are being insignificant is because they haven't taken votes off Clinton and Trump. Did you expect that this was going to happen, or did you think Donald Trump was going to, like he has, sort of suck in all of those Gary Johnson votes?
Did I expect what, sorry?
Did you expect Donald Trump to basically purchase all of Gary Johnson's votes? Or did you expect Johnson to do better?
Well, Gary Johnson is a libertarian, and he is seen as sort of the third-party candidate. Obviously, Jill Stein is there as well, but she's always polled lower. And the Green Party, I think it generally, well, I say generally does. Certainly this time round, Gary Johnson was sort of the foremost third-party candidate, Utah aside. Utah laugh. Utah has decided to troll this election, and I'm kind of looking forward to seeing the result, just to see if Trump goes down in Utah. I don't think he will, but when you are making a protest vote, you vote for Donald Trump, or you vote for Bernie Sanders in the primaries, and you feel disenfranchised when he doesn't win, and so maybe you suck it up and vote for Clinton. Certainly in safe states, you might write in Bernie or vote for Jill Stein or for Gary Johnson. A lot of votes that Gary Johnson gets should have gone to Hillary Clinton because they are protest votes. Otherwise, I mean, a lot of the people who vote for Trump are also making protest votes. So in order for Gary Johnson to take protest votes away from Trump, people have to be protesting at not only the system, but its issue, Trump being its issue. So no, I think you could expect that Gary Johnson would feed off Hillary Clinton's base as much as from Donald Trump's.
We got a tweet in from Malcolm Blazer, who is my friend Alistair, says, this is what happens when you ignore the groundswell of moderate public opinion for too long. They turn to populism. And on the results front, North Carolina now 80.9%, so nearly 81% of the vote has been counted, and roughly 50% of that has gone to Donald Trump. So Donald Trump doing quite well, it would seem, in North Carolina. Fiona, can I just get your thoughts on that?
Sorry, I think that if Trump carries Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio, he'll definitely win. And it's quite dangerous for Clinton at the moment. I also saw that New York Times just increased their ratings to 89%, which is a bit ridiculous and very, very scary.
So CBS News have said that 95% of the vote in Florida has been counted. 49% is for Donald Trump and 47.8% is for Hillary Clinton. So Jack, as his facial expression will explain there, it's not as comfortable for his man Donald as he would have thought. Are you worried, Jack, about Florida now?
Well, Florida was the state which I always was the most worried about, because it was always been the toss-up state, and Florida was always been the state that I've been the least confident about. But right now, with 95% reporting, I don't think Clinton can pull it back with that amount of votes. I don't think he could shift back in time. I think it looks like Trump's going to get Florida right now. I'm still not entirely confident because we know how close the Florida elections can be. But we'll just have to wait and see. But it looks like it's going to go to Trump, hopefully.
I want to quickly as well let you know that the turnout in Florida, so we're going to stay on this issue of Florida because it is one of those key states, as we keep saying. The turnout for Florida is the highest in US election history, presidential election history, so that might change a couple of your arguments. The highest turnout in election history in Florida in this particular election. Is that shocking? Because when we see Donald Trump leading, we expect, based on the polls we've seen before, that it's because not many people have turned out, and the people that have turned out are enthused by Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, we've heard about how people feel, how enthusiastic they feel about voting for the two foremost candidates. And a lot of people who are voting for Donald Trump are enthusiastic. I think it was something like 53% of people voting for Trump were enthusiastic about doing so, compared to sort of mid-40s, 43%, 42% I saw at one point of voters for Hillary Clinton. I am shocked, however, because this election has been a you-know-what storm, and often you would expect people to stay home. And also, although, I mean, this is no ordinary cycle, as we keep saying, but generally speaking, a lower voter turnout is more closely associated with a Republican win. Obviously, we've got a Republican win on the horizon at the moment. It seems pretty likely. So you'd expect a low voter turnout, and that would make sense given the sort of the political precedents for this election night. So
I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt there because there's some more breaking news in. So LBC have reported that the New York Times say that Hillary Clinton is going to get the majority of the popular vote. However, 92% now is the figure, up from 86% likelihood of a Donald Trump victory. So while Clinton looks like she's going to get the most popular vote, Donald Trump's figures are looking increasingly likely of being the next US president, and I've just been told that figure has now gone up. So it's now 93% likely, according to the New York Times, that Donald Trump is going to be the next president. Fiona, thoughts?
I think that what you mentioned about the highest turnout rate in Florida could be another repeat of the Brexit vote, where lots of voters who didn't vote in the past elections came out to vote just because they were passionate about these things. Not to mention there was a huge rain downpour on that day, and but it's very hard to imagine how Florida, with lots of Latino voters, could all the Latino votes, how could it possibly have gone to Trump? That could either mean that the Mexican wall thing wasn't threatening enough, or there were so many voters that didn't vote in the previous times. And the Latino voters could be a strong indicator of what turns out in Nevada and Arizona later, where the Latino population is quite big as well.
So Jack Hadfield, those statistics for your man Donald Trump now, they've gone up from 86% to 92%, now to 93%. Is it really fair, though, that he's going to be president when it looks like Hillary Clinton is going to win the majority of the popular vote?
Well, I mean, that's been a debate that's going around, American political circles for a while now. So mind if I want to just pick up on something Fiona said, talked about the Latino voters in Florida. So the one reason why that might be is because in Florida there's a lot of more, it's Cuban immigrants rather than Mexican immigrants, and Cubans tend to be a lot more conservative and a lot less pro-immigration. But yeah, in terms of the electoral rate, I'd be surprised if Clinton actually did win the popular vote. I think probably if she's going to take it, it's going to be based on the California, the West Coast guys. I think right now Trump's ahead of the popular vote. I'd be surprised if he didn't win the popular vote as well. But yeah, if Hillary Clinton wins the majority of votes from the people, but then Donald Trump wins the Electoral College, I think that's going to spark another huge debate in American politics. But I don't think we can really be talking about that right now. I think in terms of popular vote, it's way too early to call on that as well, I think.
Right, so the nature of the US electoral system, we did see this in the year 2000 where Al Gore won the majority of the popular vote, but George W. Bush was still elected the president as he won the most electoral college votes. I'm interested, is it weird that we have this system in the US where you can win the most votes, but you don't end up as president? It seems bizarre, doesn't it?
It does seem a little bizarre. I mean, when you talk about electoral systems, I mean, you can debate about that and the various ways you can go about electing people to parliament, well, to an administration or a president or whatever. You can debate about that for hours. I mean, even here, we have a situation where a constituency that votes overwhelmingly for a particular political party won't count any more than one which votes by the narrowest of margins. So, yeah, I agree. It does seem a bit weird. I'm sure Al Gore thinks the same. And we were talking about third parties as well. I mean, I think that under a different system, if it literally were a one-to-one ratio, a popular vote to success in the White House, you would see a lot more support for third parties. Now, of course, you could still have a first-past-the-post system, in which case we'd have the adorable system we have in place at the moment. But yeah, I think it's a little weird. I do. Especially, sorry, one more. No, especially as electoral college votes are set and relatively regularly adjusted as well to reflect the share of the population in that state, which is why the likes of California and New England have such a huge part of the vote. It isn't because of some sort of gerrymandering, because it's because of essentially dense populations. So it just does badly at its own objectives, it would appear.
Fox News are reporting now that North Carolina, with its 15 electoral college votes, is going to go to Donald Trump. So Fox News saying that it is going to go, North Carolina that is, to Donald Trump. What do we think of this, Fiona, this revelation that Donald Trump is looking more and more likely to be the next president?
Well, I just saw that the foreign minister in Mexico has to have an emergency meeting with the Mexican president that says how much of probability that Donald Trump could possibly win. He, according to another model by New York Times, is favored to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, which losing any one of these states is a definite loss for Hillary Clinton. It's a bit scary. It gives him 305 votes, far above 270. We thought that there might be a war between 269 and above 270, but it doesn't turn out to be this case. I think voter turnout was a very important thing. That black voter turnout wasn't as high as possibly they hoped, although President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama was very active in the last months of the campaign.
So 168 electoral college votes as it stands for Donald Trump and 131 for Hillary Clinton. Jack, we're going to go to an interview in a couple of minutes, but final thoughts on that President Trump is now going to be a possibility and probably a probability.
Well, I'm extremely excited for for the next 4 years of what a Trump presidency can bring. If he is a bad president, I think the same people that elected him are going to hold him to account, and actually going to be they've really thrown their hearts behind Trump, and so if he doesn't deliver, he's going to get absolutely destroyed if he tries to run again. But yeah, I'm really optimistic. I'm glad that we won't have the same old establishment political system that with people who don't care about ordinary Americans and just panders to the big banks and big businesses. So with a Trump presidency, I'm really optimistic about
Jack,
the future
I want to
of
challenge
America.
you on that though. So do you think he's a racist, Donald Trump?
No, I do not think he's
Why?
a racist.
Because he did say some pretty harsh things about erecting a wall between the US and Mexico. He said Muslims as well would be banned temporarily from the country. Surely he is racist.
Okay, well, firstly on the wall between Mexico, one, he said he wants to stop illegal immigration. He said time and time again that people are going to come in here legally. Some of his biggest supporters are legal immigrants from Mexico who get annoyed that people can cross in legally when they filled out all the paperwork, they've all done it properly, and then all these people come over here and they get all the same benefit, and they get all the benefits of people who've immigrated. When they put the time and the effort in to make sure that they've got everything right. He's certainly not racist. Otherwise, he's polling higher with the black vote than any Republican has really done in recent history.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Jack. Some unconfirmed reports there from one of my fellow panellists, Fiona, saying that it has been reported by one of the news outlets that Donald Trump has won Florida. We're going to go now to another interview, and this one is by Will Copping. So we cut to the balcony now. Will Copping with an interview for us.
Hi, I'm joined by Majma, who's part of the board. So, what do you think there's any chance for Clinton to pull it back now, or is this pretty much guaranteed Trump win?
I think with the polls showing that he's got a 93% chance, I think it's pretty much done for the night. I think he's pretty much bagged it.
Okay, so what do you kind of think the main reasons behind the rise of Trump are? There's been a lot of talk about this. People have had some very, very differing opinions, but why do you think that he's had this massive, almost inconceivable upsurge in popularity?
First, I don't think it's inconceivable. We've seen the rise of the far right particularly here at home. And I think the main issue here is that actually we've chosen to ignore it. We've chosen to ignore things like the rise of Donald Trump. We've never really actually looked at analysing why he's got so much support. The narrative never ever moved past the fact that he's a racist. If half of the population, if more than half of the population is supporting him, it's improbable that half of Americans are racist and hate Mexicans. There must be some underlying problem or grievance that needs to be looked at. And I think what we're doing with Trump right now is very similar to what we did to the likes of UKIP. We said, oh, they're racist, they're not going to do well, and we just ignored them until we were out of Brexit, until UKIP. Majority.
Sorry, unfortunately that's all we've got time for. I think we've got some breaking news down on the...
Welcome back down here into the SU atrium. We're joined by an all-new panel, apart from Jack. Jack's still here with his red hat. We also got Joe Allen and Matt Allen joining me on the panel now. Now, Florida has basically been declared for Donald Trump. Real Clear Politics are predicting pretty solidly, we think at this point, that Donald Trump has won Florida. I repeat, Donald Trump has won Florida with 29 electoral college votes. Matt, what do you make of this?
It's a massive gain for Donald Trump. No one was predicting this earlier in the day particularly. You look at the polls, New York Times was saying likely Clinton's going to win this. But for Donald to gain that seat, hugely important, big momentum for him, clearly a strong sign for his campaign.
And Joe, what do you make of this result? Is this the sign that Donald Trump has this election sort of wrapped up at this point?
Well, it certainly moves in very strong this direction. Of course, Florida's the single largest swing state with its 29 electoral college votes. It was also one of the closest ones in the polls leading up to tonight. So that, Clinton, I believe, had a lead in the polls, but it was razor thin. So it's not unexpected to win it, but it is a big step in Donald Trump's direction.
Now, Jack, the New York Times has just come out and said the 94% chance of a Donald Trump victory at this point. Are you pleased? I imagine you are at this point.
Yeah, I certainly am. With the confirmation of Florida, with him getting Florida and Ohio, and I've heard rumours Pennsylvania is sliding back towards Trump. I don't know if it's confirmed. There's been had messages in from a couple of friends saying that. Yeah, I'm very happy. I think he's pretty much got it now, unless there's some massive upset with the Western Coast states. I can pretty safely say it looks like we're going to have a Trump presidency, and I'm pretty happy about that.
Well, at this point, Wisconsin, the New York Times are reporting, has an 86% chance of a Donald Trump victory. Now, Nigel Farage, the British politician, has tweeted in the last few minutes that this Florida moment feels a lot like the Sunderland moment during the Brexit campaign. Now, Jack, you supported the Brexit campaign as you support Donald Trump. Does this feel like the Sunderland moment to you?
It really does. I mean, the whole campaign has felt like Brexit run over and over again. It's the same themes, the same anti-establishment. The same. The idea is that the government are not listening to little people and actually are just pandering to corporate interests. And now I think with people now voting for Trump and hopefully voting him into the presidency, it's the people saying we are tired of this. We want, to paraphrase Farage, we want our country back. The corrupt politicians, we're going to drain the swamp of Washington, D.C., full of these politicians who don't care about us. And we are going to make the change, and the people have spoken.
Joe, what do you make of that?
Well, the single biggest parallel that I draw between this and the Brexit campaign is actually quite how wrong the polls were again. We've seen this as a fairly consistent pattern from the 2015 general election to the Brexit vote and now to this. Looking at analysis sites before the polls closed tonight, they were predicting a fairly strong certainty of a Hillary Clinton victory. It was going to be tight, but she was going to get it. And I think that does, to me, show there's some level of reform. I don't know what it is, I'm not a pollster, that needs to be had within polling as a science, because it's quite consistently now getting it wrong.
A couple of things. In the next few minutes, we're expecting the results from 5 more states, so that should make it even clearer as to the result tonight, and we'll increasingly see who the winner is likely to be. We should make it clear that we are proud on RAW that our panel is diverse in their opinions, and that we make sure that we get a wide range of opinions on every panel, and therefore we have to make clear also that the opinions of the panel are not that of RAW, WTV or Warwick SU, and that applies to both sides of the debate. In terms of Another good one. A fun fact. This one: the Canadian immigration website has apparently crashed. So, Matt, first of all, is that a surprise? Is it funny that is that a funny fact or what?
It's sort of fun, but also a sign of deep, deep fear. I think the fact that so many people are flooding for Canadian citizenship, perhaps tongue-in-cheek, but it's a sort of visceral fear that people in America have of President Trump. Although he's loved by many, he is absolutely hated by others. Regardless of the outcome of the election, even though it's looking more and more like Trump's going to win, I think it's clear that America is as divided as it's been perhaps since the Civil War, and it's a job of whoever is president to try and unite the nation. If part of your nation is searching for Canadian citizenship, that's a problem.
Joe, what do you make of the immigration crash, which I've just had in my ear, has definitely been confirmed? It has actually happened.
Well, I mean, I can sort of relate to the Americans. After the Brexit vote in June, I'm going through reactivating my Irish citizenship on the basis that I thought I might as well switch passports at this point. But no, it is credible. People are scared of Donald Trump presidency. As we saw in exit polls, people are actually more scared of a Trump presidency than a Hillary presidency, which at the moment I'm finding hard to reconcile with the results. I'm finding hard to reconcile the fact that, as we've heard, Hillary Clinton is likely to actually win a majority of the overall nationwide vote, which is bizarre. She is likely to win more citizens of the United States votes than Trump, and yet Trump is likely at this point to win the presidency, which...
It's a repeat of 2000 in many ways. We've got two results come in from Fox News that are speculating that Donald Trump in Florida has won 49.2% of the vote to Hillary Clinton's 47.7% of the vote, which would, of course, cement his victory in Florida. California is also believed to have been won by Hillary Clinton, which is hardly a surprise, but it does give her 55 electoral college votes, which is, of course, the biggest state in the United States. Idaho has, at the moment, the projection would suggest that Donald Trump has won Idaho as well, which again supports the view that Donald Trump is likely to become the next president of the United States. Matt, what do you make of that set of results?
These results are pretty well expected. I mean, California obviously was going to be won by Hillary Clinton. Not very surprising. Idaho, I don't think anyone was particularly interested in Idaho, even before the election. Even now, it was probably going to go for the Republicans regardless. I think what's interesting is what we've seen earlier is the fact that Trump's won Florida, is the fact that we're seeing huge projections of Donald Trump winning overall. Of course, it all sort of impinges on whether or not Wisconsin wins for Donald, if Pennsylvania is won by Hillary Clinton or not. These are the big results. Ultimately, it'll come down to those ones. Those are the battlegrounds right now.
Now, last time that I was on, which was about 2 hours ago, I said that in 2 hours' time, we should have a result for you. That seems increasingly unlikely to happen, given how tight results have been up to this point. It's now 4:02. We were hoping to give you a result at 4, potentially 4:15 at the latest, but it's looking increasingly likely the result is not going to be until 5 o'clock. At the moment, it stands with 34 states declared. Hillary Clinton is on 190 electoral college votes to Donald Trump's 172, although at the moment the New York Times is predicting Donald Trump 95% sure to win the presidency of the United States. California has recently gone to Hillary Clinton with its 55 electoral college votes, which perhaps explains Hillary Clinton's lead at the moment. Jack, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, well, I'm still feeling as confident as I was, because I think everyone knew that California was going to go to Clinton. I think also most people have been factoring that in to their estimates. I'm certain the New York Times hasn't just forgotten. Whoops, we've forgotten about California. Guess we're going to have to reduce the vote count now. No, I mean, I think what Trump, he just needs Arizona, Nevada, and Utah right now. I think if they go red, it's pretty solid. And again, in poll terms, Arizona and Utah are probably going to go to Trump. Not so sure about Nevada. But yeah, I think obviously, the West Coast states have always been solid blue. I don't think that's really going to affect the results at all.
Two more results in. Idaho, which I briefly mentioned before, has gone to Donald Trump with 4 electoral college votes. Clinton has won Obama's sort of home of Hawaii with 4 electoral votes. Matt, what do you make of that?
I mean, it's good. It's good that Hillary Clinton's not lost at Hawaii. That would be absolutely mental. It'd just be a sign of a crushed campaign. I think, though, Hillary Clinton, if she does lose tonight, only has herself to blame. It was hers for the taking, and I feel as though if the signs that we're seeing keep going this way, it's going to be a rough night for the Clinton campaign.
Another breaking news in Washington has gone to Hillary Clinton with 12 votes. Again, not a particular surprise there. Matt, you briefly mentioned there that Hillary Clinton has herself to blame. Is it simply because, though, that the email scandal has hung around her neck so much that it's given her, it's made the American public feel that she is untrustworthy and corrupt? And many people would suggest that if she wasn't a woman, then this would not hang around her neck in the same way. What do you make of that as sort of a claim?
We can deny that. I don't think we can deny that being a woman has impacted her candidacy. I feel as though there is quite a bit of misogyny still left in America and people not wanting to back Hillary Clinton because of that. But I think the email controversy sort of transcends issues of sex and gender. I think that it perhaps symbolized for many Americans the nature of the political class, the political elite, and although the minutiae of the email scandal aren't very sexy, aren't very interesting, the sort of stories that come out of a person seeming to be above the law or a person doing things for her own ease rather than following the actual details of how to be a Secretary of State means that people have to view Clinton as untrustworthy, corrupt, self-serving, and it sort of crystallized all that people already thought about Clinton.
We have a new Fox News poll in that suggests that the Electoral College currently stands at 216 to Donald Trump, 202 to Hillary Clinton. That would mean that Donald Trump only needs another 54 votes in the Electoral College to win. That does suggest that Donald Trump is well on track to win. Washington, however, has gone to Hillary Clinton, just to repeat that, with 12 Electoral College votes. We're now going to go to an interview with Henry on the balcony.
Right, I'm going to start off with some funny news first of all. I've been told that the Canadian immigration website has apparently collapsed, so just let you know that. Also, we're delighted now to be joined by an academic perspective on the results tonight, and Dr. Justin Greaves joins me. He specialises in opinion polls and surveys. Dr. Greaves, did we expect this firstly?
I think generally, based on most of the polls, we certainly didn't expect this. But very interestingly, there was a lot of debate about not all the polls were going in the same direction. So I think it was the LA Times, which was seen as the outlier, that kind of in recent days was showing Donald Trump significantly ahead, but everyone wasn't taking any notice of it because the majority of the polls were showing Clinton ahead. So I think there's an interesting issues there about opinion polls that we need to look at going forwards.
Now, you specialise in opinion polls. I want to know, do you think this again undermines them? Because they were wrong at the general election in the UK. They were wrong mostly on the EU referendum. In this now, the US presidential election, they seem to be wrong again. Can we trust them?
I think we need to carefully look at this going forwards, and I think there's a big debate there about the role of social sciences and political sciences in terms of whether we can make any predictions at all. But we also need to look at why opinion polls might be getting it wrong. So, for example, were there all these shy Donald Trump supporters who were too nervous, too scared to admit it to the opinion pollsters? Were Donald Trump supporters more willing to turn out and vote? That's the other issue. But also the other issue we need to look at the end of the night is not just the Electoral College vote, but where the popular vote stands. Because it might very well be that Hillary Clinton was ahead on the popular vote, but due to the makeup of the Electoral College, did not win the Electoral College.
Just to let you know as well, Donald Trump has won North Carolina with its 15 Electoral College votes. That has been confirmed. I want to ask now, so Donald Trump, if he does win this, like is going to be, well, it seems to be expected at the minute, is this because of his policies, do you think, or do you think it's because of anti-establishment sentiment?
I think there is a big anti-establishment sentiment. We've seen it both on the right and the left. So we've seen it in Greece, we've seen it in the UK to some extent with Jeremy Corbyn. Obviously we're seeing it in the US with Donald Trump. And maybe this, perversely, maybe this gives Jeremy Corbyn and the left some crumbs of comfort in the UK, because this anti-establishment feeling maybe could spread both to the left and to the right in different countries in different forms, certainly.
What do you think a Donald Trump presidency is going to look like? Are we going to see these radical changes like the wall between Mexico and the US? Are we going to see a ban on Muslim immigration?
I think it's a very scary prospect, the Donald Trump presidency, but from a personal point of view, I really hope and pray he will prove more moderate in office than how he has campaigned. And I think we also need to rely on the American checks and balances system to restrain him if necessary. And also I think we need to look forward, and he might very well find that some of these promises he's made whilst campaigning he cannot deliver in office, so maybe we'll be looking at a one-term presidency where he really manages to disillusion his supporters potentially.
So we've spoken that you specialise in opinion polls, but one of the things is favourability and unfavourability ratings. Now, these candidates are notoriously low in terms of favourability ratings. You know, they are unfavourable. People clearly don't like them. They don't want them to be president. Why do you think that is?
Well, I suppose in terms of Donald Trump, it's the view that he's a very kind of bigoted, perceived to be racist and sexist. And I suppose in terms of Hillary Clinton, very much someone perhaps perceived by some people as being corrupt, very much part of the establishment. But I think this is going to mean they're going to start with the presidency, not on the high, but with a lot of people having a very negative view on them, that I think is going to mean it's very likely that they're a one-term president.
And why do you think Obama's approval ratings have shot up in the last the last 6 months, really?
Probably because they're thinking that what comes afterwards could be a lot worse, I think. And it's very noticeable how when Obama won a few years ago, everyone was very inspired, everyone was very optimistic. But I certainly think there was a feeling this evening that whoever won, that sense of optimism wasn't there. And I think that's really worrying for democracy, for America and for the world, actually.
In terms of the third-party candidates now they did poll quite well in states like New Mexico. They polled quite well in Utah and a couple of other states in there too. Why do you think, again, their polling was overestimated in this particular election?
Probably it comes down into when people respond in opinion polls, they are very much talking about a kind of protest vote, but then when it comes to votes, they're probably thinking about who do they want to be president of the US, and that's going to be either Clinton or Trump. So really, when it comes down to it, they're focusing on the main candidates, a bit like in the UK when there was that big Clegmania and the rise of the Lib Dems back in 2010, and then that fell away at the last moment. And I suppose the first past the post electoral college system of the US does encourage people to move back towards the main parties when it actually comes to voting.
Now, from an outsider point of view, people might look at these opinion polls and be quite rightly annoyed because they see that they haven't got it right again. Could you give us an insight into how these opinion polls are conducted, how they get this information that has proved to be wrong in the last couple of key elections?
Well, there are lots of things. Obviously, they only may take a sample of 1,000 or 2,000 people, which in a place as massive as the United States is going to raise issues. But they can get it wrong for a number of issues. They may be sampling the wrong people. People might not tell the truth to the opinion posters. People might turn out to vote that you haven't expected to turn out to vote, or there might be people who are embarrassed about how they're going to vote. So traditionally in the UK, people might have been embarrassed to admit they were Conservative, embarrassed to admit they wanted to put out the EU, and in the US, maybe they've been embarrassed to admit they were going to vote for Donald Trump. So they're just some of the reasons why they might have got it wrong. But I think really we need to wait for the result, wait for the electoral college vote, wait for the popular college vote, and then a full review of the opinion polls needs to follow. But for people like ourselves, who are political scientists, who rely on these kind of things, it does raise concerns, and I think we need to reflect on that moving forwards. And I teach about opinion polls and social surveys, so after tonight I'll be busy revising my lecture for next week to take account of what's happened tonight.
Dr. Justin Greaves, last thing before we let you go. The experts, the people who study political science, the people who are at the top of the political spectrum, they haven't got this right. Last thing, are they going to continue to be undermined, do you think, and less people are going to listen to the so-called experts?
Well, hopefully we can put things right and learn from why these opinion polls are getting things wrong. But the amazing thing about politics and human behaviour is that human beings are so unpredictable, and we all behave in so many unpredictable ways, that I would argue that's what makes politics exciting at the end of the day.
Dr. Justin Greaves, thank you. Back to you, Jack.
The news that North Carolina has gone to Donald Trump is the only piece of breaking news during that break. Alongside, Oregon has gone to Hillary Clinton with 7 electoral votes, which now puts the Electoral College at 197 to Donald Trump to 187 to Hillary Clinton. This means that Donald Trump is still in the lead, but it remains relatively close as we go into the final hour, hopefully before the results are announced. What do you make of those results then, Matt? Are we going to see a result hopefully within the next half an hour, or is it still going to be too close to call?
This is probably the definition of a nail-biting election. It is so tight at the moment, and I feel as though we're just waiting on a small handful of states to come in before we'll actually have an idea. Lots of states coming in now, just safe states that we're expecting to go for Hillary or Trump, very clearly. But I imagine there are hundreds of thousands of Dr. Jill Stein supporters in America who are very, very, very much regretting their vote right now. I feel as though lots of them perhaps will be thinking, can I bit the bullet and try to block Trump? I don't know. I can only imagine that right now there's a lot of confusion in America. This was not expected.
Please do let us know your opinion on this. Using the hashtag WarwickUS, let us know whether you thought that Donald Trump was going to win tonight, whether you think that Donald Trump is definitely going to win tonight, or whether you think that Hillary Clinton still has a chance. Joe, what do you make of these results at the moment? Where do we stand?
Well, I mean, especially Trump in North Carolina, that's fairly huge. North Carolina is definitely behind Florida, probably the second most important swing state in this election. It's also, interestingly, actually very representative of the US population as a whole. If you look at the demographic mix between whites, African Americans and Latinos, it's probably the single most representative of the general population, and the fact that's gone for Trump, as well as obviously bringing in a large number of swing state votes, I think probably we're increasingly close to clinching a Trump victory here.
Just before I come to you, Jack, on your reaction to the North Carolina news, Fox News is currently projecting that Utah will be taken by Donald Trump. That's not confirmed at the moment, but that's a projection from Fox News. Jack, what do you make of the North Carolina news? Is that a big, important state for Donald Trump? Do you think that's indicative of a Trump win upcoming?
Yeah, I would say it was definitely not exactly crucial in the race, but certainly one of the ones I think he really needed to win, because it has been, as I said, it went blue with Obama in both 2008 and 2012. And in terms of if he would regain the states, it wouldn't necessarily be one that he would needed to win, but more of a bellwether as to how well he would have done. So yeah, I'm really glad that he has won North Carolina. I think that's kind of it's really cemented his lead. I think just on Utah, you mentioned they're sort of declaring that it's gone for Trump. Utah was also one I was quite worried about behind Florida, because I was at some point Evan McMullin was doing quite well in the polls. That was about a few weeks, about a month ago or so, and it did look, thankfully, that he's dropped down a lot. But I'm always worried that because there's a big Mormon vote who might not be so impressed with some of Donald Trump's comments. I always worry they might go for a traditional conservative, constitutional conservative, whatever that McMullin presented himself to be. So now that's gone. That looks like it's gone for Trump. I'm starting to rest a little easier now in terms of all the results coming in.
While Florida is very, very likely to be declared for Donald Trump soon, we should highlight the fact that it has not actually been fully declared yet. There is no confirmation of this yet, and it may yet, according to some rumours on Twitter, go to a recount, as it did in 2000, which led to legal battles lasting weeks and weeks and weeks. Matt, do you think that we could see a recount in Florida? Does that seem likely to you, especially given the talk in the build-up to this election of a rigged, of Donald Trump in particular saying that the election could be rigged against him? Does that mean we should now potentially see, even though we should see a recount, if it's going to be this close?
Hard to justify a recount in Florida without there being some extenuating circumstances. I mean, in 2000 there was the issue over the butterfly ballots, which were claimed to be hugely confusing, and the hanging chads where the vote cards hadn't been fully punched through. I feel as though a lot of those issues that existed have been dealt with now, and even if it's a close result in Florida, I'm not sure that there's really a case for trying to legally challenge the election, getting a recount, which could drag uncertainty on for weeks. I feel as though it would only reinforce Trump supporters' belief that the election's rigged, because all of a sudden here's Hillary Clinton contesting a democratically won seat.
A couple of pieces of breaking news for you. Utah has been confirmed for Donald Trump in the last few seconds. And a new New York Times poll has come out that suggests Donald Trump has a 96% chance at this point of winning the US election. They seem to be skipping around the 95-96% mark. Seems to change quite a lot. Of the swing states to be announced so far, North Carolina and Ohio have gone to Donald Trump. Virginia and Colorado have gone to Hillary Clinton. Are North Carolina and Ohio enough for Donald Trump to win the election, do you think, Joe?
I wouldn't say they're enough on their own. I mean, the combination of Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio might boost Trump past 270 electoral college votes. I think what will be interesting is to actually see, when they do come in, what the results from the Rust Belt states were. So there's 3 particularly crucial ones that Hillary Clinton's campaign felt she had to win in order to be competitive, which were Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. These were all states she was leading very heavily in the polls, but actually looking at the data that's standing up at the moment, it's looking like Donald Trump may win some or all of them. And I think if he did, then that would absolutely be the death blow of Hillary Clinton's campaign.
You mentioned Wisconsin, and a New York Times poll has just come in that suggests that Donald Trump has a 94% chance of winning the state of Wisconsin, which obviously looks bad based on what you've said for Hillary Clinton's campaign if that was one of her key target swing states. Jack, what do you make of that news?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think out of the sort of Rust Belt states, I think Wisconsin was always the one most likely to go to Trump because they had Republican Governor Scott, I can't remember what his name was, who ran in the Republican primary.
Scott Walker, I think.
Yes, Scott Walker. Sorry, the primary's been so long ago, I'm already forgetting all the surnames of everyone who's running. But yeah, I think Wisconsin was one of the ones most likely to go to Trump. Again, about Pennsylvania, a couple coming in. It looked early on like that Clinton could get it. She is still in the lead, but only by a couple of percentage points. And the New York Times is 64% chance. Last time I checked, was about 5 minutes ago, of Trump pulling then back Pennsylvania because of the amount of counties that haven't, because the counties haven't declared yet are more Republican leaning. So yeah, I always said that because the white collar working class voters, the blue collar white working class voters, were the ones I think where always Trump has had his base. And I always said that these are real battleground states, not the traditional ones, like Ohio, Florida, North Carolina, where Trump is going to get the edge and where it's going to push him over the 270 needed. I really don't know what electoral votes he's going to get right now. It could be anywhere up to, I believe the New York Times area was predicting about 291 or something like that for Trump. It could be very close, it could be 272, or it could be quite a landslide. We still have to wait and see for that.
The time, just to confirm, is 4:21. We're hoping to get a result in the next 40 minutes or so. We will hopefully be able to declare the result at that point. At the moment, it currently stands 197 to Clinton, 187 to Trump, and at the moment that looks a lot better for Hillary Clinton than the polls and the betting markets and the state of the peso in Mexico do currently for her. Matt, what are your feelings right now? Are you feeling dread at a potential Donald Trump presidency, or are you a little bit more optimistic than perhaps you might otherwise be?
It's very hard to be optimistic right now. I think from what I've been looking at Pennsylvania as sort of an exemplar of a state that was largely expected for Clinton to win, we're seeing that lots of the votes in urban areas, particularly in Philadelphia itself, which was expected to go for Hillary Clinton quite dramatically, that all those votes are already in, and even then Donald Trump is still breaking even or perhaps edging ahead in Pennsylvania, with other more rural areas that are more Trump supporting still to vote. And so I feel as though if that's an indication, Donald Trump has a huge chance of doing well. But I'd be interested to know what the turnout is like when the dust settles and we find out, because it'd be interesting to know if the polls showing Clinton in the lead in the mainstream media have led to Clinton supporters failing to come out and therefore Trump stealing a charge.
Well, I did hear a rumour earlier on that the turnout in Florida could potentially be the highest in American history, which would be quite a dramatic turnout if that is the case. Now, something that Justin mentioned in the interview earlier, I'm going to bring this to you, Joseph, is that Donald Trump could potentially be a one-term president. If it turns out when he gets into office that he cannot fulfill the policy promises that he's made, some of which have been quite dramatic in the primary campaign and in the main campaign itself. What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, that's my one silver lining to this evening, is that some of Donald Trump, or in fact, most of Donald Trump's policies seem unlikely to be able to pass through the House of Representatives, and that obviously that's going to pose a bit of a problem constitutionally, because at the moment it's looking like the Senate, the House, and the presidency will all be Republicans, so we'll have a Republican Congress self-regulating their own president, which is going to cause no end of strife in the party. But I mean, yeah, I genuinely hope that they do see sense and block some of his policies, because I think they're straight up disastrous. The idea of an increased militarized border with Mexico, the possible banning of an entire religious group from immigrating to the country due to some trumped up fears, no pun intended.
Jack, do you really think that Donald Trump can fulfill his policy promises? Do you think he can really build a wall that will actually keep illegal immigrants out. Do you genuinely believe he can fulfil those promises and keep the electorate that voted him in happy if he is elected President of the United States?
Well, certainly one of his bigger policies in terms of the free trade deals. Now, he has basically he was mostly control over that because I believe it is in terms of foreign policy and relations, but I believe Congress may have some influence on trade as well. That's certainly how I can see him at least pushing progress forward in terms of trade deals. The wall. I do think there's a possibility. I'm not sure how much pushback there will be from Congress, especially if Trump wins in not exactly a landslide, but if you've got a significant majority in the Electoral College, everyone in the House and Senate would be utterly mad to reject his key policy that a lot of people then voted him in on. And again, actually, in terms of financial stuff, it actually makes sense. I believe the wall's predicted to cost about $8 billion, when illegal immigration costs US around hundreds of billions of dollars. So in terms of financial benefit overall, you can certainly do that. And in terms of deporting illegal immigrants, we've seen that Obama's had control over some of the immigration ideas, like ICE, who are some of the immigration guys. He's been using executive orders to tell people, not to deport immigrants. That's something he can immediately reverse straight on day one. Now if he can't get his policies through, well, I think in terms of whether he can, at least he fights for his policy. I think if he puts up a good fight against the House and the Senate, people will be behind Donald Trump and say and rather would try to vote out the House and the Senate in terms of that. If he is a mediocre president and doesn't actually push for what he wants, people will be very angry with him and they will vote him out.
An interesting piece from Fox News in the last couple of minutes. They predict that Hillary Clinton will win the state of Oregon. Is that a particular surprise, really quickly, Matt?
I'm not particularly surprised by this announcement. I mean, it's something we expected Hillary Clinton to win. If she wasn't going to win it, that would be remarkable. But I feel as though as a victory of Hillary Clinton, not that important. If you listen carefully tonight, though, with the predictions of Donald Trump winning, you can actually hear 1 million professors of politics and history across the world starting their work on their book, How Trump Won.
Just to confirm, at the moment, the BBC has it at Clinton with 197 Electoral College votes and Donald Trump with 193, as you can see on the screen. In terms of the result in Oregon, then, are you surprised by that at all, Joseph?
I'm not really. I mean, Oregon is a strong Democratic state. I'd have been, like Matt said, very, very surprised if Oregon had fallen to Trump. I'd have thought that would have been the mark of an absolute landslide win for Trump. I don't think this is yet a landslide. I think Trump is like to win it, but it's going to be like any other election, won through the swing states. Trump hasn't cut into the Democratic heartlands too much, so no, I'm not particularly surprised by Oregon.
Just to give you a reminder, hashtag Warwick US to get involved in the discussion. We'll try and get your tweet out on air. We've got a few tweets that we're going to go through in a minute once we come back from an interview with Henry Riley.
Now, Dan is a first-year history student and joins me now. He was on the panel earlier, but this was before a lot of the revelations came in. What have you made about what's happened in the last hour or so?
Well, obviously I was on the panel as Florida started to turn, and a lot has changed since then. Really am quite speechless at the moment. I don't think many of us really saw this coming, and still trying to process it.
What do you think the margin's going to be at this stage? Because it's difficult to tell so far. But have you got any idea of what you think the margin's going to be? And popular vote, if Clinton wins that and Trump wins the Electoral College votes, that's going to be a problem in itself, isn't it?
Well, obviously this is an interesting question because earlier in the night Trump was as much as 5% ahead in the popular vote. Obviously we've now seen that swing the other way. I may be mistaken, but I think if Trump wins all the states he's ahead in at the moment, it will be quite a solid victory for him. And obviously this raises a lot of questions once again, as we saw earlier in the year, with kind of the reliability of polls leading up to the election and whether they're really worth using. And obviously it hasn't really turned out as they said it was going to.
Now, in these swing states on paper, you look at places like Florida and North Carolina, and you see that on paper, Donald Trump, who is on the right, this is a swing state, so it could go either way. He shouldn't really be doing very well there, should he, in places like Florida? But yet he does. Does this prove that left-right politics has kind of ended?
Well, I wouldn't go as far as to say it's ended completely, but I think here we're definitely seeing a reflection of kind of the disillusionment with the traditional kind of political setup in Washington. Obviously, Trump has been the anti-establishment candidate, and I think his kind of message of change, even if that change hasn't always been coherent, has definitely proved popular to a lot of people.
One thing we haven't touched on is what the other countries are going to think of this. So the countries like Britain, the countries who consider themselves allies of the US, how are they going to react, do you think, to a Donald Trump presidency? Not with a lot of hope, you wouldn't think.
Well, obviously some of Trump's comments on NATO have proved controversial in the past, and I mean, at Warwick, we're at a very international university, and just gauging the kind of reactions in the room tonight, I don't think it's been overwhelmingly positive, to say the least. So I think there's a lot of, I wouldn't go as far as to say fear, but discomfort at the moment.
Do you think any other candidate in the Republican primary process, like Ted Cruz, was vaguely similar to Trump, seen quite far on the right, would he have generated as much disgust, I'm going to say? Would he generate as much disgust if he had won as opposed to Donald Trump? Or do you think it's just specifically people don't like Trump?
Well, I think obviously the case of Cruz is an interesting one, because here you have kind of a Tea Party politician who wasn't liked by much of the Republican establishment. But I think with Trump is a different case altogether, obviously with his controversial comments, everything from women to ethnic minorities to disabled people. I think he has rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, and perhaps quite rightly, yeah.
And just finally, thoughts on Clinton. What do we think? Is she going to go down for losing to Donald Trump as one of the worst presidential election candidates ever?
Well, I think coming with a lot of hope after 2008, I think this was seen from the very start as her election to lose. And by the looks of it, she has lost it. So, yeah, I think this is going to be a big black mark on the end of her political career.
She was expected to win, though, wasn't she?
Oh, yes. Since the start, there's been kind of, she's had the lead in the polls. She's been the bookies' favourites even before the primaries. So I think there's always been kind of like an arrogance about it, and I think it really won't suit her very well afterwards.
Thanks, Dan. Back to you, Jack.
Two pieces of breaking news for you here. Donald Trump, it can be confirmed, has won the state of Florida. It's now confirmed. We've been saying for a while there's 96% sure that Donald Trump will win Florida. We can now confirm that he has, in fact, won Florida. Another key swing state, Pennsylvania, seems to have gone to Hillary Clinton with 73% of the votes counted. 49% of the vote seems to be going towards Hillary Clinton, 47% towards Donald Trump, which would suggest that Hillary Clinton should have that state in the bag now. What do you make of this news? We've got a new panel, by the way. Donald, Ognigen and Johnny are back to talk about these results. So Florida, first of all. Donald, what do you think?
Yeah, well, Florida is always the big contentious state. Most, I think nearly all news sites would have Florida as the most controversial and as well as that most influential state when it comes down to it. So for that to go to Trump, it's a huge win for him, and I think it would have been one that certainly Hillary Clinton, back of her mind, would have had her sights on. And hopefully now it's not going to, I don't know the exact how close it was, but if there's a repeat of what happened with Bush, that it's not dragged out into sort of legal recounts and things like that. So hopefully this could be the end.
Just an update for you. As it stands, 38 states have been counted with 222 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump, 197 for Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump beginning to take a lead in the Electoral College as it stands. Trump, it's also been predicted by Fox News, has won the state of Iowa, although that's not confirmed yet. That is only a projection from Fox News. Ognigen, what do you make of the news that Trump has won Florida and potentially Hillary Clinton is going to win Pennsylvania, although it still remains a little bit too close to call?
Well, I think in the case of Florida, it says a lot about Trump's ability to mobilize the white working class, where even though we have seen a large surge in the Hispanic turnout on the elections, he has still managed to carry the state, indicating that he has managed, in fact, to mobilize the white working class to his advantage and carry the state in that way. As far as Pennsylvania goes, the statistics I've seen online suggest that it can still be a very close race, as the majority of the votes left should be leaning towards a GOP candidate. So I think we should wait on that one for a result that could be more trustworthy later tonight.
Well, as you say, some of the votes that are left do lean towards the GOP, and that can be seen in Iowa, where Trump has been confirmed as the victor in the state of Iowa. I repeat, in the state of Iowa, Trump is the confirmed victor. That now leaves the Electoral College at 222 to Donald Trump, 209 to Hillary Clinton, which means that it remains neck and neck, although the New York Times is still remaining in the 90% as to whether Donald Trump will win the election. Johnny, what do you make of these results? How do you feel about these results as well?
I'm not hugely happy, if I'm honest. Not that it's my election to take part in, but no, I don't think this bodes. It's the uncertainty, really, now that's happened with the Trump presidency. It was a big uncertainty as to who would win, but now it's what's actually going to happen in the next 4 years, and I'm not sure anyone's really certain about that at all. I think with Florida, we have an interesting, my other panelists mentioned it, it's a very key broadcast of the different demographics across the nation. I mean, you've got the evangelicals, which are a very core Republican group. They can be counted on for 70 to 80% to vote Republican, and that makes up about 20% of the whole state. So they've got that very central core group. But as mentioned earlier, they have the Latino vote, which, as there's been a greater turnout, I believe more than 2012 as well, that was viewed to help Hillary out as well. But they're due to take at least 30% of the population of Florida. So it's interesting just viewing who came out to vote more really in Florida, and I think Trump's done well to mobilize who's going to support him.
Yeah, the turnout in Florida will certainly be interesting when it comes out, if it is true that it becomes the record in American history for turnout. Iowa is interesting to note. Donald Trump has taken Iowa, as I said, but he's taken it from the Democrats who previously won it in 2012. Just going to go to a couple of tweets that we've had now. Shanita says, "What an exciting yet terrifying time to be a politics student. Completely unexpected. # Warwick US." Born News have also tweeted something interesting, which I think we'll discuss. They said, "Could we be seeing a repeat of Brexit tonight?" And that's come up a few times so far. That we've talked about how whether the feelings that have motivated Donald Trump supporters are the same feelings that motivated Brexit supporters. Donald, do you think that's something that's probably true?
Absolutely. It really goes back to the polling, the science behind polling, and really, the more it happens in these kind of elections, and the referendum we saw earlier in the year, that polling at its very core is trying to predict what's going to happen in the future based on the current facts, and not all the facts are known right up until the day of the election. So it's such an imprecise science that the entire industry that's built up around polling now has to sort of be called into question when so much weight is given to these polls. And I mean, so many of us will have spent hours listening to 538 to political news outlets, and then all of that time they're saying, "Oh, we strongly predict this, and this is a better poll than that poll," when none of them have any better idea than the next, because what happens on the day is only based on what happens then, rather than what happened on the October surprise, as they say. So yeah, my summary there, to bring it back to Brexit, would be both times the polls are complacent in one direction and they fail to take into account the growing groundswell in the other direction.
Just to keep you up to date here then, in Warwick SU atrium, the time is coming up to 4:40, which means we should have a result within the next, well, maybe 20 minutes. And at the moment, the standing is, with 10 states left to go, with 40 states declared, 209 to Hillary Clinton, 228 to Donald Trump. Still neck and neck, still very much all to play for, but it does look like Donald Trump has the advantage at this point. Ognigen, do you see any way back for Hillary Clinton?
I don't think Hillary can take this anymore. It just seems that it has come to the point where there is no room for maneuver. She cannot carry this anymore. And I think that it has been a constant of her political career to lose closely contested competitions. So I think that even today, it will be the Republican candidate that carries away the presidency, to the bafflement of all of us here, and I think around the world. However, it is clear that the American people, especially in the key states, have decided that they've had enough of what we may refer to as the establishment, and that they want something new. And that something new, unfortunately, seems to be Donald Trump.
We have another projection in from Fox News, who are predicting that Georgia will go to Donald Trump. Not a particularly big surprise, that one, given that Georgia is generally a safe Republican state. Johnny, what do you make of the idea that Hillary Clinton can't come back from this tonight?
That seems very likely at this point that she's not going to make it back. I mean, we're talking about 10 states remaining, and we've got big political hitters such as Alaska with 3 electoral votes. It's not exactly gonna. She can't just get one state that's going to completely change the system. She's behind. It doesn't look like she's going to be doing any big changes in the near future, any particularly large electoral states. We've had, I believe, the top 5 electoral are all decided now, New York, etc. It just seems very unlikely unless we magically get some core Republican states that haven't voted Democrat in the last 100 years suddenly going for Hillary Clinton, one of the most unpopular candidates in history. It's not going to happen, I'm afraid.
Donald, do you think that Hillary Clinton, who is potentially about to win the state of Pennsylvania, according to most polling, do you think Pennsylvania is the kind of state that can save her, or has she already lost the key states?
To be honest, I don't think any one state is going to save her. At this stage, I'd have to agree with the two of you. It's not looking likely. Just checking there again, the score of 228 to 209. Yeah, like you said, all the big states have their votes counted. California, New York, Florida, those with the big electoral college votes are already in. So she's going to win. I think she'll need to nearly win all of the remaining states, or the vast majority of them, to have any sort of chance. And the way it's gone so far, it's just not looking that way.
Ognijan, can Hillary get it back from Pennsylvania? Will Pennsylvania give her any sort of boost towards the end that can see her winning this at all, do you think?
Well, even if Pennsylvania does go to Hillary Clinton, I think the fight, if there is any hope for Hillary to carry this election, it will be in Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan is looking like a Trump state. However, it's been a Democratic stronghold for a long time, and Hillary went into the election leading in the polls. However, something changed. And again, we have the problem of polls and the issue they carry. If there is a way that Hillary can win this election, is by turning those 2 states, and that, I believe, is very, very difficult.
Washington, the state, it is now believed will go to Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton will take all 12 electoral college votes from that state. That's confirmed, well, not confirmed, but projected by CNN and the BBC. Now, something that we touched upon in the last panel was whether Donald Trump will be able to fulfill the promises that he made during the campaigns when he becomes president. And if he doesn't, will there be an angry public reaction to him that will see a one-term president, something that we perhaps don't see that often in American politics? Donald, first of all.
Hello. I was just going to ask what promises. He's been so light on policy that, similar to the way the Brexiteers ran their campaign, I think it's been very, very light on policy, and what he has said has been vague promises. To be honest, I thought the issue about a wall being one of his core policies, it got a little bit blown out of proportion. There was already a fence. To make it a wall is more of a symbolic gesture rather than any actual change in policy. But I think the real question will be, what is the limiting power that the rest of the government has upon the president? It's been a huge issue with Obama's presidency, where he hasn't been allowed go forward with a lot of the acts that he wanted to put forward. So now that it looks like Trump has the Senate as well. With a Republican president and a Republican House, what can he do? Now the real question is where his policies are going to come from.
Ognijan, would you agree with that? Is that something that you believe to be true?
It is important to recognize that the Republicans will have a president if Donald Trump gets elected, and a majority in the Senate. However, we must know that the Republican Party itself and the senators that are in many ways the highest echelon of the Republican Party are not necessarily in line with whatever Trump supports. In fact, much of the higher levels of the Republican Party have been strongly against a Trump presidency. So I think that we might see a very similar situation as the one we have seen with President Obama in his last term in office, where the president is blocked by the legislative body. So I don't think that Trump will have, let's say, the ability to do anything he wants. Again, the United States in every terms is a superpower, and it will stay in that position no matter who becomes president. A nation such as the United States will not change its foreign policy just because the president changes. We have seen this in the last 20 years, where it didn't matter whether the president was a Democrat or a Republican, the policies stayed largely the same. So I think in terms of what will actually happen, not much will change.
We have a piece of breaking news for you. Georgia can be confirmed now with its 16 electoral college votes. Georgia is now confirmed for Donald Trump. I'm not quite sure how that changes the electoral college. We will find out very shortly. But Donald, what do you make of that news? Any surprises there?
No, Georgia's generally Republican, isn't it? It's funny, every 4 years you learn these things about states that you've no idea of during those 4 years, but every 4 years they go a colour that you either expect or you didn't expect. But no, I think that was an interesting point there about does a change in presidency actually have a change in policy is a hugely important question. But I disagree somewhat in saying that yes, when the president changes, there is a shift in policy, and I thought we saw that clearly with Obama. Certainly when he came in terms of, Guantanamo was one of his top priorities. He didn't get it closed, but it's reduced down to, I think there's only 54 or 55 prisoners left in it, but also withdrawing out of Iraq and Afghanistan. I think the numbers were about 120,000. He inherited 120,000 troops abroad, and it's down to in the teens now. So I think there is a huge potential for the incoming president to set a new foreign policy agenda. And worryingly, I think Trump could set one that is very regressive.
Johnny, are you worried about the concept of a Trump presidency in terms of foreign policy, in terms of immigration policy, anything like that?
I think on the basis that Trump ran most of his campaign as an anti-establishment sort of figure, albeit within the Republican Party, he is going to have a very large struggle with the establishment Republicans in the Senate, in his own party, the opposition party in Congress. And I think we're going to see very much in this presidency where the system of checks and balances is going to really come into play, where he does have these great grand ideas of policy, if you want to call it that, but whether it comes into fruition is going to be based on whether the other parts of the government can agree, and I don't think many of them will, and I think the president sets a lot of policy decisions. Yes, he's in charge of the cabinet, he's in charge of a lot of the whole executive branch, obviously, but it's going to be very much limited by the other two branches. I don't think we need to worry about a madman setting loose on the world.
Of the 10 states as yet undeclared, 4 of them are seen as key swing battleground states. That's Pennsylvania, Michigan, New Hampshire and Nevada, all 4 of which are as yet undeclared. Now, Ognijan, do you think any of those 4 can be, even if Hillary Clinton were to take all 4 of those, could she win this presidency still?
I'm not quite up to date as the electoral count goes. So I believe that, yes, in that case, we might see an opening for Hillary Clinton, especially if it was followed by a win in Wisconsin. However, it's a far-fetched. It just seems very, very unlikely at the moment.
The Electoral College, just to confirm, at 40 states declared, the Electoral College stands at 209 for Hillary Clinton, 228 for Donald Trump. So that remains still very close, although that does seem to have changed in the last few seconds. It's now 209 Hillary Clinton, 244 for Donald Trump, which means that Donald Trump now only needs 26 votes in the Electoral College in order to win the election. Donald, you look heartbroken.
Just shocked more than anything. Just when you've followed something quite closely for a while, you begin to feel like you know what's going to happen. But obviously, in the same way we've seen before that we talked about with Brexit, you just don't know. Politics is like that. It can change. It changed in the course of a night. What's seemingly is planned out. The establishment will get Hillary Clinton in. Suddenly everything is called into question, and one of the questions that's left with me now is, will Trump really have the stomach for 4 years of graft? He doesn't strike me as someone who is interested in doing a lot of hard work. In fairness, he's put in a lot of hard work for the campaign, but he now has, if he wins, got 4 very long years of hard work where I think the panelist who's on previously said, yes, his own fans and supporters will be holding him to a lot of the promises he's made about anti-establishment, drain the swamp, whatever he wants that to mean. But there will be a huge pressure on him as an outside candidate to effect some sort of change within Washington.
Just to confirm then, with 209 to 244, Donald Trump is in the lead in the Electoral College. That's with 41 states declared, which means we need 9 states left to declare, and there is about 10 minutes left to go until 5 o'clock, which is when we were told that we might have some sort of result. So, potentially a result within the next 10 minutes. 244 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump, I repeat that. Johnny, any hope left for Hillary Clinton?
It's 26. I know, that was very quick maths.
26. I got a bit stuck.
Thank you. 26 maths, and he's got 26 votes, and he's got it. 9 states. He's sorted. Hillary will have to pull something very, very, very deep out of the bag in order to.
This does raise the question of Donald Trump spent half of the campaign telling us that the election was rigged. Does that mean that it's rigged against him? I don't know.
He might actually accept the result of this one now.
Do you think we should be seeing recounts in states like Florida? This is my question. Florida is going to be obviously hugely close, and in 2000 we saw a recount in Florida because of how close it was. Is that something that we should be seeing this time around? Would Donald Trump be calling for that if he was in a losing position, do you think?
Well, it's hard to say at the current moment because we have little information on what was actually going at the voting stations, or whether there is actually a reason for a recount at the current moment. Of course, like when a race is so closely contested, it might be considered very good to have a recount, but again, I don't think that much will change even if we do have it, because simply it is questioning the legitimacy of the whole electoral system, and I don't think that will be productive for the Democratic Party in general, especially if there are no evident reasons where such a vote might be contested.
You never know with these things. It might be a little bit misguided, but at the moment there are celebrations. The party has started in Trump HQ, by all accounts. Donald, are they being a little bit hasty, or is it game over for Hillary?
No, I think they're welcome to have their celebrations, even if they don't win now, which they probably will. They're very much entitled to the party. In fairness, it was a pretty unorthodox campaign he ran, but it's on the face of the facts here hugely successful. So it might start a rethink of what a modern political campaign should look like. I know that he took a lot of flack and he took a lot of criticism in how he ran it, but it might be a change. I know with social media now having a much more of an influence than the traditional ground game, as most people call it, it could mean that in the future we see more campaigns run in his sort of light on volunteers, but heavy on social media and online, and influencing other media sources. So, no, in terms of his party, absolutely. How many times do you get to become the president of America? Even if you don't win it and you're close, it's still a good excuse for a party, I think.
Now, normally when it comes to elections, there are three main people who predict the election results. Those are the bookies, the markets, and the pollsters. All three of which we can now confirm are not backing, but expecting a Trump victory. That's hardly surprising given that Trump is now on 244 electoral college seats with 41 states declared. 9 states left to go, 4 of them swing states. Those could go either way, but it does seem at the moment like Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States, although we can't confirm that. The Nebraska vote, I'm just informed, is still split as well, so there is still a small chance of Hillary Clinton clawing this back. Ognigen, what do you make of this whole night so far?
Well, I think this morning, once we all get our sleep back, we will wake up in a world that is in many ways the same as we have found it the night before. But there is some sort of uncertainty. The dollar has already lost a lot of its value compared to the yen, which is the only, the Japanese market is the only one active at the current moment. So anything can be expected. Of course, a great amount of movement in the European markets, in the US tomorrow. I think it's all now up to what the Trump presidency will look like.
We would like you to tell us your opinion now on what's happened tonight. Are you pleased? Are you sad? Is it not as bad as people are making it out to be? Please tweet us using #WarwickUS and let us know your feelings on tonight's result or potential result as it is at the moment. Hopefully we should have a confirmed result for you soon. 9 states left to declare. Donald Trump 244 electoral college votes to Hillary Clinton's 209. Johnny, is there any area in particular of Donald Trump's policy where you're worried that Britain or Europe or your life in particular could be negatively affected?
I think in general, obviously, with the executive branch, foreign policy is pretty much determined by the president or whom he decides, and that will be economically. I think shouldn't be as great an influence. However, it will be the military sort of segments of NATO and various military alliances the US have that's really up in the air. These big alliances of great Western nations that have held for the last 40, 50 years or however long, we might start to see these put into question and at least debated on, which I'm not entirely against the debate of having their legitimacy, but it will be, as we keep coming back to on this panel, the uncertainty again of what's going to happen, and I don't think anyone, Europe, Britain's going to be particularly looking forward to the uncertainty. I don't think anyone does. Yeah.
Donald, as somebody who's, again, is not a big supporter of Hillary, what is your feelings tonight? Are you worried about anything in particular?
Sorry, is not a big supporter?
Sorry, as not a big supporter of Trump is what I meant.
Yeah, well...
And by that I mean not at all.
Yeah, so if the question was how I think Trump's going to affect my life, I think the main thing for a lot of us will be what if he goes on to win, as now we think he is, what that really means to us. So that, for me anyway, I see it that it's a victory for just winging it and for not being the most qualified, for the most well-informed, for the most on top of the facts. So the way I feel it's going to affect my life is that I would strive, as I hope many people here will be, to be an expert in whatever field I continue in. But now and more, these experts are losing whatever credibility that they worked their entire lives to gain. So it's for me anyway, the biggest impact will be that not only do you have to become an expert and versed in some field, you also have to be winning a PR war and have to spin whatever you're saying, which seems like it's a horrible intrusion of politics into all sorts of realms of life where it hadn't previously gone before.
Just to confirm, it's coming up to 5 o'clock here in Warwick SU atrium. The result at the moment is currently 244 to Donald Trump, 209 to Hillary Clinton. It's looking increasingly like Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. We've had a couple of tweets in. We'll come to those in just a minute's time. But if you want to let us know your feelings on tonight's results, please do tweet using hashtag WarwickUS. Hopefully we will have a final result for you sometime soon. Ognigen, how are you feeling? Are you worried about anything in particular given Donald Trump's potential victory as president?
Well, no. In essence, I think that in terms of foreign policy, we might see a more isolationist approach by the US administration. So scaling down in the participation of US troops in NATO exercises, in probably the redeployment of US troops away from the eastern flank and more towards Germany and the initial bases. A reapproachment with Russia, maybe. It really depends. It very much depends on the reaction we will see coming out of Russia, whether this will be seen as a moment of weakness of the West, as a moment to take advantage of and advance, or whether it will be seen as an opportunity to once again improve the relations between the two sides and kind of get over these tensions that have been created by the annexation of Crimea and the overall situation in the Ukraine in the last few years. So I think in those terms it will be very much depend on the reaction we will see from the Russian side.
We've had some news in regarding Michigan, another key swing state. 70% of the vote there has been counted. Donald Trump is believed to be in the lead there, so not looking good again for Hillary Clinton. We're going to go to an interview now with Henry Riley up on the balcony. There he is.
Now, Will Shadbolt is a second-year economics student, and there's been some revelations since we last spoke to him on the panel. Will, with these new results about Donald Trump coming in, particularly the confirmation that he has won Florida, what are your thoughts?
I think this sets... Can you hear me all right? I think this sets a fairly depressing precedent if you're a Hillary supporter. Essentially, Clinton had to win Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, or Virginia. Now, she did get Virginia, so that is sort of the last sliver of hope at the moment. Any Clinton path was going to involve at least one of those states. I will say, though, that if sort of the ultimate battlegrounds have gone to Trump, I mean, Virginia was pretty close. So I think any Clinton win would have involved far better numbers, even in states that she lost.
So if Clinton wins the popular vote but doesn't win the election in general, what problems does that pose for the whole US election system in general?
Well, I mean, in the case of this election specifically, I mean, it would make a degree of sense, not necessarily in translating the public will into a result, but because the sort of demographics to which Trump appeals are fairly disproportionately represented in those battleground states. Obviously, within the states, you've got more or less the first past the post system, save for the likes of Maine and Nebraska, with the extra congressional districts. But more generally, I mean, the idea of the Electoral College is that each state has a number of votes that correspond fairly closely to its population as a share of that of the US as a whole. And so if it isn't doing that job, if the popular vote isn't successfully translated into a result, of course that raises some serious questions. But then again, these sorts of questions are the ones that come around every single election cycle. So, I mean, we have it to a lesser extent here in the UK as well. So, is it right? Is it sensible? I don't think so. But at the same time, Donald Trump has got a lot of votes. You know, he hasn't done insignificantly. He hasn't just edged it through on nothing. He's got a lot of support, and that's, I think, probably the biggest worry at the moment.
Now, the opinion polls clearly got this one wrong again. What do you think is the future of that? Are we going to just stop believing polls from now on, or are people still going to be, in many ways, hopeful about the results of the opinion polls to be let down every election?
Well, I mean, you judge. When you look at the polls, you know, first of all, that there's a margin of error, and you have to take into account various factors that might not go explicitly into the polling. I mean, it's difficult. You've got to give that to the pollsters. It's difficult, and you'll hear them say, we'll have to learn from mistakes, and you'll probably hear them attribute the disparity in what they predicted or projected with reality. You'll probably see them attribute that to closeted Donald Trump voters, dodgy sample sizes, and also perhaps overestimating the effect of Hillary Clinton's campaigning. I mean, her campaign was not necessarily done in the most effective way. It didn't deal with the concerns of people. People, I think, often saw Hillary Clinton as being a sort of a smug, self-assured character who figured she would win because, of course, she's going to win because it couldn't possibly be Trump. And it's exactly the same as with Brexit as well. Total parallel there. And actually the 2015 election as well, closeted Conservative voters. And what do you know? The polls got it wrong. So I wouldn't be that surprised, even though it's a surprise, if that makes sense.
Will Shadbolt, thanks for joining me. We'll go back to Jack Abbey now, who is with the panellists.
It's 5:05 here in the SU atrium. The score is currently 244 to 209. I don't know why I keep saying score. I mean the result is currently 244 to 209 in the Electoral College, with 9 states still to declare. Interestingly, Clinton is winning the popular vote by 1%. So we could be seeing a repeat of 2000, where Al Gore won more of the popular vote than George Bush did, and yet George Bush still won the presidency. Interestingly, again, due to Florida. Now, is there a comparison to be made there, Will, between now and 2000 in terms of just how tight the election is?
I mean, in terms of, there are comparisons to be made, obviously, as you're saying, with the popular vote versus the Electoral College. And again, there's been calls for a recount, so yeah, I think there's a lot of similarities, but at the same time, I don't know, I feel Clinton potentially not quite as close to this as Gore was, so it's a bit of a shaky comparison.
Another interesting comparison to make, and it's been made a few times tonight in terms of talking about anti-establishment anger, and that's the comparison between Brexit. But I want to talk about the comparison between Brexit and this election in terms of the way the night has panned out. So in terms of Brexit, what happened was the polls all suggested that we were definitely going to stay in the European Union. The polls were then proved to be wrong at about 3 o'clock at night, which is what happened tonight. And then the markets all sort of crashed. And that's currently happening in the United States with the Nikkei, which is actually the Japanese stock market, crashing more than 1,000 points. The dollar has gone down. The peso in Mexico has gone down. But it does mean that the pound has risen by 1%. Matt, what do you make of this? Is there a comparison to be made between tonight and the night of the 23rd?
I think there's definitely a comparison to be made in terms of, on the surface, the polling seems to have been wrong, but I think more interestingly than that is the fact that it's the same groups of people, or the same demographics that seem to be showing that, seem to be supporting Brexit are supporting Trump. It's typically white Americans backing Trump. They're typically without a college degree, and so it's the same sort of groups of people that overwhelmingly and disproportionately supported Brexit are backing Trump. It feels as though, in many ways, these are the people who have been the losers from international trade. These are the people who have been left behind in recent developments towards expanded markets and are losing jobs in traditional manufacturing sectors. This does feel a bit rehashed, and it's some of the analysis has been floating around for ages, but there is a point to be made that actually this is a group of people that has been left out over the last few decades.
Now, we've just been given a piece of news in the key swing state of Pennsylvania. It's about as close as it can get. Clinton currently, as it stands, has a lead of 0.1%. Dan, what do you make of that news?
Well, I think that kind of like, it's the same as what we've been hearing all night, is that Hillary's underperforming in kind of the Rust Belt. Me and Dan Formston, Dan Formston was on earlier, wasn't he? Yeah. We were looking at the kind of the results earlier, and what's happened is that it seems, we don't actually have like concrete exit polls out, but it seems like African American turnout is down. Trump is overperforming with non-college white voters, and also the switch from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party of college-educated white voters, which a lot of people thought would save Hillary from losing non-college-educated white voters, hasn't really materialised. So that's being shown in Pennsylvania, which obviously, where the hope for Democrats would be that they'd lose a lot of their traditional working-class areas, win the suburbs, and have decent African-American turnout in places like Philadelphia in order to win it. And that hasn't happened in Michigan, it hasn't happened in Wisconsin, and I don't think it's going to happen in Pennsylvania either.
We've just had a projection from CNN about Iowa. They predict that Donald Trump will take the 6 electoral college seats of Iowa, which will take his tally up to 250 potentially, getting increasingly close to the 270 that he needs to become the next president of the United States. Will Copping, is there any room left for Hillary Clinton? Is there any way that she can pull this back at this point?
I mean, no. Mathematically, yes. But the fact that Pennsylvania was kind of her last biggest hope, and that has, in the past half hour, seemed to have, the gap has closed even further. It was already a very small gap, but now it's shrunk to 0.1%. I don't think that there's any real way she can do it. It's like mathematically possible, but a lot of things that are mathematically possible have almost no chance of happening. This is one of them.
Matt, any chance at all at this point?
It's so hard to know. I feel as though perhaps Hillary Clinton could squeak over, maybe in some sort of miraculous turn of events, some counties that were expecting to be Republican turned Democrat. I'm not sure. I feel as though we have to accept the reality of President Trump entering the White House next January. But what I'd be interested in is wondering whether or not there'll be any faithless electors. In many states, the electors aren't bound by law to vote for the candidate, and if they are, they only risk effectively a fine, maybe $1,000 or so in the case of Washington, if they don't vote for the people that the actual electors voted for. Donald Trump's a pretty controversial candidate. Could we see people refusing to cast their vote in the Electoral College for Donald Trump and preventing him from getting the White House? Maybe.
Dan, any hope for Hillary?
I don't think so, no. We were looking at it, and really, she needs to win. She's probably lost Wisconsin, so she needs to win New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, and also Nevada. And she's a favourite to win in Nevada, but in the other 3, she had about a 30 to 40% chance. So she could win 1, and she had like a decent chance in 2, but she had a very small chance of actually winning all 3 that she'd need to actually catch up. And even if she wins all 3 of them, her best case scenario now is probably a draw in the Electoral College at 269, in which case that it would go to the House of Representatives, who would then pick Trump.
So no hope at all for Hillary. You mentioned there that there is still 9 states left undeclared. 4 of them are key swing states, which are incredibly close in the polls. So we should emphasize that at this point, it is not 100% certain that Hillary Clinton will not be the next president, that Donald Trump will be the next president. There is no way for us to 100% confirm that at this point. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, and New Hampshire all yet to come in. But New York Times, pollsters, the betting markets, and just the markets all suggest that Donald Trump is on the verge of becoming president of the United States. On the screen behind, you can see the 2 different HQs. As it stands at the moment, with 41 states declared, 244 to Donald Trump, 209 to Hillary Clinton. They both look quite tame at the moment, the parties. But if you were Donald Trump, would you start celebrating now, Will?
As much as I've said that I don't think Hillary Clinton will be able to pull this back, no, because we've been shown over the past few years that political arrogance does not work. It's the main reason the Democrats are in the situation they are, and so if I was a leader of any established party, I'd be very, very careful about celebrating anything too early.
Matt, an interesting question that comes out of this, given that Hillary Clinton has just, potentially lost to Donald Trump, is that would Bernie Sanders, a candidate who's perhaps just as anti-establishment or non-insider as Donald Trump is seen to be, have done any better for the Democratic Party?
I maintain that he would have done. I know there's a bit of controversy about this, but I think that without the email saga dragging on and sort of affecting his poll numbers, and without that late interference by the FBI, he wouldn't have had the problem of him being a super establishment figure. He wouldn't have had the problem of being called Clinton. I think he would have had a far greater chance in perhaps galvanising people who were disaffected from the process, perhaps the young. He would have had a better chance in getting the anti-establishment vote from lots of people who backed Trump. But maybe he would have lacked the sort of machine, the money, the support, and the enthusiasm of the Democratic Party as a whole. And so, I mean, we can do these hypotheticals ad infinitum, but maybe Bernie Sanders wouldn't have been perfect.
Now, Dan, something that Donald Trump talked a lot about during his campaign was cracking down on terrorism. Now, do you think that Donald Trump has any viable way or any viable plan to actually do that? Do you think he'll be successful in that endeavour?
Well, I think that with a lot of the things Donald Trump said, it's kind of hard to differentiate between what he said he'll do and what the House of Representatives and the Senate will allow him to do. So in cases like in foreign policy, he has quite a lot of leeway in that the Senate has very few checks and balances on the president's foreign policy. In things like the Muslim ban, he would need Senate to enact that. And I'm kind of torn on whether or not they will. I could see some kind of like watered down version making it through, perhaps banning people from specific countries rather than religion. But I mean, I'm not sure what his foreign policy will actually be. I heavily suspect that one of the things he's going to do is kind of almost align the United States with Assad, or at least tolerate him. And I think you could see joint American-Syrian forces fighting against Islamic State. And what the reaction to that will be from Republicans in Congress who tend to despise Assad, I can only imagine. So suffice to say, I don't think that will work. But I'm really not sure. I mean, one of the big questions for me would be what the response of American Muslims is going to be towards Trump. It's pretty easy to see that you could see a rise in radicalization with Trump, especially if he keeps up his rhetoric as president.
I just want to take a moment to emphasize just how close this election is today, because 2008 and 2012 were renowned as extremely close elections. 2012 in particular, between Barack Obama and Mitt Romney, was seen as one of the closest in US history. And in terms of when the results were announced, in 2008 the result was announced bang on 4 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time. Again in 2012 it was announced in 4:15 Greenwich Mean Time, and now we are still sat here an hour after that point, 5:15, waiting for a result, which means, and the only reason that we'd have to wait that much longer is because of just how tight it is. And I think this is perhaps one of the tightest results in US history. And you can see that from the fact that there's so many states which are being seen as swing states in this election. We're into sort of double figures in terms of the states that could have gone either way tonight. Now, Matt, back to that point on terrorism. Is it likely that Donald Trump will be able to do anything to really crack down on terrorism or fulfill any of his sort of grand promises that he made during his campaign?
It's so difficult to know exactly what Donald Trump was promising. He's sort of reneged on lots of his earlier ideas. He's sort of gone back and forth on vague promises. I think one promise that I remember Donald Trump making was to have extreme vetting of people, of Muslims, of people coming from the Middle East, of refugees coming from Syria and whatnot, which, I mean, the vetting process is already pretty extreme as it is, so I'm not entirely sure what Trump's intending to do. One area that's really interesting is how is he going to form a cabinet? Like, so many Republicans have come out vehemently against him. It's mental. How is he going to find enough people to fill a cabinet?
Sorry. There were some reports on this actually in the last few days about who Trump's transition team were looking at, and they were kind of the people you would guess. I think I found some of them almost hard to believe, but it was people like Newt Gingrich as Secretary of State, General Mike Flynn as the Secretary of Defense, Rudy Giuliani as Attorney General. So I get the feeling that the Republicans in Congress would probably force him to put in some kind of standard Republicans in there who would see their role as being kind of to guide him towards the correct Republican orthodoxy. But I wouldn't be shocked if it ended up being a lot of sycophants and yes men in the Trump cabinet.
Now this raises an interesting question, Will. Leading Republicans, and I'm talking people as high up as Paul Ryan, who's leader of the House of Representatives. I'm not sure whether he'll remain that now that the House of Representatives has been re-elected, but in terms of high-profile politicians like that in positions of leadership within the Republican Party, Paul Ryan has actively at times come out against things that Donald Trump has said. Is it possible for him to work with them now that he is president?
I think he's probably going to have to try. I'm not sure that within the mainstream Republican establishment he has the level of support where he's not going to have to try and work with these people. But the thing is, I think what we're going to see in terms of the upper echelons of Trump's kind of network of support is going to be very much a revolving door. I can't see it going anywhere other than him trying to work with someone, failing to work with someone, and replacing them. I feel like that is the most likely scenario we're going to see, at least for the first kind of year or so. Maybe it will settle down after that, but certainly at the beginning it's just going to be pretty much a revolving door in the kind of upper echelons of the Republican Party.
Just an update for you now on the sad story of the Azusa shooting earlier on in California. 1 man is confirmed dead, 2 women are in critical condition in hospital. The police have found the gunman dead in the state, and they do emphasise, however, that it had nothing to do with the ballot today. Now, Matt, in terms of foreign policy, Donald Trump, what would foreign policy under Donald Trump look like? Would it see sort of a reconciliation with Putin's Russia?
I think that Donald Trump's foreign policy will be a lot more of a manoeuvring towards a strongman position, and yet equally sort of isolationism of a type, in that he's been vocally critical of the Iraq War during his campaign and said that he never supported it, which there's debate over. He did, though. And he's also effectively said that we need to have a more smart foreign policy, and criticised Obama for being weak and for lacking sort of conviction. And so he's been quite cryptic. I feel as though we have to resort to some sort of Kremlinology to try and get inside the mind of Donald Trump. I feel as though, realistically, in terms of the Middle East, he would probably orient, as we said already, towards Assad. I feel as though in terms of China, he would be far more aggressive towards China and sort of push towards changes in trade. And the South China Sea could be a real area where the Trump administration could take a more hands-off approach and potentially allow a conflict or diffuse a conflict. It's so hard to know.
Now, an interesting electoral result that has come in today is a proposition made in California that was voted on today, which has legalized marijuana. Anybody over the age of 21 can now buy marijuana in the state of California and grow up to 6 plants. What do we make of that news? Dan, first of all.
Sorry, we were talking about this earlier, weren't we? I think it's been quite weird because we were talking about there were also stuff like minimum wage increases around the ballot in a lot of states, and they passed, I think, in almost all of them. So what you see is a kind of weird trend where a very conservative presidential nominee has been elected, but also you're seeing quite progressive platforms being passed on the state level. So I think also I would note that, you know, California is a state which is drifting away from the rest of America. If you see that Hillary's expected to win that by record margins, which is one of the reasons why she's going to probably end up winning the popular vote. So it shows, I think, that America is becoming less of a kind of coherent political space, and that like the left-wing states are drifting away from the right-wing states. And I think that that's probably going to be an issue to come in the years to come. I'm not sure how, for example, the state government in California is going to deal with some of the things Trump has proposed, given that California is something like 40% Hispanic.
Now, Pennsylvania, we've just had some news in regarding Pennsylvania. 99% of the vote has been counted in Pennsylvania. And in almost any other situation, you would be able to declare the state at 99% of the vote, but not in this case. Pennsylvania remains a dead heat at 99% of the vote counted. That emphasises once again just how tight this election is. Matt, what's your opinion on this legalisation of marijuana, just to go back to that?
It's a sign probably of a trend of things to come. I mean, it was already legal in Colorado, if I'm right, in Washington State, and I feel as though it's the Pacific states and the areas around that have typically voted Democrat in presidential elections, have voted Democrat this time, are backing marijuana legalization. It's interesting, actually, that with more and more states backing marijuana legalization, that there's still no national infrastructure around it. There's still no way to actually effectively create a national way of transporting marijuana legally, of actually growing it within the states without having issues with the neighbouring states and whatnot, and no way for them to actually bank their money centrally with, you know, banks in New York or whatever, where marijuana is illegal, and therefore it would be drug money to them. It's a huge complicated mess, and actually it's a problem of the federal system that with these initiatives it can actually lead to inertia and inactivity in the federal government.
Remember, if you want to get involved in the discussion, use the hashtag Warwick US. We're going to go to an interview now with Henry Riley.
That's right, I'm here with Charlie Cox, who is the head of publicity at RAW 1251 AM and is also a second-year history student. Now, Charlie, there's been a lot of talk, obviously, about the US election, but I want to talk... Really? Yeah, a little bit. I want to talk primarily about the legalization of cannabis in California. What are your thoughts?
I mean, fair. Like, I really don't have that much to say on it, because do you know what I mean? I think it's quite cool that people have been able to legalise it through, like, the ballots and everything. So, yeah, fair enough. I mean, it shines a little bit of sunshine on this whole situation, doesn't it? Like, at least some people are getting what they want.
Fair enough. We'll go back to the US election now, because that is what everyone is interested in. Now, how did you think it was going to go at the start of the day?
See, I had, like, a similar feeling to Brexit. Like, you know how... when Brexit all started, everyone was like, surely we won't leave, surely this won't happen, you know, da da da. And then sort of halfway through the night, everyone went, oh no. I feel like it's been the same thing again, where like everybody was like so hopeful at the start, and now everyone's just tired and exhausted. We just want it to be over and for it just to be declared, because it's all just, been a nightmare.
Is Clinton going to go down as one of the worst presidential candidates ever, do you think?
I mean, yeah, she quite possibly could do, because she tried to run in 2008 and it didn't work out. She's then put all of this money in and all of everything, and I think she could quite easily go down as one of the worst in history, because, I mean, she's been defeated by Donald Trump. Is that not? That's pretty rough. I feel a bit sorry for her.
Now, as a feminist, Charlie, was this a good opportunity to sort of show that the US can elect a female president as opposed to someone who's arguably a misogynist, according to some, in Donald Trump?
Yeah, I think it was definitely an opportunity that's perhaps been wasted. I mean, we're not sure yet. It could still turn around. But yeah, no, I think it was definitely a chance that could be wasted. And the fact that I don't know personally, the fact that Donald Trump has been elected over Hillary demonstrates that, you know, there is still so much sexism in America, because someone who, even though, like, obviously there was lots of, like, controversy surrounding her, she was still, like, far more qualified than Trump is to do it. And I don't know, it's just a bit sad. Yeah, I don't like it.
Fair enough. Lovely to talk to you, Charlie. Back to you now, Jack.
Thank you for that interview, Henry. Now we've got a projection in for Nevada. Most projections now, unconfirmed, would say that Clinton has clinched Nevada. But in terms of Wisconsin, Fox News are projecting a victory for Donald Trump, although all other news networks at the moment are refusing to call it so far. Any changes there? Does Nevada change the result at all, really? And in terms of Wisconsin, too close to call, maybe Trump. Very small chance of Hillary. Will, first of all?
Well, I mean, Nevada doesn't really... It's not a massively important state in that it's only, 6 electoral college votes, I think, which is, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a big deal. Not when Hillary's as behind as she is, and not when Trump looks more likely to win Wisconsin than Hillary is, which is obviously that's about triple the amount of electors that Nevada has. So it's not necessarily a great start to the it's not a...
Just a reminder, with 42 states called, the result currently stands at 244 electoral college votes for Donald Trump, 215 for Hillary Clinton. Still, Donald Trump way in the lead there. Well, not way in the lead, it's still quite close, but it's looking increasingly unlikely for Hillary, isn't it, Matt?
It's sort of unbelievable. I feel as though every single, if you were to go on the New York Times, if you were to go on 538, if you were to go anywhere on sort of the mainstream media that you trust for, your polling, you get some sense that Clinton maybe just will clinch it. Just a day ago, people were fairly confident, okay, Donald Trump is probably just a bit of a comedy character. When we're seeing, Nevada's a must-win for Clinton, but the reality is that Donald Trump has won areas where he was not expected to win demographically. He was not expected to win thanks to his campaign, like a campaign machinery. And so, really, I think there's a need to sort of understand exactly what has caused this divergence from what we were expecting.
Dan, what do you think of that?
Of Nevada or the results in general?
Results in general, Nevada specifically.
Well, I was kind of actually prepared for it because if you look at the results, Hillary Clinton is projected to win by about 1 to 1.5 points in the popular vote. And she was, in most of the polling averages yesterday, she was up by about 3 to 3.5 points. So there's about a 2 or so point error, which is actually like quite normal. There was about a 3 or 4 point error last time around in the Obama-Romney race. So there wasn't a huge error, but then it's still kind of surreal to look in the electoral map and see states like Wisconsin red, Michigan red, Pennsylvania red, states that like have been kind of dreams of Republicans for years and years, and somehow Donald Trump has been the man who has made those dreams come true. And then also kind of just weird results, like Ohio went to Trump by 10 points after it went to Obama by 5, and then he's only winning Iowa, which is generally seen as a more conservative state, by like 4. So it's clearly some very weird trends going on in the electoral map, where some states aren't acting as they should compared to others.
Just an update, if you're keeping an eye on the Electoral College, 26 votes is what Donald Trump needs to win the election, to bring him to 270, the magic number which he needs in order to become the next president of the United States. Now, Will, in terms of third parties, I just want to talk about this briefly. Many people might have protested, made their vote into a protest vote, by voting for either Jill Stein of the Green Party or Gary Johnson of the Libertarian Party. Do you think there'll be many potential Hillary supporters out there that went for a protest vote, now regret their decision, given that Donald Trump may now about to become the US president,
I mean, potentially there'll be people that regret it. I think it's absolutely idiotic to blame this victory on third parties. I completely reject that. It's a tiny portion of the vote. We are not living in Britain in 1983. This is a completely different set of circumstances. And quite frankly, I find the idea that it's Jill Stein's fault that Donald Trump wins absolutely ludicrous.
We'll come back to your opinion on that in a sec, Matt. But just to confirm, the reason that Hillary Clinton has now gone up from 209 to 215 electoral college votes is because she won Nevada, which gave her 6 extra electoral college votes, although that probably isn't going to be enough to win her the night. Now, Matt, back to what we were talking about before, will there be many people out there regretting voting for a third party?
I think there will be. I mean, although it may not have affected the outcome, I feel as though maybe there'll be people who voted Jill Stein who thought, oh no, maybe if I had just voted. I feel as though people will be feeling perhaps guilty that they didn't stand lockstep behind the strongest opposition to Trump if they strongly oppose a Trump presidency. But I think realistically, third parties weren't the biggest factor in this election. They were actually surprising in that regard because 2 hugely unfavourable candidates, while they weren't bigger, perhaps represents the pragmatism of the American voter. But fundamentally, I feel as though the cause of this defeat cannot really be attributed to third parties, and a far more soul-searching mission has to be undertaken by the Democratic Party to come to terms with why, when it's expected to do reasonably well, it failed to materialise the support that it was expected.
A Trump advisor has come out and said, it's a great night for America tonight. That's a quote from a Trump advisor for you. That's an interesting one. Now, Will even. Matt brought it up very briefly then, but where did the Democratic Party go from here? Because earlier on in the night, we were talking about where the Republican Party go from Donald Trump, and that's sort of switched now. Where can the Democrat Party go to reconnect with their voter base, potentially?
See, this is a very interesting question, because how can they connect with their voter base in this election versus is a very different question to how can they connect with the people they need to connect with to win the next election. I think there needs to be a fundamental change in the organisation of the Democratic Party. I think there needs to be a fundamental change in its direction. I don't think that this centrist, certainly, I feel that Hillary Clinton, had Ted Cruz have won the Republican nomination, Hillary Clinton would have walked this election, I think. I mean, I'm not willing to fully commit to that, but I feel that when you're running against a transformative leader, you, as a kind of centrist, you have to run a ridiculously good campaign. Hillary Clinton has not come anywhere close to doing that. I think Bernie Sanders would have had a much more viable chance against Trump. So I think it depends, though, because if the Democratic Party, if people don't like Trump and they slide back to this kind of broadly or more centrist than Donald Trump, less populist kind of Republican Party, then perhaps the direction the Democratic Party is going in may work out for them again in 2020.
We just had news that the US dollar is falling in value in the same way that the pound fell in value. Is this going to make imports for the US more expensive? Is that a problem if things like, I don't know, basics like bananas and pineapples and all sorts of things like that become much more expensive? Does that make it more... is that a problem for the USA?
I'm not convinced that any fluctuations in the dollar will be hugely long term. I don't know. It's so hard to tell what the markets will make of Trump winning. First of all, he's not president tomorrow. He doesn't become president until January the 20th. And so I feel as though the markets will sort of realise, oh, hold on. For now, we've still got a president who we know exactly what he's sort of going to do, is fairly stable. And perhaps in the intervening days, weeks, or whatever, when we get more of an idea about what a President Trump will do, what his economic policy perhaps will concretely materialise into, perhaps the markets will calm down. Ultimately, though, I feel as though America is far more self-sufficient, especially in terms of oil and energy, than it was 8 years ago. And so any increase in import prices perhaps will affect sectors, but will not drag down and slow the US economy greatly.
Dan, do you think that the US economy in the long term is going to be brought down by potentially the falling value of the dollar, the falling value of the stock markets in America?
I'm not sure about the falling value of the dollar. Like you said, I think that'll probably be kind of a temporary thing, and the markets will calm down a bit when they realise that obviously he's not going to be president until January. And also, I think that there will be kind of a belief that the US Congress will restrain him and prevent him from doing too many crazy things. Since a lot of economic policy is under the jurisdiction of the of Congress, not the president. I'm not sure how true that's actually going to be, but yeah, I think that a Trump presidency will have negative effects on the American economy, but I don't think it will come in the form of currency fluctuations, especially in the short term.
Will the US Senate try to block Donald Trump, do you think? Do you think even a Republican-controlled Congress will try to stop what they see as sort of crazier Donald Trump policies?
I mean, fingers crossed, but I'm not sure how likely that is. I think Republicans will be thinking of a couple of things. Obviously, they'll be not wanting Donald Trump to implement policies which they would see as detrimental to the country, but at the same time, they'll want to think of their long-term image. It doesn't look good for a party if your candidate gets elected and you spend 4 years blocking them. So there will certainly be careerist politicians, which makes up a large part of the Republican Party in Congress. They won't want to do that. They might do it for some of his most extreme policies, but I think by and large they'll just kind of take it for the sake of their long-term popularity.
Matt, what do you think about the Senate potentially blocking some of what they see as sort of crazier mini-move policies from Donald Trump?
I feel as though throughout the campaign, Donald Trump has not been very clear on his policies. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not convinced that Donald Trump is the biggest ideas man in the world. I feel as though perhaps on many levels he's sort of said very nice-sounding things, but actually little concrete policy detail. There's a lovely rumour that's pretty well-founded that he was asking John Kasich to be his running mate and effectively promised him full control over domestic and foreign policy, effectively wanting to be a CEO of America and leave the actual operations to another guy. I have a sneaking suspicion that if there is a President Trump, he will sort of adopt whatever conservative policies and practical measures the Republican Congress will ask him to do and Mike Pence will advise him to do. I feel as though lots of his wackier ideas of build a wall will perhaps be transmuted into more actionable proposals.
Just to confirm then, there are 8 states yet to be declared in the United States. New Hampshire and Pennsylvania are amongst those 2 states. Both are still unbelievably close, apparently. Pennsylvania was 0.1% between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton just earlier on this evening. Matt, again, what do you make of the whole situation? Like, it's getting so close now that we're just sort of waiting for final confirmation almost of Donald Trump winning at this point, aren't we?
It's such a surreal situation to be in. I mean, I mean, perhaps I'm naive and I'm part of the sort of liberal elite that cast Donald Trump off. But it sort of feels as though I'm in a car crash and everything's really slow and you can sort of see it coming, but not quite understand it, not quite conceptually grapple with it yet. A Trump presidency seems likely, but it's yet so far off.
Yeah, I must say that I'm waiting for the result and my palms are sweating a bit moist and I'm just sort of waiting for it to happen now and hopefully we should get the result within the next sort of 20 minutes or so, although we were told we might get a result at 5. It is getting a bit confusing. Will, what do you make of this whole situation?
In terms of how close it is and when we'll get the result, you've been saying we'll get the result soon for 3 hours now. So, I don't know. It has been very close, and I don't know. This whole thing has just been slightly surreal. Not least because it is now, almost 6 in the morning, and I haven't been to bed. But it's just sort of. I really don't know what to make of it, and that is a problem. I normally have an opinion on everything.
US political analyst, Cod Donovan, has said that it's still theoretically possible that both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump could end the night on 279 electoral college votes, which would mean that the vote would go to Congress, potentially the House of Representatives, to decide the result of the election. Dan, how likely does that seem to you? Would that almost be worse than a Democratic result?
Yeah, I think that's very unlikely at this point. I mean, you need kind of a lot of very unlikely things to go right for Hillary. Or I suppose still wrong, I think she'll still lose. But yeah, I think it's far more likely that Trump will just win. He might win closely, perhaps if Hillary manages to pull off something in Pennsylvania or New Hampshire. But he'll still win, I think. He just has too many paths for him and not enough for Hillary. I think that would be quite funny because you would have a situation where both candidates would get the same electoral college votes, Hillary would get more actual votes, and Congress would just pick Trump anyway. Which would be the perfect end to the 2016 election.
Matt, would it be worse if Congress were to have to pick Trump rather than Trump winning through? Would that sort of negate Trump's mandate, and would that be a problem in terms of future policy proposals? Would it lead to a lame duck presidency almost immediately?
It would be bizarre for a Congress that is about to be replaced by another Congress in a matter of months to decide the outcome of a presidential election, likely, given the Republican majority, in favour of a nominee that will not get the popular support. I feel as though it would lead to a sort of constitutional conundrum for America, and although, the outcome would perhaps be Trump winning, as, we're already expecting, it would be very hard for him to claim any major legitimacy, given the fact that he didn't win a majority in the Electoral College, didn't win a majority in the popular vote, and was relying entirely on an outdated mandate from the legislative branch. It would be uncharted political waters, and the Trump ship is not equipped to sail that far.
Will, in terms of then potentially getting 269 Electoral College votes, is that like trying to chase the chest at the end of a double rainbow for Hillary Clinton?
Well, yeah, realistically, it's probably the best she can hope for, but it's so stupidly it's almost so unlikely that I'd be more willing to bet on her winning.
Yeah.
And I really don't think she's going to be able to pull it out the bag on that. But no, as Matt was saying, that would be an absolutely insane result. Trump's going to struggle with people seeing him as having a mandate anyway. If, as expected, he loses the popular vote, there's going to be mass dissatisfaction with that result anyway. So if he only got 269, that would be ridiculous. I genuinely there would be severe political unrest if that was to happen, I would say.
Just to give you an idea of how tight it is, there are 8 states still to be declared. It's 5:42 in the morning, Wednesday morning. 8 states to be declared. We are yet to get them because they are so close. We're talking states like Pennsylvania and New Hampshire, which are being decided at sort of decimal points of percentages between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. It will be one of the tightest elections of all time. Dan, were you expecting anything even remotely this close? Even if Donald Trump won, were you expecting it to be as close as this? Because this is really quite something.
Well, like I said earlier, the prospect that Hillary Clinton, that could be an error of around 3 or so points, was something that was very plausible before this happened. It was just kind of which direction that would happen in. And the idea that Donald Trump could win while still losing by about a point or so was also brought up. That was kind of one of his trump cards, you could say, which is that the fact that he has a base on white non-college voters basically gives him an advantage in the Electoral College over somebody like Hillary, whose advantages in Latinos and college-educated white voters who tend to be concentrated in certain states. So I mean, I thought that Trump winning while not actually getting the most votes was probably the most likely route for him. I do think it's kind of insane that this has happened 2 out of 5 elections for the Democrats. I do think that this is probably going to catapult Electoral College reform to the top of Democrats' agendas. When you consider especially that I'm not sure if they did it this year, but last time they got more votes in the House of Representatives as well and didn't get won less seats. So clearly the nature of their base and where they actually live is disadvantaging Democrats.
So, Will, do you feel for the Democrats in that way then? Do you feel that they have a little bit hard done by the electoral system? And do you think that they will try to campaign for a different electoral system in this situation?
Well, I feel that any electoral system in which someone can win more votes and lose the election has no validity whatsoever. I don't accept that this is a system which works. I don't accept that this is a system which creates the outcome that is the will of the people. Because democracy, of course, the main function is to represent the will of the people. I don't think there are many people that would disagree that that's the main function of democracy. And how can you possibly say that a government that polled less than their opponents and still won represent the will of the people in any way, shape or form?
Thank you very much. We're going to go up to Donal now for some analysis.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say while we're on the topic there about what Trump will do when he takes over, if he now is seemingly likely to take over. He's got some very, very tough questions to answer immediately, which is to bring his party together. So the Republican Party has gone through a huge shift to the right, as we've seen. And it's up to him as the Republican candidate to bring in those people that have rightly so maybe, but have distanced themselves from his candidacy. So the people like Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell will have there'll be meetings happening in the next few weeks if as we can see now, Trump goes on to win. They're going to be important meetings to try and reunite what is hugely a fractious party. And now that they have a dominant House and a dominant both Senate and the governors, there will be a lot of pressure on them to come together in a convincing and influential way so that they can move forward on the policies that he hasn't really put together yet. But really, it's up to the Democrats are going to have to try and combat this in some way. But back to Henry.
Right, so the results are still coming in. I think we planned to finish by this time, but they are still, some states are still yet to be decided. I think it's about 8 states now that haven't declared. So we're just waiting for Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton to make it over that magical 270, and then they will be the next President of the United States. I want to talk firstly to Harrison, who has joined us on the panel. Now, Harrison, this was a dream come true for you.
I didn't really believe it could happen. I mean, I placed a £10 bet on Trump to win, so I had a bit of faith.
Only £10?
I know, I regret I didn't place more, but I mean, after Brexit, I really regretted not betting on that, so I thought, this will be my chance, and I don't know what I'm going to spend on.
But you're pleased overall. I mean, why do you think it's gone the way it has?
I think it's definitely going to be in the turnout. I think because Trump supporters are so much more passionate about the cause. You know, when you look at their slogans, Trump's is "Make America Great Again." It's a call to action. And when you look at Clinton's "Stronger Together," it's just some words. It's not compelling someone to do something.
Matt, what do you think about what Harrison said there? He seems pretty pleased that Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the US. Do you share his sentiment?
I do not. I have not supported and do not support Donald Trump. obviously tonight has been a big disappointment for Clinton supporters such as myself, and I imagine for Hillary Clinton herself, this is the second time that she's been running for the presidency, and it's sort of a gut blow to what was sort of seemed to be an ascendant Democratic Party in America. You know, when Barack Obama won 2008 and 2012, there felt as if there was a demographic shift in America that was going to ensure that the Republican Party were going to stay out of power for generations. That has not materialized, and we must absolutely respect Donald Trump's ability to galvanize support and win an election.
I'm told in Pennsylvania that 95% of the vote has been counted, and Trump is narrowly losing by 0.6%. Narrowly winning, sorry to get your hopes up, narrowly winning by 0.6%. Apologies for that if you thought, I'm very tired, in case you thought there was a shock election result there. Will, help me out. What do we think about this Donald Trump presidency? Do you agree with Harrison that it's going to be good for America?
Not so much, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. No, I think, well, I mean, first of all, I think it's very interesting. It was already mentioned that at one point Trump was considering Kasich. You made the point, didn't you? And that essentially he was going to be President Kasich, but with Trump branding. Great big fat Trump letters, as if it were a tower. It might still be essentially a Pence administration. Donald Trump was sort of, yeah, I mean, he's a branding man. He was never really much of a policy guy, and a lot of people who voted for him didn't really vote for him on policy. I don't think it was more sentiment and sort of more generally the direction that the country was going in and their prospects were going as well. So good for America? No, I think if anything, I think the biggest costs will be to social issues. I think. We're going to have a new Supreme Court justice as appointed by Donald Trump. He said he would appoint the next Antonin Scalia. For those who don't know, this guy was super right-wing, really socially conservative. It's going to be bad news. Now, I don't know if gay marriage, I don't know if that would be repealed or not, but you can see the sorts of issues that this would affect. It's pretty depressing stuff.
So just to let you know as well, in Michigan and Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is narrowly winning in those states. Of course, they're not yet to be declared, but he is narrowly winning in those states. Also in Louisiana, there are other elections going on today, believe it or not. There are statewide elections, including for governors, including for representatives, including for senators, and it has gone to a runoff election in Louisiana. One of the candidates is David Duke, who I'm sure some of you might know as the former leader of the KKK. He famously endorsed Donald Trump during this election. We touched briefly then on the Supreme Court nomination. I'm really interested, do we think that whoever gets the presidency, it looks like it's going to be Donald Trump, they should replace Scalia, who was a pretty right-wing Republican on the Supreme Court? I know they don't have partisan affiliations, but he's pretty much on the right. For the sake of balance, Matt, surely they should appoint a Republican again, rather than someone who's perceived as liberal.
Difficulty is that the Supreme Court is designed not to have blocks. It's a 9-person court, and so whichever way you try and slice it, there's always going to be some sort of bias to the left or right, given the nature of the point system. And so realistically, unless you try and appoint sort of a moderate-ish person, a sort of Merrick Garland, there's going to be a sort of level of bias one way or another. If we appoint another Scalia, the court will have sort of a right-wing bias slightly, and so the decisions made on issues like abortion and whatnot will have that flavour. I don't think it's possible really to give the court any fair balance, and so I think we all accept the rules of the game. If you win the presidency, you appoint someone who agrees with your political stance, and that's the way it probably should be.
What about Obama then? Because if he was to appoint this Supreme Court justice, I'll stay with you again, Matt. It'd be a real slap in the face if he was going to do this, if he was to be the person to appoint this Supreme Court justice.
I mean, he nominated...
Because he appointed 2 already, didn't he?
Yeah, so, I mean, he's already put forward for consideration Merrick Garland, who I just mentioned, to replace Scalia's seat, and the Senate's refused to hear it. Given the fact that the Republicans are probably going to take control of Congress, perhaps the Senate, who knows, but if they do, it would be ludicrous for them to accept a fairly moderate figure when they think, actually, we could probably get a Republican, a very right-wing judge implemented and put into the court. But if Barack Obama's appointment did go through, that would be absurd, given he has so little time left in the court. Smacks of sort of a lack of democracy and a lack of accountability.
Harrison, if Barack Obama was to appoint that Supreme Court justice, I mean, that'd just be a slap and a tickle for the Republicans and Donald Trump in particular, who would be hoping to make that nomination, surely.
I mean, definitely so, but he's still within his legal right to do so. I don't really know a whole lot about the Supreme Court, to be honest.
That's all right. But so basically, for those of you who don't know, Antonin Scalia was a Conservative justice on the Supreme Court, pretty long-serving, and they are looking for his replacement. Now, it's always the president's job to nominate someone. Obama's been quite greedy in that he's had 2 of these to do already. Obviously not by his own wishes, but he is Sonia Sotomayor, and I think it's Kagan is the other one. I'm not sure. People don't know, but it's 2 justices that he appointed. Will, do you think Barack Obama should have been the person to appoint this Supreme Court justice?
Well, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but as I understand it, it's the president's prerogative. So obviously, Antonin Scalia died way back in the primary process, and Barack Obama appointed, to be honest, not a particularly progressive justice. Merrick Garland, very centrist, not great in terms of issues such as Wall Street, obviously a huge part of the Democratic base, particularly the grassroots, and actually independents, if you go issue by issue, were massively behind Bernie Sanders, Jill Stein, progressive positions on issues. So that's what people would like to have seen. Merrick Garland, centrist, not too bad. The problem was, last time I looked, there was something like a 0.1% chance, or something ridiculous, of Garland being essentially ratified by Congress. Republicans have a huge presence in Congress, and essentially they were threatening, if Hillary Clinton won, to never put through another justice, to literally let them die out. So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so in terms of Pennsylvania now, 98% of the votes have been counted, and Donald Trump is narrowly leading there. And we're expecting, well, the polls in Alaska are closing in about 5 minutes, so we could as well have some polls from Alaska, where, of course, it was Sarah Palin, the former vice presidential candidate, who was the governor before. I want to talk to you about something a bit more light-hearted now, actually, because the top emojis from this evening have been revealed. Now, unfortunately, they weren't, the dab, as I kind of hoped they would be, but the top emojis have been the effectively the nauseated face, the USA flag, the Canada flag, the pistol, and I think it's the shocked face, although I might be corrected on that. Sorry, Matt, I just to spring that on you. What do you think about the emojis?
It's hard to construct some deep analysis about the disgusted face on the Canadian flag, but I can only imagine the context these are used in is not hugely positive for the prospective President Trump. I feel as though you're probably getting lots of messages to friends, why is this happening? Or, I'm moving to Canada, Canadian flag. But I think it perhaps reflects something a little bit more serious than perhaps intended, in that it shows the extent to which social media, which is disproportionately used by the young, effectively in America, are supportive of Hillary Clinton, or at least are not supportive of Donald Trump, and it reflects a generational divide in America.
So Sarah Palin, our favourite US politician, has come out, by the way, and said that Britain and the US are, quote, going rogue. So make of that what you will. I assume she means in terms of collaboration with Donald Trump and a Brexit Britain. Will, mate, what do you think about these emojis, going back to that particular issue?
Well, I mean, yeah, quite what you can glean from them, I don't know. I mean, it would be interesting to see, actually, given how active young people, we assume, now are on social media, what the sort of the millennial turnout was. Because if it turns out that, that they didn't, put it this way, there are going to be some serious questions. Why did this happen? How did we get here? And there are going to be several factors, and there'll be books on it, and it'll be exciting, and it'll be in lectures, and we'll all try to forget it ever happened. But, most of us, but one reason could be that African Americans and millennials just thought, you know what, sod this, I'm staying at home, or I'm voting for Jill Stein. So, in terms of emojis, I would expect it to be fairly left-leaning and busy, It will be interesting to see what the turnout was.
On the emoji point and social media in general, I want to ask, how important do you think it is in terms of future elections? Because if we look at this particular election, I mean, Donald Trump was very active on his own social media. He posted a lot on Twitter, sometimes at inappropriate times of the morning. And Hillary Clinton, clearly it was managed by someone that wasn't her, clearly managed by a campaign manager or someone along those lines. Do we think this is going to be very important in future elections, where you see presidential candidates or candidates for other public office putting out tweets themselves? I know it sounds silly, but it feels like something that it feels a lot more personalised. Is social media going to be a big factor in the next election, Harrison?
I mean, part of Trump's appeal has always been his authenticity, and social media has also been a strong part of his campaign, because if you remember, he's probably spent about half of what Hillary's spent on her what's looking like a failed campaign now, quite embarrassingly. So yeah, social media is really important, and the point with social media is really connect these sort of candidates to the people and appear as a real person. And Donald Trump is a real person, because we see on his social media his flaws and his he gets quite easily angry, but people can relate to him and they feel that he's someone who understands their anger, and that's why he's been so successful.
Let's go to Will, mate. What do you think about this, the role of social media in future elections? I can't believe we're having this conversation, but it just feels like it's an important issue for future elections.
Excuse me. No, I mean, one sort of amusing thing that I heard was that in the final sort of few days of campaigning, Trump's team confiscated his Twitter account so that he wouldn't put his foot in it again. I mean, it's interesting, because I think social media is massively important. I think there is a particular danger, which is sort of incipient as social media and its importance grows in all areas of discussion, that you end up with echo chambers. I think that's incredibly important, and I think you look at Facebook and you have you have Hillary groups and actually I will say, in addition to genuine people talking about the election or not, maybe getting involved in the occasional debate, arguing with a Facebook friend, Clinton versus Trump, you also had lots of accounts set up by both campaigns and people whose job it was to go onto Facebook and write good stuff about their candidate, or bad stuff about the other. Hashtags everywhere, you wouldn't believe it. And yeah, I mean, I think it's important, but I think in both cases, you saw two candidates who actually did a pretty bad job on social media, and in fact in appealing to millennials in general. You had Donald Trump, who shot himself in the foot every time he went to Twitter at 3 a.m. And you had Hillary Clinton, whose pandering, not just to millennials by the way, but whose pandering was so nauseating and contrived and clearly constructed and tactical and badly executed. That, yeah, I think social media is important, but I think both of them failed miserably on that particular metric.
So it's just gone 6 o'clock. We're still here waiting for the announcement of who will be the next president of the United States. Currently, Donald Trump is on 244 electoral college votes, whereas Hillary Clinton is on 215. It looks increasingly likely Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States, but we are still awaiting that confirmation. There's states to come in, such as Alaska, where its final polls are due out very, very soon. And we also want to hear exactly what you want to say. So if you want to get in touch, make sure you tweet us and use the hashtag Warwick US, and you'll get extra points for being up this late. Matt, in terms of the role of social media, I want to take a different angle on this now. Now this, I'm not expecting you to know a lot about this particular candidate, but Darrell Castle was a candidate for the Constitution Party in this particular election, and he obviously didn't get too much media coverage. Not many people know exactly who he is. His party isn't the most well known, but he did something where I think it was either him or his vice presidential candidate, did a sort of periscope on Facebook or Twitter every day, where potential voters could ask him questions. So they could ask him anything from, what his views were on the economy. And that seems like a very interactive element, particularly for a third party, to get their message across in a small scale way. What do you think about that sort of unconventional tactic?
I think that it's interesting because social media provides a unique way for people across a very diverse and frankly large nation to interact with people on sort of a one-to-one level. You ask a question, you get a direct answer. But I would be wary of putting too much stock into the power of social media. I feel as though it's all well and good that you can interact with a candidate or find out about a candidate through social media, but I'm not sure that people actually value that interaction very much. I feel as though people sort of generally don't view their journeys onto the internet as being very important. You sort of flick onto it, and because it's all free, because it's all very easily accessible, you sort of discount the information. No one's going to be hugely swung by a Twitter message or a Facebook poll or what emojis a candidate uses. I feel as though generally social media is far more important in terms of enabling candidates to track their supporters and develop means of communication for their more formal campaign.
So if you don't think it's that important, I want to pose a situation to you where one of the major candidates wasn't on Twitter. Would that have a negative impact on their campaign? So if Hillary Clinton wasn't on Twitter at all, whereas Donald Trump was as active as he is on social media, would that have a negative impact on the Clinton campaign, do you think? Or do you think it would make a difference? In terms of the online campaign, I mean, the momentum that it can build up.
I feel as though it probably wouldn't have had an impact. I can't conceive of a Hillary voter or even a Trump voter who would have read some of the tweets that were posted on Hillary Clinton's Twitter account, either by her or her aides, and gone, oh, this is the candidate for me, or this is absolutely not for me. I feel as though we accept that the social media sphere is contrived, is a performance, is effectively free campaign advertising, and therefore we view it as cynicism, we view it as effectively a cheap attempt to win votes, and it's not an authentic interaction. Even in the case of Donald Trump, I feel as though the Twitter account might have been a window into his mind, wasn't particularly insightful or helpful or would have had much traction on the psyche of the American people.
So we're still waiting in a couple of states here on US election night. If you want to get involved, you can do. Use the hashtag Warwick US. As it stands, Donald Trump on 244 electoral college votes, just short of the 270 needed to be president. Clinton on 215. It is still technically possible, I believe, that both candidates could end up on 269, which would prove quite interesting as well. But I want to talk now. So if Donald Trump is the next president of the US, as it does seem it is going to be in the polls, Mike Pence is going to be the next vice presidential candidate. Now, for those of you who don't know too much, because the vice presidential candidate obviously doesn't garner too much media attraction or for their policies or even for who they are, it's dominated, and particularly in this election, by people like Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. What do the panel know about Mike Pence already?
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, Mike Pence, he's not very exciting. I was surprised that he picked Mike Pence. Apparently, Donald Trump was sort of tricked into picking Mike Pence as his candidate. Apparently, he was going to go on a flight. That he had 3 candidates, and he was going to go and see Chris Christie. He was really gunning for Chris Christie, and someone told him, a pro-Pence staffer told him that actually the plane wasn't ready. Why don't you go and have dinner with Mike Pence? So it wasn't even really supposed to happen. I mean, this is a guy whose voting record is socially conservative. He's a fairly evangelical Christian. He looks like he's made of haunted snow. He's not really in line with the sort of the policy positions, if you go policy by policy, of American people. He's the governor of Indiana, he was from Indiana. Fairly run-of-the-mill establishment Democrat. I kind of imagine that perhaps we will see a bit of a President Pence. I think when we've got a Republican-controlled Congress, it will be in their interest to try to puppet Trump and that glorious ego of his, rather than have to impeach him for, well, your guess is as good as mine, but use your imagination. So yeah, I can imagine a President Pence and a reined-in Trump. That's as optimistic as I dare to be at the moment, but yeah.
Okay, Matt, what do you know about Mike Pence?
Mike Pence, the man from Indiana, I feel as though he is exactly the sort of person that if you were to give Republicans of sort of the early 2000s the chance to sculpt a man out of clay and have their exact views, he would be that mouthpiece. I feel as though he is the sort of classic Republican of law that has come to being. In terms of his policy positions, they do feel fairly run-of-the-mill sort of Republican positions, evangelical, not hugely pro-abortion, as you can imagine, traditional values, and so opposing gay marriage and things like that. In terms of his sort of actual belief in Trump's policies, he's often distanced himself from them, and so it's hard to know what positive practical stances Vice President Pence would really get lockstep behind.
Final thoughts, Harrison, on Mike Pence. You were obviously a firm Trump fan. Were you as big a fan of Mike Pence? Did you know much about him?
I'm embarrassed to say that I really don't know a whole lot about
But that says it all, really, doesn't it? That
But-
people don't know the vice presidential candidate.
But I guess I understand that he was more picked by Trump to be a connection to the Republican Party because he's so distant from it. And so I think in terms of the voters, he's quite irrelevant, and he's more important to how he connects with his party and gets the support and
the public. An interesting fact for you now. According to the National Exit Poll, more Hispanic and Latino voters voted for Donald Trump today than voted for Mitt Romney 4 years ago in 2012. So whereas many people thought Donald Trump had alienated the Hispanic and Latino voters, it turns out that he actually has garnered more than Mitt Romney did in 2012. Matt looks quite puzzled by that, Matt. You're struggling to make sense of this, aren't you?
It sort of defies expectations. He's a person who has repeatedly made comments that one would imagine that the Hispanic community in America would view as antithetical to their goals, especially the sort of plea and the pledge, rather, to cut down on the number of immigrants and also to deport millions of Hispanic Americans who are in the country illegally. But it's clear that we can't treat Hispanic Americans as a homogenous group anymore. We can't say, oh, they vote Democrat, or at least they are strongly opposed to any movements towards a stricter immigration policy. I think we have to actually reassess Hispanic Americans and actually say, what do they really look for in a candidate?
What do you think, Will, about the stat by the National Exit Poll that more Hispanic and Latino voters have voted for Donald Trump than Mitt Romney? Now, this is something that no one predicted before this.
Not necessarily more. It isn't the biggest surprise in the world because, I mean, you have a lot of, I mean, essentially all Latinos are not created equal. You have a lot of people who fall into that demographic who actually are of sort of Cuban sort of nationalist issue. You have a lot of sort of second generation Hispanic voters who, you know, they were born in America, they are American, and they feel it's their home, and they feel that actually because they are sort of socioeconomically more vulnerable, they feel as critically as anyone the threat of the Mexican and whatever it might be. So it isn't as simple as you know, if you're Latino, you'll stick with other Latinos and their interests. You can sort these people into fairly clearly defined and distinct sub-demographics, and actually I think that's a far more interesting way of looking at it. So I think, yeah, a lot of those voters will have been your quintessential "we need to make America great again," xenophobic kind of voters that the white people of America seem largely to be. Yeah.
So the next result we should get in is Pennsylvania very, very shortly. But before that, we'll speak to you, Harrison, and get your thoughts on the stat about Trump gaining more Hispanic and Latino voters than Mitt Romney. Were you surprised by this?
Not really, because in my opinion, illegal immigration hurts legal Mexicans as much as any other person. And then there's a bit of sort of a jump on the lifeboat and then stop anyone else getting on, because in acting in any sort of self-interest, immigration's only going to lower their wage levels. So it doesn't really surprise me. And I think the reason it does surprise a lot of other people is there's this idea, especially on the left, that sort of a lot of minority groups almost this homogenous blob that will vote for them no matter what they do. You know, the blacks will always vote Democrats, the Latinos will always vote Democrats. And whereas it sort of really almost dehumanises them, I think. So I think maybe they need to start sort of putting their mouth where their mind is and actually look at Latinos and other minorities, actual real people, rather than a voting bloc.
So if we still regard Donald Trump, as many people label him, as racist, I'm interested, do you think that the US population, if they vote overwhelmingly for Donald Trump, even if it's not by popular vote, if it's something like 45%, would they in turn be racist as well, do you think, or just incredibly misguided? I'll start with you, Harrison, again.
I don't agree with the assumption that voting for Trump does sort of make you racist or even misguided.
But it is an assumption that people make, isn't it, particularly on the left?
Yeah, and I just don't really buy it. I think it's just an attempt to sort of smear anyone trying to sort of tackle the establishment.
Fair enough. Matt, what do you think? Putting you on the spot here, I do appreciate.
I mean, I feel as though Donald Trump's things that he said and the sort of dog whistle racism, he's not necessarily said things overtly that can be categorically defined as racist, but dog whistle wise, he has been making the messages that people recognise as racist. And although it may not be racist to vote for Trump, it clearly doesn't turn one into an inveterate racist. But I think that it says something that the American people can overlook the fact that a candidate is racist and still lend them a support as the leader of the country. I feel as though it lacks a sort of view of the moral characteristics necessary to be president.
So if people will regard Donald Trump as standing on a racist platform and they vote for him, are they effectively, saying it's okay, some of the stuff that he has said? So, for instance, the wall, things about banning Muslims, are they legitimising those pretty radical remarks he made during the Republican primaries?
So, a couple of things. So, the first thing is that, first of all, I think it's true, and I think a lot of people would agree that there is a bit of an issue with political correctness not just America, here as well. And so you have a situation where people feel that debates and discussions aren't being had in a legitimate fashion because of political correctness, and sometimes that is true, or that is true always, but to a certain extent, depending on the nature of the discussion and the topic. The problem is Donald Trump uses that as a get-out-of-jail-free card. He sort of says, right, okay, I'm going to say all this controversial stuff, and it's divisive, but it's okay because all I'm doing here is shattering political correctness, and actually this is good. I'm not racist, you're not racist, I employ lots of Hispanic people, etc. The problem is that unless you've been living under a rock, even the most ignorant voter will know that Donald Trump has done his best to engender an us versus them narrative. And so you have a situation where he'll be threatening to ban all 1.6 billion Muslims. He'll be threatening to bomb the families of ISIS, which obviously is state-sponsored terrorism and against international law. This idea that they are out to get us and we have to do something about it. And bear in mind, you look at, for example, his position on gun legislation. Seems unrelated at first, but you look at the death figures, the number of deaths caused by guns that could be reduced or prevented by better gun legislation. Now, of course, in his platform, he's massively against any kind of anti-gun or gun control legislation. As in terms of deaths, if that's what he's talking about, that compared to ISIS blows ISIS out of the water, of course, this sort of domestic threat. So you have this candidate whose platform is inextricably, indelibly xenophobic and divisive and overly cynical. And I think that any voter who hasn't been living under a rock essentially says something about their priorities. They are willing to take this ridiculous, extraordinary excuse to vote for a guy who they think is going to look out for them, debatable, by the way. To be honest, anyone who doesn't think that equal treatment and equal respect for races, based on a person's gender, anything else, the moment you think a right is negotiable, you don't think it's a right. So, yes, there's an inherent racism. Now, whether that is particular to a certain American demographic or to American people more so than others is a different debate. But yes, there's some racism. It's easy.
Right, so we're still waiting on Pennsylvania. It does look like it's going to be the next state to come in, and obviously being quite a key state, we're keen to find out exactly how it does go. Now, 98% of the votes were counted the last time we sort of touched base, and they did show that Donald Trump's vote has actually slightly increased with the few more votes that have been counted for Pennsylvania. Also, to give you a bit more of a sort of visual impact look at the US, Clinton is expected to make a speech very shortly to either concede defeat or embrace victory, although judging by these polls and these results, it does look like she is going to be accepting defeat reluctantly. And she says that lots of people are leaving her, apparently lots of people are leaving Hillary Clinton's camp, so she's going to be making a speech effectively to an empty room. Matt, does that kind of sum up her bleak presidential campaign? She lost 2008, and now she's done dreadfully in 2016.
So it's a pretty desolate image for a campaign that has been lacking in some joy in recent hours. Actually, I think it's a fact that Hillary Clinton booked a venue to hold her celebration party, and that actually had a glass ceiling, a symbolic moment if she was to win the presidency, that she would have shattered the glass ceiling. It's a sort of depressing thought of this elderly-ish woman adopting the stage and having to concede defeat following a campaign that effectively most commentators thought she'd win. It's somewhat saddening on some level to feel as though America's come so far. It was less than 100 years ago that women got the right to vote, and it would have felt fitting on some level that now, in 2016, America will elect a female president, and the fact that it hasn't done so is, on some level, regardless of the candidates, is disappointing.
Just let you know as well, Paul Ryan, who is, of course, the Speaker of the House, you'll be interested in this if you are a Donald Trump fan, because he has apparently had a very good phone conversation with Donald Trump and Mike Pence. So obviously there were a couple of problems at first with Paul Ryan not being 100% sure with Donald Trump and Mike Pence, but it seems like they're going to kind of stick it out and try and get on with it. Also, the Republicans have retained their control of the Senate because they've just won in Pennsylvania in the Senate seat, so they are now controlling the Senate. In terms of this, because Obama found this in his last term where Congress was controlled by the Republicans, that it was difficult for him to get anything through. We saw this even in the early stages with things like Obamacare. Is it going to be equally as difficult for Trump to try and get things through a Senate that might be quite hostile to him? What do we think, Matt? I'll start with you.
I feel as though it's depending on the size of the majority, it could prove difficult for Trump. On the one hand, you need to consider the fact that the filibuster is an incredibly powerful tool in the Senate. You only need a very small number of senators to effectively try and block a measure, and it's very, very, very difficult for Republicans, no matter how large the majority is, to push it through. Also, I mean, there's the issue of, even if the Democrats were able to work on some bipartisan issues with Republicans in the House and the Senate, pass some perhaps more centrist reforms, it could be vetoed by President Trump, and it only requires 34 senators for the veto to be upheld. So we could see potentially government logjam, we could see effectively no real domestic policy measures being enacted. But we need to remember, of course, they don't have any real control over foreign policy. So Donald Trump might have a very free hand to enact what he will on the foreign stage, which could be most integral to his presidency.
Matt, do you think there's going to be any sort of extremely tense relationships between Donald Trump and some of the other so-called moderate Republicans? A lot of them didn't endorse him, although they didn't disclose who they were going to vote for. So, for example, George W. Bush today didn't vote for Gary Johnson or Hillary Clinton, but he didn't vote for Donald Trump either. He left his ballot paper blank. Is there going to be a couple of news stories, do you think, in the coming weeks of people saying, although he's won the presidency, I don't quite want to work with him, I'm not going to be cooperative?
I mean, it would be great if I could say that politicians would stick to their principles, but I think the Republicans will probably, see which way the wind's blowing, and probably for the sake of their own electorate, who are perhaps the people who voted for Trump, they will probably effectively bow down to Trump's pressure. I feel as though Trump, given the fact that he has just won this slightly unexpected victory, will probably be willing to extend an olive branch to those who didn't support him in the election to some extent. I feel as though he'll gleefully welcome them on board if they back his measures.
Will they accept it, though, the olive branch, do you think? Particularly some of the ones who have been pretty hostile in the media.
I mean, I feel as though perhaps the most inveterately hostile will continue to oppose him, but I feel as though the likes of Marco Rubio, the likes of Paul Ryan will recognise the climate they're living in and quickly change their tune. I mean, not to say that Marco Rubio is spineless, but I feel as though he would sway with Republicans and Donald Trump.
Harrison, can you see these moderate Republicans being a sort of early challenge in Donald Trump's presidency, particularly people like Mitt Romney, people like George W. Bush, who are key figures in American politics of the past, but they are still widely regarded as being very important? Are they going to be the first sort of hurdle for Donald Trump to overcome, do you think?
Well, we've drawn a lot of parallels to Brexit this evening, and I think you can do it again, because we saw these comments when we were applying to leave the referendum, like America saying we'd be at the back of the queue, but as soon as we leave, suddenly everyone's at our doorstep trying to get these free trade deals through. So I think quite quickly we'll see the Republican Party try and heal the wounds and rally around Trump.
What do you think, Will, about hostile moderate Republicans? Are they going to be an early challenge in Donald Trump's presidency?
Well, so two things again. One, I think politics will, the political forces will see that a lot of moderate Republicans will suck up to Trump and will continue to push their agendas. So, I mean, in terms of hostility, I mean, on what sort of issues? Now, Trump's budget that he proposed, it was going to put the American economy something like $7 trillion back in debt or something ridiculous like that. Now, elements of that might be might experience a bit of resistance from Republicans, particularly Tea Party Republicans, who aren't moderate by any stretch on most issues. But don't forget that the Overton window, that's to say the window of sort of legitimised ordinary debate at the political fore, that has shifted madly to the right in recent cycles. And so the moderate Republicans, I mean, we're talking about people like Kasich and Paul Ryan, they're not so moderate, certainly not by our standards, but even by American standards. The two parties have drifted fairly far apart in recent decades. So you say the moderate Republicans, like I say, I think the main costs to society will be on social issues. And as far as social issues concerned, Republicans are obviously likely to be, often evangelical Christians, or their Tea Party, or they're just Republicans, and they're there because they believe in perhaps a greater degree of authoritarianism. So I think where it matters, on the issues that we would be watching, I think a lot of the time, he isn't going to see very much resistance. And don't forget, finally, that, of course, it isn't just Congress. I know that was the question, but it isn't just Congress, it's the Supreme Court as well. So, Republican Supreme Court, here we come. I mean, one of the biggest debates of this sort of the next 4 years was meant to be legalization of marijuana all over the country. I think you can kiss that goodbye. Well, obviously do it state by state, but I think you can kiss that goodbye in a lot of places. So that's just one example. Social issues, I think. Economic issues, maybe a bit of resistance, but otherwise, it's just politics.
I'm going to give you three a pretty interesting predicament to put yourselves in now. So you've got to imagine that you're Donald Trump on the first day of being announced as the president of the US. What is the first thing you do? Do you apologise for some of the comments you made about, women in that quote locker room talk video? Do you instantly try and repair the foreign policy that he sees Obama as having sort of destroyed, or do you just clearly set out exactly what you plan to do as president? Matt, I'm going to put you in that position of being Donald Trump. Does he have to apologise for the things he said?
I mean, should he? Absolutely yes. Will he? I feel as though the Donald, when he enters the White House, will probably, to some extent, actually try and become the sort of presidential figure he never has been seen to be. I feel as though he'll probably be relatively emollient. He'll probably, say that he's going to govern for the interests of the entire country, but very rapidly try and get some of his ideas into action. I feel as though, particularly in the foreign sphere, he'll be on the phone to Vladimir Putin relatively soon, because I feel as though, you can question the extent to which he's in love with him, but I feel as though he does have some level of affiliation with his strongman style of governance, so that's one thing we expect from Trump early in the morning.
Harrison, I'm sure this is a dream situation for you, so I'm going to put you in the shoes of Donald J. Trump. It's your first day as US president. What do you do first, other than spin around in the chair and sort of pinch yourself?
Well, I'd get into my private jet and I'd fly the way to the Mexican border. And once I was there, I'd lay the first brick of the wall, because that is his prime policy. And you better start early, because it's not going to be easy to build, but it's going to happen.
Is that genuinely what you do?
I think it's quite symbolic that you're already working towards your goals, and people would admire that.
Okay, Will, what's the first thing you do? You're now Donald Trump for the day. What do you do in office?
Well, it's not something I've often thought about. Yeah, I'd probably go on a bit of a victory lap. There would be gloating. Oh, the gloating, it would be tremendous. We'd be winning with my gloating. We would. I think he'd probably try to pull the strings of power and try to wriggle out of the fraud case that he's being taken to court for. I actually think that is something that he might try to do. Be a bit embarrassing to have the president on trial, but never mind. Now, the wall is going to cost a huge amount of money, and Mexico isn't going to pay for it. And in fact, some of his justifications suggest he doesn't really know how international politics and trade work. Imagine that. So I think I'd probably use bluster to try to distract and delay the issue of, for example, the wall, which probably won't happen, and focus on things he can deliver on. But, I mean...
Just quickly, I think Harrison wants to come in on that. I don't think he agrees with you there.
Can I say that Trump is surprisingly thorough about how he plans to get Mexico to pay for the wall. So to outline it quite basically, Mexico sends back Mexicans in the US send back billions every year to Mexico, to their family. And right now you don't need like a passport or anything to do that. So what he plans is that he'd require a US passport to be able to send your money back. So that immediately, as soon as he passed that law, it cost Mexico billions from day one. And so Mexico would be forced to really act and do something to either they'd have to themselves try and stop them immigration and create their own sort of wall, whether sort of that's figuratively or literally. And so yeah, the policies are in there. It's quite straightforward. And as for the cost, it'd be like say 10 billion, which sounds like a lot of money, but when you're looking at America, where they spend trillions on fighter jets to blow up some person in the Middle East, it's not a big amount of money.
Will, final quick comment there on what Harrison said.
On the wall.
On the wall.
Wall. The huge wall. Anyway, it's projected Labour and sort of, well, I can't even remember what the breakdown of the cost was, but I saw a projected cost for the wall of about 30 billion, which might sound high. I mean, it is. Mexico won't be paying for the wall. First of all, anyone who ever wants to run for office ever in Mexico is going to run on a platform against paying for the wall. But Congress won't be interested in funding a wall when Trump's tax plan, its economic plan, is going to put the American economy so much trillions further into debt. He's going to increase military spending. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the purse strings if Trump becomes president. This wall, in addition to being a diplomatic disaster, you'd see it separate. I mean, you see a bit of a no man's land, for example. So you'd have the wall where you couldn't build it directly on the border. You'd have to have it. Well, you couldn't build it in Mexico, so you'd have to have it further back. So you'd have a no man's land where you were south of the wall, but in the US, first of all. The cost, I think, is totally prohibitive. I don't think Congress would ever see it through. And I don't think it would be most politically expedient for Donald Trump. I think it'd be better for him to focus on other things as well. So it's easy to sort of say, we've got a problem, let's build a wall and kick him out. It's never that simple. And part and parcel with the wall was this idea that he was going to kick out 11 million illegal aliens, which would tank the economy on its own, by the way, and take forever to do. I mean, Obama has been responsible for a lot of deportations. The sorts of, you look at how successful and expedient his efforts have been. Donald Trump is obviously planning something far, far bigger if he's to be believed. It can't be done. So those two are part and parcel, and I think both are totally unrealistic, and both economically, practically, logistically, and politically.
Very, very quickly, Harrison, do you want to come back on any of that? Very quickly.
I want to say that they've already built 600 miles of wall on the Mexico border already. It's the idea that it's somehow unfeasible is absolutely ludicrous.
I want to talk about something a little bit serious now, but before that I'll provide you with some light-hearted tweets that have gone out. Katie Hopkins, everyone's favourite, has tweeted that Donald Trump is a legend and that she's very pleased that he's won. And Nigel Farage has apparently told people that he wants to be Donald Trump's Europe ambassador, which is, of course, hilarious from Nigel Farage. So Nigel Farage on LBC talking earlier says he wants to be Donald Trump's US ambassador, and by the sort of friendship they seem to have kindled, I wouldn't put it past that partnership continuing. Now, I want to talk about something very serious after that sort of light-hearted burst. There has been a 41% increase in hate crimes after Britain left the EU. So this is a different issue, but a lot of people do tie it in. Now, I'm not making this particular assumption, but many people, particularly people tweeting in, have made this assumption. You can tweet in, by the way, using the hashtag Warwick SU. And they're saying that because hate crimes increased so much after Brexit by 41%, are we going to see the same thing happen in the US, particularly towards Muslim people who Donald Trump has talked heavily about? Harrison, are we going to see more hate crimes?
To put it bluntly, the statistics are a total lie. There's really no evidence that hate crimes rose in the period after Brexit. The statistic you quote, I believe, looks at like 2 days before and 2 days after. Now, if you look at the sort of variance on a day-to-day basis, it means that 40% rise could just be a change on the day-to-day. And then it also, at the same time, there was some changes that occurred in how hate crimes are reported. After all, this statistic is reported hate crimes. It's not prosecutions. It's not confirmed. It's just reported. And when you saw this media frenzy going along as well about how everyone's going to become massively racist because they decided to leave an economic market, which is bizarre if you ask me. There's just absolutely no basis for the very assumption of your question.
Matt, what do you think about this very serious issue about the possibility of hate crimes, or do you want to come back on something Harrison said there?
Yeah, I mean, very quickly, there is a clear factual basis to the claims that Henry has referenced, in that it wasn't just in the days immediately before and after the referendum. There's been evidence in the months after the referendum that hate crime has remained high in the UK. And secondly, I feel like it's not a difficult leap of the imagination for us to go from a respected political figure, Nigel Farage in the UK or Donald Trump in the US, making xenophobic, racist comments and it legitimising it to the wider population. But I think the biggest issue with the Trump presidency is the fact that his control over the Department of Justice will mean that perhaps the president will lose moral leadership on issues like hate crime. Will the Justice Department really be prosecuting hate crime as seriously under President Trump? Will it be really taking into account and trying to really nail everybody who's being discriminatory towards people of different genders, people of different religions, people of different races? I'm not convinced there will be. When a politician has been so divisive in their rhetoric, it can only serve to stoke the flames of xenophobia, and also through his federal government action could lead to worse outcomes.
Will, in a minute we're going to go to our correspondent Will Copping to sort of run us through the headlines, but if you could very quickly just explain what you think about the 41% increase in hate crimes after Brexit. Are we going to see the same thing in the US?
Yeah, you have a candidate who is now seen as mainstream. I already mentioned that the Overton window has shifted to the point where seemingly moderate Republicans are actually fairly extreme in their views. You get someone that makes them ill, Donald Trump, and he comes along and he adds a voice to bigots across the country. More people than bigots. One of the things I was saying earlier in the evening was that it's far more than just the bigoted xenophobe that we also like to picture perhaps when someone says Trump supporter. No offense. But you also have this sense of legitimacy that I think is granted to people like this. And bear in mind, if you're of that mindset, and if your life isn't going so well and you're desperate to blame anyone but you, and this guy comes along and offers you an us versus them narrative, you try to express these views, and a lot of the time, people will look down on you for them, that people will judge you negatively for them, and so you will feel stigmatized. And so you will feel, rather than changing your mind, you will feel that actually it's time that your voice was heard. So it isn't just a matter of, I've said something, he said something, now we can say it together and it's going to be wonderful. It's actually the sense that my time has come. This is what is true. These values are true and fair and balanced and real and substantiated. And now I'm going to go and live them a little more loudly.
Right, thank you very much for that, Will. Marie Le Pen, by the way, the leader of the National Front in France, has congratulated Donald Trump, just to let you know. Still to come, it's just gone past 6:30. I don't know what day it is, it's Wednesday, I think. It's been one of those evenings, Wednesday the 9th, the day Wednesday the 9th of November. So still to come, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, and New Hampshire still to be announced. We're going to be staying here till one of those two candidates reaches 270 Electoral College votes. But now we're going to go to Will Copping, who has some news headlines.
Thanks, Henry. So, Donald Trump still narrowly leading in Pennsylvania in the region of about 1%. Looks to be about 48.7 to 47.7. Very, very close race out there. Hopefully that should declare relatively soon. Trump's campaign manager, however, has kind of perhaps been a bit arrogant and has started tweeting very much in a victorious manner. So it remains to be seen. Of course, Trump looking like the most likely candidate to win, but potentially there's still the possibility of an upset here. We good? Right. So also there's been massive establishment. Right, we're going back over to Henry Riley. Never mind. I said. Right, back over to Henry Riley on the panel. I said that.
Right, okay, so we are joined now on the panel by a couple of other people here to talk about the US election. Now, the familiar faces, I'm sure you'll agree. We're joined by Jack Abbey, who was sitting in the hot seat a little bit earlier, talking us through the results, and Jack Hadfield, another resident Trump fan. Jack, you must be ecstatic, even though it's 6:30 in the morning, and I imagine you're quite sleep deprived.
Oh yeah, I'm starting.
Is it worth it though?
It is worth it, especially because I've also won about 200 quid in terms of betting on it. So that's great for me. But no, I think I really am ecstatic. I can't believe that Pennsylvania does look like it's going to flip for Trump now. It's about 98-99% polling, and he's got a good solid now 1% lead ahead of Clinton. There's no way he's going to take it in time. All of the other states haven't really been announced. Look like they're going to swing red, maybe apart from New Hampshire, because that's looking pretty tight. But yeah, I'm just over the moon. I think I can certainly say that I would be safe in saying that there's going to be a Trump presidency.
Jack, 2016 seems like it's kind of the year for you, doesn't it? You were a strong supporter of Britain to leave the EU. You were a strong fan of Donald Trump. Can anything else go right for you this year, do you think?
Well, there is the third time lucky for the Austrian presidential election.
I thought you were going to say Strictly Come Dancing then with Ed Balls, but fair enough.
Oh, Ed Balls. Is he still on?
I think so.
Oh God, well, Ed Balls is Strictly, guys. You know, we've got one thing to report on. God, I'm mumbling now. It's the tiredness.
That's right. Back to Trump. Come on, back to Trump.
Back to Trump. Yeah, I think 2016 is the year where people all around the world, especially around the West and America and Europe, have said, we have had enough. We've been fed up with the establishment, the people telling us what to do all this time. I think it's the year of change and general political revolution across the West. This is a big year, I think, in history in general. This is the start of something new and something great, I think.
Now, Jack, finally on you. You are an optimist, it's fair to say. You know, the underdog was well and truly Brexit in the EU referendum, and in this case, Donald Trump for the next president. Did you honestly, though, I mean, be brutally honest now, did you honestly think Donald Trump would be the next president? I know you wanted him to be, but this time, say, last week, where the polls, I know we have different opinions of polls, can we trust polls? Did you honestly think he was going to be the next president?
Not until up about 2 weeks ago. I was always sort of on the balance. I've said, look, if he can take, Michigan, Wisconsin, whatever, if he can pull these states off, then he's got a chance. Again, I said earlier on, I was very nervous about Florida, quite nervous about the threat from Element Well in Utah, that obviously didn't play out in the end. But up until even just a couple of days ago, where I saw his poll numbers jump up to a 6-point national lead or so on, is where I got really confident. And I thought, you know what, I really think he's got it this time. So I've only been extremely confident for about the past week or so. But yes, I genuinely, going into tonight, thought Donald Trump would do it. I don't know how he's done it, but that was my prediction.
If you're just waking up, by the way, just let you know, Donald Trump looks like he's going to be the next president of the US. Hillary Clinton is on 215 electoral college votes. Donald Trump on 244. Of course, the magic number is 270. So he is nearly there on that magic number to be the next president of the United States. Now, Jack, you've had the pleasure, like me, of talking through these results with a differing panel every hour. And now you're on the panel, which is quite interesting.
Yeah.
What have you made of the whole election so far? Because whilst we are both neutral in this election, we didn't really think that this was going to happen.
I wouldn't say I saw this coming at all. In the same way that I did not see Brexit coming, in the same way that last year I didn't really see a Conservative majority happening. I have a very poor record.
You do, rather?
When it comes to thinking about who might win. And I've just decided to give up with predictions and give up with looking at polls because it doesn't apparently work. So,
out of interest, do you blame the polls for results like this in this particular election? Or do you think there is genuinely a lot of people now, in terms of the EU and in terms of Donald Trump now, who are quite sort of scared, quite shy to admit they are Donald Trump fans because the polls didn't pick this up, did they, Jack?
I think blaming the polls would be underestimating the sense of dissatisfaction with the establishment that does exist in so many countries, not just in the USA and in Britain. And I think that sort of blaming it on polls and polls causing apathy amongst certain voters would be almost disrespectful to those that feel that anger and feel that dissatisfaction. And it would be disrespectful to them for us to sort of palm off the result as voter apathy amongst certain people because they thought they would win. That almost seems disrespectful.
Thanks to the board comment, by the way, for tweeting in a couple of results. They're using the hashtag Warwick US, which you can do too if you're sitting here in the atrium or at home and want your thoughts read out. They've retweeted something from the Huffington Post UK, which says Donald Trump takes swing state Pennsylvania. So it looks like Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania, one of those crucial swing states in this election, bearing in mind he has already won Florida. But as I stressed, this is not yet confirmed. We don't know exactly that this has happened, but all the indications, including from the Huffington Post and other fairly reliable sources, indicate that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania. How significant is this swing state, Will, do you think?
Well, you can look at it in a couple of ways. First of all, any Clinton victory was almost going to have to take Pennsylvania for granted. I mean, it's a swing state, but it's not the swingiest of swing states. And historically, it's had a fairly good record, at least in recent history, of voting blue. On the other hand, this is the sort of demographic that Donald Trump has been lapping up. Kind of blue-collar workers whose incomes have been stagnating or even shrinking slightly, who can't provide for their families as they feel they should, who want change in sometimes whatever form it appears in, and they see Donald Trump, this maverick, and they think, oh, maybe he can help me. Maybe he at last can change things. But, a lot of people who voted for Obama in 2008 or even 2012 have said, he's done some good stuff, but I don't really feel that things have changed for me. I don't feel that my income's improved, even if the state of the economy as a whole has. Bernie Sanders had a point when he talked about most of the income gains for the US going to the top 1% or top 10th of 1%. Now, I have to say that if he's won Pennsylvania, I think it's done.
It seems like it's likely based on the results we're having out on Twitter.
The number of votes to go for Trump that we've been using just now was 26. But that assumes that Arizona might not go to him. Now, I suppose it might not go to him, but realistically, I think it was always extremely likely that it would. That's worth 11 votes. So he after that, or once you factor that in, he needed to win Pennsylvania, or Michigan, which is 16, so that would have done it, or one of Minnesota and Wisconsin, and one other state aside from New Hampshire, which is only worth 4. It looks like he's likely to win Pennsylvania. It looks like he's likely to win Wisconsin, possibly Michigan as well. Minnesota is quite Iowa-ish, which doesn't sound like particularly good analysis, but I wouldn't be surprised if that went to Trump as well. So this isn't just an election that's gone a bit wrong. This is a landslide in favour of a maniac.
So, as I stress, we are still waiting for those results and that confirmation from Pennsylvania. It has not yet been confirmed that Donald Trump has won, but it is a pretty good indication to suggest that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania, another one of those swing states. CNN have been reporting that Alaska, one of those Republican states, as I mentioned earlier, Sarah Palin was the governor there. Apparently, CNN are reporting that Alaska has been won by Donald J. Trump. This has not been confirmed, as I keep stressing, but there's a pretty good indication from a reliable news source, CNN, who believe Donald Trump has won this particular state. Jack, thoughts on Alaska? I assume you expected it.
Yeah, well, Alaska was pretty predictable. I will say Trump wasn't actually doing that well in polls in Alaska. In fact, Nate Silver, about an hour ago, tweeted out about how maybe we can hope for Alaska because the polls are there, and he said, I'm not sure if I'm joking or not. But yeah, Alaska's pretty solid Republican. I don't think anyone really expected it to go any other way. But yeah, I'm hearing reports from
from your sources.
Well, no, the Google pop down electoral map has filled in Pennsylvania completely red.
So it would appear, although not official confirmation, most people are admitting.
New York Times, over 95% certain. There's about a few percent left, and he's ahead by over 1% in Pennsylvania.
Jack Abbey, what do we think about Alaska? No real surprises there, is there?
It's not really a surprise, no. It was always sort of going to go to the Republican Party, but the real surprise with Alaska is the fact that we're actually talking about it. We're still here when Alaska was announced. When we were planning this, sort of in the last few weeks.
We said we're not going to be here.
If we're here when Alaska is announced, we're in trouble. And now we are here. We were meant to be we aimed to get the result of 4. It's now 6:45.
It's gone on for quite a while. To give you some facts on Alaska, actually, in 1964 was the only time that Alaska has ever gone to the Democrats. This was when LBJ Johnson, of course, who replaced Kennedy, won against Barry Goldwater in 1964. So it just sort of cements that view that Alaska is such a solid Republican state. It's only ever once gone to the Democrats, and that was in the 60s. If you look at the makeup of their Congress as well, the Senate and the House are both controlled by the Republicans. If you look at the Senate in particular, 14 for the Republicans and 6 for the Democrats. There is a clear dominance there from the Republicans. And in terms of the House, 23 for the Republicans, 16 for the Democrats, and 1 independent. And if you look at Bill Walker as well, their governor, it's quite an interesting tale actually, because he is the only independent governor in the whole of the US. Now, he was a former Republican, admittedly, but he was elected as an independent. How unusual do we think this is? I'll start with you, Will, actually, to have an independent governor in such a Republican-leaning state.
Well, I mean, you can have sort of, if you like, one-off independence for a variety of reasons. I mean, Utah was a bit of a curveball today because of Evan McMullin, for example. You've got someone like Bernie Sanders, who is, give or take, the most popular politician, actually, in the country. I think Michelle Obama tops him. I think she can be reasonably considered a politician. But yeah, essentially, if you've got a state where it's very, very progressive, or it's very, very Mormon, you will have independents who can really, really appeal very, very specifically to certain demographics, who would never normally have, the sort of nationwide appeal. Now, obviously, governor is going to be state-specific, and especially if they've got, especially if they've got sort of a bit of the lingering Republican brand, if people know what they stand for, and they feel that they've been effectual, then I wouldn't consider it unusual. I would consider it sort of a special circumstance, but I wouldn't consider it out of line with anything that could be reasonably expected, if that makes sense.
If we look at the state of Alaska as well, just looking at the previous election results there in terms of the presidential race. Now, in 2004, this is obviously when George Bush and Cheney beat the John Kerry and John Edwards. They won by 61% in Alaska. Now, this fell in the next election in 2008 to 59% when this was John McCain and Sarah Palin on the ticket. And in 2012, Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan managed 55%. So there was a little danger that it could, and especially that there's an extreme candidate again this time, arguably in Donald Trump. Was there a small danger, do you think, Jack, based on those results I was telling you then, that it is decreasing the number they have there of votes in the presidential election? Was there a danger that it could have gone down a little bit too much and the Democrats could swoop in there?
I think there's a small danger of that, but I don't think it was ever sort of a major risk. I mean, I wouldn't say I know enough about it in order to sort of be able to offer much in the way of comment on that.
Fair enough. And Jack, finally, do you think the Republicans are ever at danger here in Alaska in future elections? Bearing in mind the last 3, other than today, obviously have clearly shown that the Republican vote is falling.
I mean, I think it was only really falling from there because both McCain and Romney weren't really, weren't really far to the right Republicans. McCain was on the really far left of the Republican Party. Romney was pretty centrist. Both had accusations of being rhinos. So I think that's what would have turned them off. I think someone like Trump, I think when it comes to it, I think you'll have seen a massive turnout and win for Trump in Alaska, at least matching Bush. I think he won't have dropped down from Romney Ryan, I don't think.
Do you think he's going to get a midterm challenge, Donald Trump? Because he has clearly, he won overwhelmingly the primaries for the Republican Party. I think he was one of the, if not the highest, in terms of votes ever in a Republican primary. He won that decisively. He is still not liked by a lot of moderate Republicans. Could we see a moderate Republican like a Mitt Romney, like a George W. Bush, challenging him midterm in a primary in 2020? I'll start with you again on this, Jack. Can you see a challenge and a realistic possibility that he's not the candidate next time?
Oh yeah, so after the end of his first term. I think if Trump is running, I don't think there'll be another candidate because the only reason Trump will still be running is if he's done a good job in office. If he's screwed up, there's absolutely no way that he'll run again and he'll call it quits and get out, I think. But yeah, if Trump's done a good job, well, why on earth would any Republican then run against that? Because he's certainly seen it once.
But if he has done a good job, there are still people that don't like him. There's still people that don't agree with his ideology, Jack. So whether you agree with it or not, do you not think there will be this challenge from someone like George W. Bush? Not him specifically, but someone perceived as moderate.
Yeah, no, I think to be fair, like Reagan, you can definitely compare the two in terms of, in terms of both sort of being celebrities and then coming onto the field and not really being respected by majority Republicans. But if you look at Reagan now, he's one of the, in terms of the party, people are always like, oh yeah, Reagan was my favourite president. I think there'll be the same sort of shift, and that Trump will be hallowed in sort of in the names of Republican history as one of their great presidents. I think if he can pull this off.
It's early days yet, Jack. It's early days. Jack Abbey, do you think Donald Trump could face a mid-term challenge in the primaries if he was to run for a second term, regardless of how well he does as president?
I'm not sure he will run for a second term. I feel like he went into this not necessarily thinking he would ever become president, and now that he is faced with the concept of being president, I think that might dawn on him, and he will. I'm not sure he has the graft for the 4 years of 16-hour days being the president. I'm not sure that Donald Trump ever planned to do that, ever wanted to do that, or actually has the sort of motivation and just general will to do that.
If he does decide to stick it out, though, if he does decide to go for another 4 years, which will mean he's president for 8 years, presuming he gets it, by the way, this is all provisional, do you think, so if he is in the mindset that he does want to carry on, does want to serve, try and serve another term as president, do you think he will be challenged, though, by a moderate?
Potentially, yeah. If the Republican Party sees itself as split from their own president. So if the Republican Party in Congress follows a line of policy so different from that of their president, they want to follow a more moderate line, say, under Paul Ryan or something, in Congress, and they find that Trump is not following that line as president, and they're clashing with him, I could see that wing of the party presenting their own challenge to him.
Just to let you know, Clinton is due to make a speech very soon. Hillary Clinton, that is, of course, who looks like she's been defeated tonight to Donald Trump in this 2016 presidential election. She's due to make a statement soon, although, as I said earlier, it could be to a pre-empty room. Will, finally, Donald Trump, is he going to face a mid-term challenge from someone else wanting to be the Republican nominee?
I mean, I can imagine that Donald Trump would want to stay in the White House for as long as possible, unless he decides that actually it's all too much like hard work. But then again, if the show is being run behind closed doors by everyone but Trump, he might decide he quite enjoys it. I can imagine the ego wanting a few more years in the White House. As far as the challenge goes, I think to be honest, the chance of him being challenged by his own party is low, partly because any situation in which he was worth a challenge would probably see him impeached before that. I think if he gets his own way and gets to do some of his Trumpier things, I think the risk of impeachment would, if you like, preclude the risk of a challenge. That said, and I don't think that either will happen particularly. I think he'll be puppeted a little bit by Congress and by his cabinet. That said, I think he will face a huge challenge in 2020, unless he performs some miracle and actually seems more moderate than people were expecting. You're going to have anyone but Hillary, hopefully, running for the Democrats, and they should have a solid chance against him. Counterpunctual to that, though, is the fact that this was the year of this was the cycle of the populists. You had Bernie Sanders on one side and Donald Trump on the other, and in many ways they were the same guy. In many ways, perverse though it seems, they were democracy's tantrum. Bernie Sanders felled Hillary Clinton. a lot of people have a fairly good idea what helped to tip the balance. He got 40% of the popular vote, but it wasn't enough. Donald Trump, meanwhile, he's the populist. It looks like he's going to win. Both of them give populism a bad name in terms of success and in terms of what happens when it does succeed. So it's pretty depressing, but I can imagine in 2020, we might see another fairly establishment Democrat, probably less establishment than Hillary sodding Clinton. The best I think we can hope for is perhaps an Elizabeth Warren type candidacy. And I think if Warren were to run in 2020, she would have an excellent chance
And
of
will that shift
challenging the White House.
the anti-establishment vote then from Trump to Warren, do you definitely think? I mean, are the anti-establishment so sort of transfixed by this idea of opposing anything the establishment does that, you know, whether they're Democrat or Republican, it doesn't come into it?
Well, you have to remember that to a political junkie, you know, you have a fairly good idea as to where Donald Trump is on the issues, and you know how he would compare to other even more conventional political figures. A lot of the people who voted for Trump, like I say, it was a democracy's tantrum, I think, for a lot of people. And so, if someone who could offer that sort of appeal, but who actually seemed more reasonable, came along, I mean, a lot of people who had always voted Democrat, or democratically, no, Democratic, that's a weird one, isn't it? Said, you know what, I've voted Democrat my whole life, my family votes Democrat, but today we're all voting for Donald Trump because we need actual change and the Democrats can't bring it. So the moment that someone slightly more legitimate comes along, I'm reminded a bit of actually the crisis in the Labour Party at the moment. This guy who, people maybe like, or some people think is a good idea, but who can't necessarily win elections. I think we might see a change in 2020. The Democrats need to back their ideas up. In many ways, they deserve this result. It was just America that didn't.
Thank you to Charlie Cox, by the way, who has tweeted in using the hashtag Warwick US if you want to get involved as well. Now, she sort of hinted at hashtag Kanye 2020. Now, Kanye West did sort of flirt with the idea of running for president. I'm not sure how much truth there is that the rapper will run for president, but as I say, we'll probably be here in 4 years, bringing you about the same time, talking you through that. The French foreign minister, by the way, just to touch on this very briefly in terms of international relations, in particular with the US, he has said that he will continue to work with Donald Trump, even though, you know, clearly the French weren't expecting Donald Trump to be the next president. They will continue to work with Donald Trump, and they said relations with the US cannot weaken. Jack, are we going to see a sort of cycle of this, do you think, of foreign ministers from various countries almost backtracking on what they've said and basically accepting that they have to remain friends and allies with America?
Well, I think just twisting that to a more positive note, I think if you saw that that Theresa May in 10 Downing Street, you know, wished both of the candidates good luck in the election. You know, and you know, she got a lot of backlash from people like Tim Farron and Nicola Sturgeon, said, oh, you know, like how could you wish good luck to Trump and so on. Well, clearly now you've got a Trump presidency. You know, if you had been, you know, vindictive and spiteful, that would not have been good for international relations at all. I think again, you know, you can see is that a lot of the foreign ministers, you know, like the French foreign minister and a couple of people in Germany and wherever, you know, people have said things about Trump, aren't going to have to eat their words, you know, when dealing with a Trump president. And to be honest, I think Trump's going to have a really good, big, smug look on his face when it comes to dealing with a lot of these people, you know, who didn't think he had a chance of winning at all. They're like, hello, I'm here now, tough, deal with it. You know, so I think it's going to be a very smug Donald Trump dealing with a lot of these foreign leaders.
Jack, do you think foreign secretaries and people working in foreign offices in places like France and countries like that are going to have to backtrack? And at the end of the day, they need the US. They're going to have to work with them and with Donald Trump.
Foreign ministries are designed to deal with foreign situations. They have diplomatic corps for a reason. Diplomatic corps are famously diplomatic. They will deal with whatever situation arises. They're not going to make drastic statements like, we're not going to deal with Donald Trump. Something serious would actually have to happen rather than just Donald Trump is elected for them to actually stop dealing with Donald Trump. I think that the diplomatic corps don't just base their views on a country based on political decisions.
Well, do you think these countries kind of have to accept that, if it was a smaller country, they could afford to boycott it with an extreme leader or a so-called extreme leader like Donald Trump? But with this particular election, it is the United States of America, one of the biggest countries, the big players in the world. They need the United States, and so these people in the foreign ministries have to work with Trump.
Yeah, America. We obviously consider America a superpower. I've heard one person call it a hyperpower at this point. You don't like Trump, but what are you going to do? It doesn't seem very detailed, but I'm not sure that there's much to it. At the end of the day, they're going to have to get along, whether it's France, the UK, Mexico. They're going to have to get along with America in some form, because America is important. Now, quite what the international community can do to try to temper the effects on the world of this result. Part of the problem, of course, with Trump was that you didn't know quite what he was going to do. So quite what the world community, the international community, can do to try to reassure markets of stability and all the rest of it, I can't say. But in terms of working with America, there's not much bargaining to be done. It's America, you can't do much.
Now, it's gone past 7 o'clock in the morning. We were hoping to have a result by now. That, unfortunately, hasn't happened. But we're going to keep going for a little bit longer and see if we can get those final results in and just see who the next president is. Trump is on 244 electoral college votes, in case you didn't know, and Hillary Clinton on 215 to Donald Trump. Pretty close there to being announced as the next president. The last thing I want to sort of touch on now is the Secretary of State appointments for Donald Trump. Now, we of course know that there were a lot of Republican candidates running in the primary, people like Chris Christie, people like Bobby Jindal. There was a whole range of candidates that Trump could kind of poach and stick in the Secretary of State appointments. Jack, does anyone immediately spring to mind who would serve, maybe not in the role of Secretary of State, but in a Donald Trump cabinet, someone who's perhaps quite a major figure in US politics? Is there anyone you've got your eye on?
Well, there's been some suggestions around a lot of time with the people who've endorsed Trump. So there's people saying that Ben Carson should be served.
Sorry, Jack, very quickly, just to interrupt you, there was some breaking news where Hillary Clinton has announced that she is not conceding. She's not conceding defeat just yet. Her campaign manager or chair has said that they are going to keep watching these results. She hasn't conceded defeat yet. So she still thinks she could win this. Could we even end up in a situation where we have 269 electoral college votes each, and this goes to the House, who then decide who the next president is going to be? On the face of it at the minute, it doesn't look like that situation with 269 electoral college votes for each candidate will be likely. One thing that is still possible, though, is that Clinton wins the popular vote but doesn't win the electoral college votes. But sorry to interrupt you there, Jackson. Clinton isn't conceding defeat yet. Back to what you were saying on the Secretary of State appointments or cabinet appointments by Donald Trump.
Yes, I said before that people said that Ben Carson should be Surgeon General and so on, and that Ted Cruz might have a cabinet position, or perhaps he'd be appointed to the Supreme Court, which is what a lot of people have been wanting, from Trump. Chris Christie, Secretary of State, perhaps. Especially a lot of the people who in the primaries that then went and endorsed Trump, I think, are going to get good positions. Rand Paul, maybe, because he just won Kentucky again. He might he might be offered a job in the cabinet, which could cause a by-election. Excuse me, sorry.
Sorry, it's been a long night. I forgive you.
Yeah, it's been a long night, and I'm slightly ill. But yeah, it's been. Yeah, there's a load of good candidates that Trump can choose from, especially people who will please the more broader traditional Republican base.
just let you know, the reason we are still broadcasting is because last year, or not last year, rather 4 years ago, the last time there was a presidential election, the result was declared at 4:48. I think we were all hoping for a similar sort of time for the result to be declared this year, but that hasn't happened. We're still going. It's well into sort of 7:10 on Wednesday morning. If you've got 9 a.m. lectures, you're probably on your way to campus, or at least getting up from Leamington. Jack, any ideas of Secretary of State appointments? Jack mentioned Ben Carson there, but there are a lot of Republican candidates running in that election. Anyone else spring to mind?
Not Jeb Bush, I would suggest.
Not Jeb Bush at all?
Potentially. Yeah. I'm not sure. I feel like a Trump cabinet will be full of yes men in a lot of ways. I don't think Donald Trump's a man that likes to be told that his ideas are terrible, even when they are, which they are.
Just to let you know as well, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager has said they should not expect a speech from Hillary Clinton tonight. Or this morning rather. She is not going to be making a speech. Clearly she has conceded defeat, even though earlier said that she hasn't. The fact she's not making a speech does suggest that she isn't particularly happy with the way elections have gone. Will, have you got any idea for Republican cabinet appointments that Donald Trump could potentially do? Sorry about that. Will?
Right. Yes. Chris Christie. This is a guy that Trump already liked. I can imagine. I mean, he's got a background in law. I can imagine Chris Christie getting Attorney General, for example. Ben Carson. Now, Ben Carson's a bit.
Because he did it, just to go back to Chris Christie, then that was quite an interesting point, because he did at the end endorse Donald Trump, despite being sort of labelled as a moderate candidate. He did endorse Donald Trump at the end, which many people thought was surprising.
Yeah, it was surprising. It was almost as if he wanted a job. And to be fair, I mean, Trump liked him. From what we know, I imagine still likes him. I can imagine him getting something. Ben Carson now, as I understand it, Trump likes him as well. He must know that Ben Carson doesn't come across well. Is not the best communicator, and is not necessarily the most forceful character either. So, what Ben Carson would do in a Trump administration, I don't know. It's kind of strange because the conversation about sort of future cabinets was mostly dominated by by the assumption that the Democrats would win. Finds a bit more as that would win, but never mind. Yeah, the one guy that springs to mind is Chris Christie. Otherwise, I struggle to. I think maybe you have a point when you say that it would be filled with yes men, but. Yeah, other than that, I wouldn't like to say.
As we welcome a new presidential candidate in what it looks like being Donald Trump, he's currently on 244 electoral college votes, and Hillary Clinton has gone up actually from 214 to 217, but again I think it was Maine, that state that has just come in, which was expected to be Hillary Clinton anyway, so she has gone up from 214 to 217, but I want to... Barack Obama now comes to an end, his term. I want to get your thoughts on what you think he will be remembered for, because, we can't forget good old Barack. Jack, what have you made of his 2 terms in office? What's been his highlight?
Yeah, I really haven't been a fan of Barack Obama in general. I think his legacy, especially Obamacare, all the things he's tried to do are going to get ripped apart by Trump. Sort of in anything. I don't think he'll actually then overall have a lasting impact overall. I think as much that I think a lot of what he's done is going to be pushed back by Trump and the Republicans this time around. I don't know. I think he might have a legacy, so to speak, of getting involved in foreign wars, which have in costly foreign
Any
wars.
positives, though, do you think he'll be remembered for, Barack Obama?
Well, positive, obviously, historically, the first African-American president of the United States. So he certainly won't be left out the history books. He won't be forgotten, just because of that historic note that happened there. Some positives.
In terms of Obamacare, though, I know you're sort of ideologically opposed to it, but do you respect the decision he made to kind of push through this universal healthcare bill? I know you don't agree with it, but it was a pretty bold move that didn't actually pay off.
I really don't respect the way he pushed it through, forced the states to to adopt his plan, and basically and forced people who didn't want insurance to take insurance as well. It was a terrible Supreme Court ruling by the 5-4, which ruled his mandate was constitutional, which I personally don't think it was, and premiums have skyrocketed for ordinary middle class people. So I think it's been a complete disaster. I think Trump's really been right, to repeal it.
I've just been told, by the way, that Lady Gaga has apparently started crying at this result. That's one of the key bits of information that's come in over the last few years. We're still waiting for those results from states like Arizona and the other big ones that are coming in, including Pennsylvania, that has been in the balance for quite a while. Jack Abbey, a couple of lines on Obama's legacy. Anything positive? Because Jack didn't seem to have too much to say. Jack Hadford, that is, that was positive about Obama's legacy, other than the fact he was the first African-American president.
I think that Obama's legacy, I actually agree with Jack that Obama's legacy will in many ways be non-existent in terms of long-term impact, in the sense that Donald Trump will probably rip up everything that Obama has done. And I don't think that's a good thing, but I think it's the case that will happen. Obamacare, I can't see surviving the next House of Representatives session. Same with many of his other key policies. In many ways, we might judge Barack Obama based upon his successes. So depending on how Donald Trump does, we might look upon Barack Obama as some sort of golden heyday, which we hark back to. But that may yet be the case.
Because his approval ratings have gone up quite significantly in the last few months. Now the two candidates, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, went through their campaigning process. Do you think he's going to end, Jack, in terms of not an actual individual highlight, but is he going to end on a positive? Are people going to think, oh, Barack Obama, he was an unsuccessful president? Or are they going to say, do you know what, we quite like Barack? Is he going to end on a high?
I think any president that comes out of it and the American people are like, yeah, he was all right. He's not done badly. He'll come out in the long term looking quite good, I think.
Jack, just let you know that Donald Trump has won Alaska. That has now been confirmed. The 3 Electoral College votes have now gone to Donald Trump. Will, final thoughts now on Obama's legacy. What's he going to be remembered for? Is it going to be overwhelmingly positive?
No, to be honest, I'm sort of a similar mind to the other two, to the two Jacks. Donald Trump promised to rip up the Paris Agreement on day one. The Paris Agreement, of course, was the result of an international effort to do something about climate change. Donald Trump said, it's ridiculous, I'm going to rip it up. Quite what will happen to TPP, I don't know. Part of Trump's platform and rhetoric was very much anti-TPP, which, to be fair, is perfectly understandable. That actually is more reasonable, and I'm sure will really have resonated with voters, even those who didn't quite know what TPP was. Obama's legacy, I think nostalgia. I think it'll be nostalgia. First African-American president, nostalgia. Hopefully this won't be he's still very young. Hopefully this isn't the last we've seen of Obama. I can imagine him appearing in perhaps a future Democratic cabinet, but no, I wish I could say something different. But to be honest, Obamacare I think is screwed. I have to say, a lot of people don't think very highly of Obamacare. They feel it's a step in the right direction. The problem with Obamacare and the health system in America in general is the fact that before you can get to single payer, which some people do want, and for which I think support could be grown, you have to get control of drug prices. So that was sort of the curse of Obamacare, the fact that it was sort of on a sort of stepping stone that basically was slowly sinking. And I think, I don't know how long Obamacare was going to last in its current form anyway, but certainly now I think it's screwed. I think people will look back and wish that he'd been able to run for a third term, to be honest. But there it is.
We are agonisingly close now to an end. Donald Trump is on 264 Electoral College votes. 264. including Pennsylvania, and Hillary Clinton is on 218 Hillary Clinton in terms of electoral college votes. As I say, we did expect this result to be before 5 o'clock, but it is now 7:15 as well. Although the results haven't come in officially, Trump is still leading in Michigan and Arizona. He's leading in those two states, which will increase his ratings, his electoral college votes for this evening, effectively cementing him as the next president of the United States. I want to get final thoughts from the panel now. What's this evening been like for you? Did we expect it to go the way it's gone? Any highlights from this evening, Jack Hadfield?
Well, as I said in some of the earlier parts of the broadcast, I was quite nervous earlier on, especially when it looked like Florida was going to tip, towards Clinton, massive lead in Ohio. But then overall, the night just got better and better and better and better and better. Now, for me, it's like Brexit all over again. And now that the dawn is breaking on the day of a Trump presidency, and I can just say I'm ecstatic. I've been following this race, pretty much almost 2 years since Cruz declared in January, February or so. I think it's around that time, March 2015. Trump declared July 2015. Since then, it's been a year and a half of just utter Trump madness. And I'm just so glad it's over. That would be my reaction either if Trump or Clinton had won. I'm so glad it's over, and I'm just ecstatic that Trump's got it.
Nigel Farage has announced that he will be on the first plane over to the United States, just to give you some light-hearted news there. Jack, final thoughts on this presidential race?
It's been a long race. We've been talking about Donald Trump for years, it seems. This evening has gone on a long time, or this morning as it is now, and I'd say it's been good fun, but I'm glad it's coming to
We would like to have had a result by now, wouldn't we?
Yes.
Yes.
Very much so.
He says, clutching his microphone very hard. Will, last thoughts for us?
I mean, I've enjoyed taking part in this, but I have to say, I think it's a pretty sad night. I think to an extent it's revealed a lot about people's moods in America. Not that it's surprising, and also perhaps human nature as well. The idea that some guy who can come along and tell you, I'm going to make America great again without giving any specifics. Who will pursue an us versus them narrative. It does say something about the way people are feeling, and I think it sets a precedent for other elections around the world. I mean, buckle up because France is next. And that's looking fairly contested as well. So, yeah, I mean, I've enjoyed taking part, and I wouldn't have missed. I mean, this is fairly historic. There has never been an election like this. I think the next one like this will be some way away, so I wouldn't have missed it for anything. But yeah, my God, what a mess.
Right, well, thank you very much for listening to the Warwick TV and RAW 12:51 AM broadcast of the US presidential election. A special thank you to the people who came to the SU atrium to watch. It looks like a Donald Trump victory. He is on 264 electoral college votes at the minute. Michigan and Arizona are still to be confirmed, but they look like Trump is leading. So we'll leave it there, and like Hillary Clinton, we have nothing else to say.